young girl, after putting all the expensive alcohol they had in the bar in front of Mr. Shy, wanted to ask him something else, but he suddenly raised his feet and placed them on the table with a loud thud, so that the bottles on the surface trembled. Suddenly, the visitor proudly announced that he wanted everything that was available in this place. The beauty hesitated and immediately asked what the master meant by his words. Perhaps he wanted a bottle of each drink. However, he said that he generally needs all the alcohol that is available in this institution. The employee looked at this guest carefully, not knowing what to say to him. The man did not continue to say that he wants to give all this alcohol to every customer who is in this hall. The girl understood that alcohol is very expensive and therefore asked the stranger not to joke in this way. The young man abruptly grabbed the employee's arm, which threw her into a real shock. After which, while passing the map, he shouted that he didn't have time to joke around. Moreover, he wanted the girl to not ask any more questions. Stamping his foot, the guest stated that he wanted the brunette to bring alcohol as soon as possible. And then he informed everyone that today he was paying for the entire statement, but there was only one condition. It consists in the fact that visitors cannot leave until they have drunk absolutely everything. The crowd did not believe that such a thing was even possible, so they immediately went to the table where the guy was standing. The girls immediately began to shower the young man with compliments, saying that they had never seen him in this place before. Everyone wanted attention, and so the visitors hurried to take a comfortable seat next to the generous guest. Responding to another guest's question about where the rich guy came from, the bartender said that he just managed to win the lottery. Then he added that if he was just as rich, it would be the fulfillment of a lifelong dream. Looking in front of him, the guy thought that his name was Shilei. You could think that he was a big boss or a rich kid, but he wasn't. He was just a poor third-year student. And of course, he did not win any lottery. This is just an excuse for curious viewers. He was just a money-wasting machine chosen by the Grim Reaper. This was the end of the young man's long thoughts, for he heard the sound of a car engine, which was getting closer by the minute. Our hero knew that something was about to happen, and therefore froze in his place. After a moment, the guy felt how this car hit him, and therefore he flew forward. Sprawled on the sidewalk, the young man couldn't even move for a while. But then he finally raised his head and glared at where the car should have been. Shilei saw that the car had hit either a tree or a curb, so he was in no hurry to do anything. Although immediately, having come to his senses, the young man began to swear, shouting that he almost died because of a bad driver, rejoicing that he managed to react in time. But there was no answer. Instead, the door of the car quickly opened, and an unhappy girl appeared from there. The guy, seeing what a state the stranger is in, decided to change his anger to mercy and was already interested in how she feels. Picking up the phone, our hero said that he could call an ambulance if necessary. However, instead, the victim immediately pounced on Shilei and shouted for him to take off his pants immediately. The most amazing thing was that the girl even promised to give 1 million for it. The confused student did not understand anything and therefore asked again what was happening to the unfortunate woman. Suddenly, the beauty noticed that she couldn't discuss the price with the young man, so she was about to walk away. The guy said out loud that, most likely, this brunette drank too much, although perhaps she just hit her head hard. But in the next instant, the student watched in horror as the girl took the knife and was already heading towards him. She was shouting for the stranger to at least sell her his hand, for this Shilei should only name the price, because for her, money does not matter. Falling to the ground, the frightened hero screamed and begged the stranger to lower the weapon, noting that he had done nothing wrong. However, the beauty continued to say that the young man, of course, is cute and handsome, but it does not depend on him. Covering his face with his hand, the student started shouting and begging for help. Suddenly, something was wrong with the stranger, something he had never seen before. The guy felt as if this girl was somehow mysteriously falling apart. At that moment, another young man appeared and said something about a hand. The stranger immediately inquired about how much Shilei's life was still worth. The startled brunette stared in horror at the person directly in front of her. After that, when she turned around, she noticed that she saw the scepter, although she didn't know why he had come. The young man said that he warned a friend that such expenses are unacceptable, as a slave to a black card girl cannot survive if she is so stupid. The brunette didn't give up, asking for a little more time to complete the task, but the scepter only stated that there were a few more ways. Then, snapping his fingers, he added that the girl just didn't have enough time for that. The stranger tried to say something, but at the same time did not understand what was happening to her. Neither did Shilei, for whom events were unfolding too quickly and unpredictably. The student was horrified by what he saw, especially since he realized that he could not influence it in any way. For the first time in his life, our hero sat and just did nothing. He knew that there was no trace of the girl, even though he didn't quite know how that could be. The scepter suddenly said that after what the guy saw, He definitely shouldn't be left alive. Then he noted that he wanted to know what Shilei's last words would be. Shaking with terror, he didn't understand why he had to say his last words in the first place, how he managed to be in this place at such a bad time. At that moment, the young man's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts about who the scepter really was, what he was planning to do, and so on, so he shouted at the stranger not to hurry. He immediately declared that he was ready to complete the task, even though he had no idea what he was talking about. The young man looked at the student carefully, but was in no hurry to answer him. Our hero knew better than to delay and started explaining that the girl had died because she couldn't complete the task or something. Also, this quest has a time limit, and the scepter convinced her that that time was already up. Hovering in the air, the stranger smiled, noting that he liked a kid who was almost dead, but his head was still making sense. The young man could hear the boy begging for a chance, but he didn't understand why he should give it to him. Then Shilei started talking again about that girl who can't do anything anymore because she's dead. Then he added that in that case the black card was free, and now it had no slave. Finally, the stranger got up from his seat to take a closer look at the guy who was standing in front of him. Then with a very strange smile, he asked if Shilei really knew about the black card. From these words and this cold look, our hero took his breath away. He did not know how best to answer this question. Time passed, but the guy still didn't dare give an answer, so he clenched his fist as hard as he could out of nerves and tension. Suddenly, the student started talking about how he didn't know anything, but he understood that the scepter might tell him about it after he completed the task. If not, then it wasn't too late to kill him. The young man was laughing as he noted that there was a very funny young man standing in front of him. He immediately looked at Shilei carefully, knowing that this boy would definitely not give up just like that. Scepter suddenly stated, smiling, that he would still give the student a chance and an opportunity to prove himself. Passing the card, the person explained that there are 5 million on it. Now our hero should have this card. Accepting such a gift, the young man asked again if there was really such a large amount. When he heard that a student must go to the place written on the plastic in 6 hours and spend all the money, he wondered if this was the whole point of the test. At that moment, Scepter was already beginning to doubt the boy, but he immediately added that he could do as he was told. Shilei could see the stranger's trail disappearing, even though he hadn't asked about the restrictions yet, which surely should have been there. The last thing the stranger said was that his name was Dark Scepter, so he would definitely return if the boy failed to complete the task. Standing on the street, the young man carefully looked at the map that was in his hands. The guy knew that his task would be to go to the bar, the name of which he saw. There was still time, especially since at 5 o'clock in the morning, people were not going to leave. The disco was in full swing. Consequently, our hero had the opportunity to complete the task if desired. The guy thought about it as the events of the last few hours swirled before him, which it was impossible to forget. At this point, the student was approached by an employee who noted that she had brought all the alcohol that was in their bar. Looking at the bottles on the table, Shilei wondered if this was all that could be ordered in this place. The beauty happily declared that it was the best liquor, and as for the bill, it was 260,000. The young man angrily pushed the blonde away. He was furious, realizing that this is a negligible amount, and therefore ordered the employee to carry everything, including beer. However, the girl explained that they actually had nothing, not even tea left, although she immediately heard the order that food was also needed. The employee understood that the guest wanted to spend another 240,000, but she said in a soft voice that they were a small establishment, and therefore even if the young man ordered everything, the amount would be lower. The young man didn't hear what was being said to him. Instead, he stared at the phone convulsively. Inwardly, Shilei thought that he had less than an hour left to complete this task, so he needed to speed up. The employee again explained that she did not expect that such a large client would come to him, and therefore they did not prepare for his arrival, so she suggested choosing some other bar. Hearing about this, the student was indignant. He shouted at the whole institution that now he was also being kicked out of this place. He thought to himself that he didn't have time for a showdown because time was running out too fast. Our hero was in real despair, trying to figure out how best to complete this task. After looking at the people, the young man thought of buying the clothes of the girls in the bar, but immediately changed his mind because he remembered the words of the scepter about unnecessary expenses. It turns out that this means that money doesn't just need to be spent, it should be spent in the right way. A minute later, Shilei asked the employee if she could write a check for everything the guy had bought and would buy again, and the answer was yes. Looking around, our hero decided that now he should find someone who will fill out a check for him and then decide where he can immediately spend the extra money. Having heard that the guy needs to spend a large amount, the brunette was surprised because she did not understand why it was necessary. With a strange smile, the beauty began to hint at herself, wondering if she was worth such a large sum of money. Shile was embarrassed, as he had never encountered anything like this before. But then, in a bold tone, he said that he was not interested in this, and therefore the girl should offer something else and something real. At this point, our hero heard someone's voice, who said that if there was no alcohol left, why did it even need to open this bar? These strangers asked not to be looked down on, even though they were not behaving like gentlemen at all. Turning to someone, the stranger said that they will now show everyone what they can do. The startled employee nervously asked the new guests if they even knew where they were. Young people behaved as casually as possible, and therefore thought that they were going to be scared, which the guys did not like at all. But it seemed that the girl had not seen such scenes for the first time, and therefore asked a counter question about whether the guests knew who the owner of this institution was. One of the guys realized something, and immediately whispered in the boss's ear that they had chosen the wrong bar, and it was better to leave here. But the next moment, everyone in the room heard the sound of broken glass, so they turned their attention to the young man who was standing next to the bar. Shile turned around and said with a fervent voice that it was time to behave indecently, so he suggested that everyone else should do something similar. And then, turning to the new guests, he said that in this terrible bar, there is not even 5 million drinks. He is very angry and therefore wants to help him break everything. Jumping over the counter, the guy said that he should break the property for a large amount, which then he will definitely reimburse. She didn't understand why this man was so eager to spend another 2 million or so, as if someone's life depended on it. Destroying everything in his path, our hero said that if he can't spend money on alcohol, then he will smash everything here and stop only when they write him a check. Exactly an hour later, a tired young man lay on the ground in one of the alleys, realizing that he had smashed everything he could. The young man could not move. The most interesting thing is that at that moment, he did not even want to think about anything. Suddenly, he realized that someone was standing next to him, so he immediately turned to the scepter. And this was true, moreover. This man wanted to know how the student was feeling, because he was beaten up because he decided to smash the bar, and even more interested in the fact that he managed to spend all the money. Holding the card in his hands, the guy said that the scepter itself should have guessed this, because it is omniscient, but the young man did not understand why the boy brought the check with him, so he directly asked about it. Crying, our hero said that even if he spent all 5 million, he would still be killed, because these expenses do not comply with the established rules. And then he added that no one had told him how to do it, so he decided to stock up on receipts so that there would be evidence that these expenses actually took place. He couldn't think of anything else to do, so if he did something wrong, he was prepared to be killed. After saying that, Scepter raised his hand, though he didn't say what he planned to do. Our hero watched in surprise, his face contorted with horror, because he knew that something inevitable was going to happen. He didn't want to see it, so he immediately covered his face with his hands, realizing that these moments were taking too long. Suddenly, the young man addressed someone as the god of the dark night, saying that everything was clear to him now. And then he turned to the guy, although he called him an ordinary rat and not a boy, as it was earlier. Then he added that it was only 5 million, but the slave had ruined everything because 93% of the expenses were unskilled, so the student even forged a receipt to hide it. After a moment, the young man said that he did not like stupid people, and besides, he did not like deceivers, and therefore it was best for the student to die. Although the great god of dark night still believes that the youth is not so useless anymore, so he decided to spare his life. Therefore, instead of death, the scepter decided to punish our hero in a more harmless way, which the guy will surely appreciate. Just like before, the student was lying on the ground, one eye slightly open, trying to figure out what had happened to him. As for the new acquaintance, the young man was laughing, declaring that he was welcoming a new slave. Inwardly, Shile thought that he was a very ordinary and unremarkable guy that few people knew. But after that frightening night, everything changed. First, he was almost hit by a car, and secondly, before his eyes, the girl disappeared somewhere. But then the events unfolded in an even more interesting way, because the guy almost suffered the same terrible fate. He spent 5 million, but not in the right way, although he got his new life. However, all this was a difficult and nerve-wracking experience that could end very badly. But the situation caused Shile to become a new slave. Although it wasn't just a slave, it was a money slave, a black card slave who was required to complete the tasks assigned to him. Sometimes a student liked what was happening to him, because before he had not seen half of what was now before him. Holding the card in his hands, the young man reflected that he had been performing his role for 5 days, even though he still didn't really know anything about the god of the Dark Knight and this credit card. At this point, the masseuse turned to our hero, asking if he liked the massage, although she immediately noted that the young man once again seemed to hang. When he came to his senses, the guy said that he liked everything, although he continued to note to himself that he should spend money, but did not know how long. As she left, the brunette replied that she was very grateful to Mr. Shai for everything and hoped that they would meet again soon. Scratching his ear, the young man timidly explained that he was also waiting for the next massage. Leaving, the happy girls said that this guy has been coming to them for several days. He calls 3 masseuses at the same time and always pays as generously as possible, which could not but please. While some of them were having their own thoughts, Shile reflected that he didn't feel happy because he couldn't spend money mindlessly. At that moment, a hand touched the young man's shoulder, and a voice said that if he did not spend all the money, then abruptly fell silent. This was the shadow of the scepter, which threatened the young man with the fact that if he spent money incorrectly, then he would simply die. The very next minute the young man was in the room, he began to insult the student, saying that the boy was a real fool. No one doubted that he would not understand anything. Falling off the sofa, Shile was indignant, noting that he was very scared because he didn't expect to see anyone in this room. After a moment, he asked why the scepter had come to him, since it shouldn't have happened. Although he immediately decided that he must have done something wrong, and therefore this strange man wants to kill him. Yawning, the young man assured the student that he had nothing to fear at all. And sitting down in a chair, he said in an indifferent tone that the young man would not die today. After that, he explained that the young man hid in the recreation center for several days and spent only 10,000. At this rate, he definitely would not have time to complete this week's task, and therefore, working at this rate, the end could come very quickly. Surprised, Shile asked how his supervisor knew how much money was spent. While eating the fruit, Scepter explained that the great god knows about everything, but it also applies to him personally. The young man did not understand who this god of the Dark Knight was, so he asked to tell as much as possible about it. The young man looked at the boy, wondering if that was all he'd been thinking about all along. After hearing about this, our hero honestly admitted that this is so, because a strange girl disappeared right in front of his eyes. He became one of the slaves of the black card, and now he is struggling to figure out how to spend money correctly. Scepter grinned and asked what conclusion the boy who thought so much had come to. He replied that he understands that all this is absolutely real. It's not some jokes or schemes. He will actually die if he does not complete the task assigned to him. Although it's still too complicated to believe that something like this can exist in real life. But on the other hand, people talk a lot about the creator, so it's possible that the scepter is one of them. Hearing about this, the guy's new friend started laughing out loud, saying that although he was stupid, his imagination worked perfectly. After these words, our hero was really angry. He shouted that he did not understand who and what is the use of such a crazy waste of money, because it is not rational at all. Lowering his eyes, the young man said that he wanted to understand what is defined as unacceptable expenses, what determines whether he will survive. In addition, it was not clear what role the god of Dark Knight played in all this, what rules there were. The scepter, as before, was in no hurry to answer questions, saying that the boy had actually thought about it for a very long time. Laughing, the young man said that he had only one answer. After that, Shile saw a whirlwind swirl in the room, which looked very scary. At the same time, the scepter said in a calm tone that the basic rule is that slaves are not allowed to ask anything. The guy looked at the young man in surprise. It seemed that he did not hear or see anything in front of him. Standing up from his seat, the young man was about to say something else, although he was in no hurry to say it. But after a moment, the guy said that Shile was the first to talk about the rules, and therefore he would be told a little about the rules. So, for example, every week a slave would receive a small amount of money. The next rule is that subordinates are required to spend what they are supposed to. The scepter was about to explain another rule, but there were some strange sounds in the room. As he left, the young man explained that if the guy could make it through this week, then he would be told about one more important condition. Finally, he told the boy that he wouldn't have time to listen right now, because he was going to run into problems soon. The young man watched the man in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about at all, because who could threaten him in the hotel? Finally, the scepter only replied that an interesting and entertaining action was expected. Our hero did not understand until the last moment what all this meant, and therefore did not want to let go of his assistant at that moment. Suddenly, some strangers entered the room and behaved tactlessly. The guards immediately began to wring the student's hands, laying him down on the sofa. He tried to find out who these strangers were and why they were here in the first place, but they just didn't say anything. A minute later, a young girl was standing in the room, asking our hero if it was true that his name was Shilei. Taking off her glasses, the blonde said that she wanted to ask a few questions, and therefore the young man should listen to her very carefully. Throwing a photo on the table, the beauty explained that 5 days ago, one car was involved in an accident. As for the pictures, they were taken at the scene of the accident. Sitting down on the sofa, the stranger once again asked if the guy was depicted in the pictures. The young man stared at this girl in confusion, not understanding what he should say. Looking at the photo, the student noted to himself that the scepter hinted at this very thing. This situation has shown that you should be as careful as possible. At some point, the young man's whole life flew before his eyes. He decided that for this, he would definitely be killed. Time passed, but nothing happened, because our hero frantically tried to come up with an adequate answer. It seemed to the guy that all these photos were taken from surveillance cameras, but it's not entirely clear who all these people are. Realizing that it was necessary to buy time, Shirley suddenly shouted, asking why strangers had broken into his room and were asking strange questions. The blonde, on the contrary, behaved as calmly as possible. Moreover, she smiled sweetly. Taking one of the pictures, the beauty noted that it does not matter who they are, they just need to know what happened after the accident. And then she added that their main goal is to find out where the brunette disappeared after the accident, because nothing serious happened to her. He'd never seen anything like this before, so he didn't know if these people were checking on him or if they didn't really know what had happened. Therefore, the young man was faced with a dilemma, whether to tell the truth, which is difficult to believe, or to come up with something on the go. Shule continued to stall for time because he still hadn't decided what to do. Suddenly, the stranger shouted that the student's eyes gave him away, so you can definitely tell that he knows something, but is silent. And it was true, because the young man thought he was caught. The blonde added that the security cameras captured his face. They were able to identify the young man, despite the fact that he is now bald. As for the woman, she disappeared immediately after the accident, but people can't just disappear. He finally understood that these people wanted to know about what had happened to the scepter, as well as the black card. Finally, our hero screamed. He said that that woman almost killed him, and therefore there were still unfinished business between them. Then he added that these strangers also want to get their money back from this unscrupulous lady. The blonde watched the young man in surprise, not understanding what kind of money he was talking about at all. When he tilted his head, he realized that his plan had probably worked, so he continued to act in the same spirit. The young man was already saying more boldly that the guys probably wanted to teach this bad girl a lesson, and after all, she believed that the whole highway belongs only to her because she is young and beautiful, but still got into trouble. The guy improvising noted that if young people have any problems with that woman, then you don't need to involve him in it. He will forget about the accident so as not to interfere with the guys. The blonde stared straight ahead in surprise, her eyes filled with sadness and incomprehension. After that, folding her arms, the beauty noted that the people from the eyes of the dark night can really skillfully pretend. Shule paused, but he found himself thinking that it was all about the dark night, even though he didn't know what that meant yet. A minute later, the young man nervously asked what the eyes of the dark night meant, and again began to think of something to get out of this situation. The stranger did not believe the person who was standing in front of her, and therefore stated that she understood that she would not force the student to talk, but this is not a problem because there are other methods. After that, the beauty asked Wei Qing if he had managed to find the boy's belongings. The young man immediately reported that he had found all the items except for this one. There was also some black map lying next to them. Before leaving, the girl explained that it was inconvenient for her to communicate with this place, so they would go back to their own place and find all the information on Chile. And over her shoulder, she added that it would soon become clear to them whether the young man was telling the truth or blatantly lying. Realizing that these strangers were going to take the map, the young man tensed, realizing that without it, he would not be able to complete the task. But it seemed that the intruders didn't care as they did whatever they wanted. At that moment, the boy remembered the words of the scepter, which said that the boy would die if he spent money incorrectly. He would be killed if he didn't spend all the money within a certain time. That was why Shile shouted that if these people were leaving, they should return his map to him. The guy couldn't give up so easily, so he caught up with the blonde and abruptly grabbed her arm. Security began to drive away the young man, who insisted that he return the bank card, without which he will not be able to pay their bills. But then an unpleasant incident happened to our hero, because in an instant, his towel fell to the floor. The gathered people also did not expect anything like this, and therefore froze in their seats. Realizing that there was nothing to hide behind, the student began to justify himself, saying that there was some misunderstanding. The blonde, pulling herself together, calmly replied that the guy could bend down and pick up his towel. Holding the edge of the product, the young man muttered something about being uncomfortable. But there was nothing more to say because the girl struck the man who had been squeezing her hand a short time ago. Lying on the ground, the guy tried to recover, although it was not easy. The indignant girl started shouting again, saying that the student was behaving indecently. Therefore, it was necessary to call the police to rein him in. But at that moment, Wei Qing intervened, pointing out that they had just taken the unfortunate man's things, so it would be difficult to explain where his things were. Other than that, the blonde's father shouldn't know about this incident. Thinking about it, the beauty herself decided that her assistant brought clarity to all this. And so I told my assistants that now is the time to leave this place. Sitting on the floor, Shile continued to shout, asking the intruders not to leave so quickly. It was very important for the young man that the card was returned to him, because it is vital. Instead, one of the men put a wad of bills on the floor. The guy explained that this would be a replacement card, and Shile would also be able to seek medical help if he wanted to. And looking over his shoulder, he added that the guy should take care of this money. Getting up from his seat, the young man said that strangers cannot take his card just like that. While our hero replayed in his mind the most terrifying images of what the scepter would do to him, the masseuse asked how the guy was feeling. After a moment, she asked why Miss Wei had come out so angry and annoyed. Shile was surprised that the masseuse knew this lady, but she confirmed that this was actually the case. Then she explained that the blonde was the daughter of the Wei family of Wudong. Moving through the park, our hero reflected that now he should definitely find Wei Xingyue in order to regain the map. After a while, the guy stopped in front of the girl's family mansion. Seeing the red carpet in front of the house, our hero decided that it was too extravagant. At the same time, we can assume that Cheetah Wei has not just a lot of money, but a lot of it. Shile couldn't waste any time, so despite his unseemly appearance, he approached one of the guards, wondering if it was true that the Wright family lived in the house. The man glared at the passerby, but remained silent as if he hadn't noticed. This situation confused the guy. He did not understand how to behave. Moreover, this person did not express any emotions at all. After a while, our hero decided to contact the guard again, hoping that he would be heard. There was no response. Instead, the head of security and everyone else quickly turned their heads. The man shouted loudly for his subordinates to prepare immediately. The reason was that just at that moment, a car pulled up in front of the house. Shile also froze on the spot, as he didn't know what to do next. When the security guards opened the door, they greeted Miss Song loudly, saying that they were glad to see her. But the fashionable girl only admired the fact that in front of her is a stunning building. The security chief explained that their master had been waiting for Miss to arrive for a long time, so he asked her to follow him. But instead of answering, the beauty just closed her eyes and stopped in place. Suddenly, she said that discussing business was not the most important thing, because there were other things. After that, I opened the trunk, which contained not only flowers but also pigeons. Miss Song immediately inquired about Wei Xingyue's location, and immediately shouted that the guards just had to call her because they had to do 300 rounds of battle. Shile didn't understand, but he didn't like this girl, even though he wanted to know who she was. And she, in turn, asked who is the smooth boy who is standing right in front of her. Hearing that the hostess was not at home, her guests were surprised because they needed to see the girl. So the boys all asked when Miss was coming and how long she was gone. But there was no answer, because at that moment the stranger carefully looked at our hero. She wondered who this strange youth was and also why he was looking for Wei Xingyue. But the young man didn't listen to anyone or anything, instead continuing to yank at the guard, wondering when his mistress would come. Hearing the head guard say that Miss didn't come back, Song immediately started to resent that the bald guy was ignoring her, which was something outrageous. Inwardly, the young man reflected that this was the real end, because he had already spent a lot of time trying to find this place, and therefore he couldn't look anymore, because he wouldn't have time. Suddenly, Shile felt a powerful hand strike him, and a female voice shouted that no one dared to ignore Master Shui. After that, she proudly stated that from the very beginning, the guy was a pain in the ass for her, and therefore she wants to know what he needed from his best friend. Our hero was angry. He was not up to a showdown, and therefore he called the girl crazy and asked why she bothered him. With his anger growing by the minute, Shile explained that the other day Wei Xingyue had come with a group of people who had robbed him, so he had to find the blonde. For a moment, the red-haired beauty froze, because she didn't think that her friend could stoop to such a level. After recovering a little, Miss Song asked again if it was true that everything had happened as the young man had told her. The young man explained that there was another guy named Wei Qing with that young lady. The surprised beauty immediately repeated the man's name, as if she knew him very well. Smiling, she said in a low voice that it turns out that the two of them are together. And as she left, she added that she knew perfectly well where her friend was, and therefore would immediately go to her. The security guard approaching the guest calmly said that the girl could not just leave because the owner was already waiting for her. At this point, our hero thought that this not quite adequate master knows how to find Wei Xingyue. Ms. Song told the security chief that it doesn't matter who she talks to, the bottom line is that they need the business to be turned over. And then she added that the man should convey the best wishes to the owner from her. She was just reaching for the door handle to open it when she saw someone's hand. With a smile, the student changed his anger to mercy, and so in a gentle tone, he announced that in front of him was the beautiful Shui master, with whom he wanted to go in search of Wei Xingyue. The beauty was not happy that this guy approached her, so she asked why she should take him with her. The young man realized that he couldn't find the right answer, even though he was desperately trying to think of something. Suddenly, Chalet remembered the huge amount of flowers in the master's trunk, so he said that he would help her with Wei Xingyue. And to make it all look as plausible as possible, the guy came up with the idea that he is the beauty's ex-boyfriend and therefore knows her well. It was obvious that Miss Song was an adventurer, so she immediately replied that our hero could quickly get into the car. Less than a minute passed, and the car quickly took off from its place and went somewhere. Scepter, who was watching everything, was smiling, pleased with the results of his charge. At this time, the assistant reported to Wei Xingyue, telling him that our hero is from a law-abiding and good family. He is just a student, as well as the simplest person. But the girl did not want to believe it, and therefore shouted that the young man had read something wrong, and therefore it should be checked again. However, Wei Qing added with a nervous smile that the boy's background was so simple that it was hard to miss anything in his case. Scratching her head, the beauty declared that it looks like they were still mistaken, because this is a stupid guy and that's all. She thought to herself that since she had learned about the affairs of the Dark Knight's eyes, she had spent several days trying to find Shilei. But when they came out on his trail, they stopped. And besides, the woman was also missing. The beauty noted that this is the third case, although it is possible that the student was actually just passing by and saw the accident. At the same time, the assistant announced that they had a lead. Showing the map, the young man said that he was very interested in this thing, which really belongs to our hero. That's why he managed to learn something very interesting. The girl wanted to know what was wrong with the card or the account, but Wei Qing explained that there was a lot of money, which makes you think about it all. Smiling maliciously, the beauty said that she understood that something was wrong in this story and therefore wanted to know how much money was on the card. Holding the plastic in his hands, the assistant simply explained that the account now has about 40,000. Of course, the beauty expected to hear any amount, but only not so much, realizing that this is actually negligible. Wei Xingyu had said that if you didn't count their family's wealth, the usual expenses would still be several hundred thousand. The young man explained that this amount doesn't really mean anything to them, but now they are talking about an ordinary college student who has not yet earned anything in his life. According to the data, the young man's family is poor, he has average scores, and therefore does not receive a scholarship, although there are part-time jobs, but they pay only a few hundred. The guy continued to say that even if you dress modestly and eat, it's still a lot of money. However, Wei Xingyu had a different opinion on this matter, so she said that she didn't care at all about where this boy worked or how he saved up a measly few tens of thousands. Then she added that the people she was looking for spent millions every day, not pennies. The assistant did not know about this nuance, but the blonde said that this is actually the case, so the student cannot be far from them. With a smile, the young man pointed out that Wei Xingyue was probably absolutely right, and they shouldn't waste any time on a child. Falling on the sofa, the girl sighed heavily because she was disappointed and exhausted. I thought to myself that the trail had ended again. This was the third time, so this young man was not involved in the eyes of the Black Knight. If so, then something must be done further. The subordinate saw the mistress' condition, so he wanted to help her, but he didn't know who they were looking for, and the girl didn't say that. She just screamed. The guy wanted to keep quiet, but then still asked who they still need. If they want to find some rich people who spend money left and right, then this is a completely different level. Then he added that it was best for them to be much more careful in the future. Calming down a little, the blonde thanked her assistant for her help. Suddenly, the beauty screamed, saying that she had completely forgotten that she had an appointment with Song Mao. But Wei Qing didn't understand why the boss would go out with the one that everyone avoided, so that it wouldn't happen after hearing that it was necessary to prove her skills to her father. At this time, our hero was drinking juice, standing at the gas station, and watching how his new friend was going to answer the phone. The girl immediately greeted Wei Xingyue, saying that she finally decided to call her. After that, she said that they had agreed to meet. But the blonde did not appear in front of the famous Shui master. The beauty liked to joke, and therefore said that her friend was now in debt to her for the inconvenience. A moment later, the girls were making arrangements about where they would go for dinner together. Master Shui suddenly started talking about how there should be a competition on the outskirts of the city today. So she invited Wei Xingyue to come and drive with her. And she added that if the opponent wins, then she will leave all questions about the transaction to her. To further encourage her friend, Song Mao explained that her boyfriend was with her, so they could all have fun together. Realizing that the blonde was misunderstanding something, her friend explained that now she was looking at a guy who looked like a boiled egg, and therefore it was better to come to the meeting. Wei Hongyu didn't immediately understand what the master was talking about, much less realize what the boiled egg had to do with it, even though the assistant assumed that it was a bald head. At the same time, the young people realized that it was Shi Lei, although it is not clear when he managed to become someone's boyfriend. After calling a friend, the blonde started shouting in displeasure, explaining that Song Mao had completely lost her mind. The beauty angrily declared that she didn't mind the red-haired huntress doing whatever she wanted with this bald boy because she wasn't interested in him anyway. The student immediately shouted into the phone. He wanted to explain something to this girl, knowing that the week was already running out. Pausing for a moment, our hero decided that he must definitely think of something to get his card back. So he said that Wei Xingyue needed to come to this race. The guy understood that it was necessary to cheat, and therefore immediately came up with the idea that he had information about the stranger who was involved in an accident. After that, he added that if she can win, then he will definitely tell about everything that is known. The blonde, who was already sure that this student didn't know anything, now radically changed her opinion on this matter. The beauty knew that she had to find out everything, so she replied that she would come. After looking at the phone carefully, the boss turned to her assistant. Putting on her jacket, the girl already on the move told the subordinate that she needed him to go with her to another place. At this moment, someone made up a story about Shi Lei being an unattractive young man. Even so, Wei Xingyue still managed to fall in love with such a person. But this was not enough for the young man, and therefore he began to meet with a stranger, about whom the blonde became aware, and with whom they were found not only by her, but also by her guards. After that, the beauty began to ask a variety of questions to this man to find out the whole truth. But Shi Lei wasn't willing, so he didn't say anything. He didn't want to say or explain anything. Frustrated and resentful, Wei Xingyue hit the youth as hard as she could, realizing what he had done. Leaving, the beauty declared that everything was over between them, although the young man still tried to somehow resist this. Covering her mouth with her hand, Song Mao noted that this was actually a very entertaining story. Realizing that this master's fantasies had gone too far, our hero was not going to change her mind, because his main goal was the map. As for the red-haired athlete, she continued to laugh, noting that the student is a bad boy. The girl said that the shameless young man first met a blonde, started dating her, then was not afraid to change, although he seems very quiet and even timid. It was obvious that Master Shui wasn't going to stop, so she wanted to know all the details. The student realized that he was misunderstood, but he really did not want to justify himself or say anything. A moment later, the young man screamed. He was afraid, realizing that they were driving in a car, driving along the highway, and the driver's hands were not on the steering wheel. Song Mao didn't want to give her passenger a heart attack, so she put her hands back on the steering wheel. Worried about his life, our hero asked his friend to take a closer look at the road. At the appointed time, the drivers were already gathering in the proper place. And it is fair to say that this place looked quite presentable and really looked like a racetrack with all its attributes. The beauties were preparing to give the drivers a signal to be able to start driving. Although there were also girls who were just having a peaceful conversation while enjoying this beautiful evening. The atmosphere was as unbiased as possible, and this made the meeting even more interesting and fun. Getting out of the car, Master Shui shouted that she had arrived in her own private paradise and added that her passenger might already get out of the Jeep. The young man was not well despite this. His new friend continued to mock the student, noting that he looks very funny. However, the beauty did not care about this because she came here to show herself. It was obvious that Song Mao was used to feeling like a queen, no matter where she appeared. And so it was this time. The beauty hugged her friends, with whom they often met, and our hero still could not come to his senses, so he continued to stand near the car. Looking at Master Shui walking away, the student said in a low voice that this girl is actually some kind of freak. At the same time, some guys were discussing the fact that this place has excellent racetrack equipment, cool cars, and there are even a couple of professional racers, and therefore the level of competition is high. Master Shui has also arrived, and everyone knows that her skills are simply excellent. She knows her business. Chalet was happy to hear about this. He understood that if the blonde lost, then he wouldn't have to explain anything. He could just take his things and leave. At this time, another car was approaching the racetrack, which was probably also going to participate in the competition. Suddenly, Song Mao shouted that she didn't have to wait too long. Her friend was still there. There was a moment of silence in the crowd as everyone waited for Wei Xingyue to get out of the car. Seeing her acquaintance, Master Shui's eyes lit up. Moreover, she quickly walked towards her friend. But only the blonde looked completely indifferent, as if she wasn't interested in anything at all. As for our hero, he looked tense, although he was glad that his story could end safely. The young man was not going to delay, and therefore immediately turned to his offender. The student confidently walked towards the blonde, stating that she was obliged to give him not only the bank card, but also all the things. But it seemed that no one heard Chalet, because Master Shui appeared in the foreground, just like before, saying something. The girl said that she wanted to kiss her beauty at least once. Trying to defend herself, Wei Xingyue, who was terrified, shouted that she didn't need to be touched, otherwise she might get hurt. Intercepting the leg of the future competitor, the red-haired athlete noted that it seems to her that it is being touched, and not vice versa. And then she added that they were both girls, both beautiful, and therefore you don't need to hit them in the face, although the blonde immediately reminded them of the terms of their future deal. But Song Mao didn't care who said what, because she was going to get the result she wanted. Moreover, the master made a rather personal suggestion, having heard that she could not win, and therefore it is better for her to keep quiet. Hugging her friend, Shui said that if the family does not pay attention to her daughter, there is no need to worry, because you can always turn to reliable friends for support. The embarrassed blonde once again shouted that she didn't want anyone to interfere with her family affairs. Besides, it was time to start the race, since they had already wasted so much time. However, Song Mao wasn't offended at all by being rude and slapped on the arm. On the contrary, she wanted it to happen again. Our hero, who was watching everything from the sidelines, now began to understand why Wei Xingyue was so indifferent to everyone. Although in the next instant, the guy scolded himself for this thought, deciding that he was only interested in his own life and the black card that he needed to return. Wei Xingyu wanted to offend her friend in some way, so she asked if she was planning to chase a huge jeep that might accidentally roll down the mountain. But the competitor explained that she is not afraid of this race because she is a professional in this business. The blonde wasn't going to argue about it, so she said that if that was the case, they could start now. As she walked back to her car, she noticed Shirley opening the car door to pick up his things. Wei Xingyu understood what this guy was up to, so she was very angry with him. Suddenly, the ill-wisher pushed the uninvited guest with such force that he collapsed on the seat. The guy did not understand why he was locked in the car, but the beauty explained that the young man pretended to be her favorite, and therefore now his place is in the passenger seat. Clutching the backpack to himself, the student noted that he would now call the police and report that it had been stolen. But the beauty was not afraid of these threats. She said that the young man can do anything, but it is not clear who the police will believe, her or him. At this moment, Master Shui was looking out of the window. She didn't understand why the opponent took in the young man, whom she accused of all her sins. Wei Xingyu did not understand anything, while the red-haired beauty said that the girl would just forgive this man for cheating. But then she went on to explain that you can also take a stranger to have fun and have an interesting time. Wei Xingyu was angry, so she grabbed our hero, asking why he was spreading strange rumors, although the guy immediately began to justify himself. And after that, switching to the opponent, she noted that it was time for them to start the race. If they did not do this, then it was best to leave. The young man understood that he did not plan to go in the same car with this girl, so he asked to get out. Master Shui didn't mind driving, so she said that they would meet after the competition. Getting behind the wheel, the beauty was sure of her victory because she had already done this many times. The crowd gathered, discussed among themselves that this will actually be a very interesting race, and therefore it is impossible to miss this in any case. At this time, one of the girls raising the flag told the drivers to get ready because it would be possible to start soon. But the beauty did not have time to lower the flag, as the cars immediately took off from their seats and flew. The speed of the cars was simply incredible. It seemed that no one really thought to give up. Shilei wasn't used to anything like this, and as he slumped back in his chair, he didn't know what to expect next. As the car continued to pick up speed, the guy prayed that everything would be all right with him. Although judging by what was happening, our hero had no idea what awaits him in the future. At the same time, looking at the blonde, the student thought to himself that this girl was driving quite confidently. But in this situation, the young man was not happy about it. He understood that if Wei Xingyue won, then he would have to invent something again. Looking back, Shile was looking forward to seeing this famous master show up and show off all that she was capable of. After all, his whole life depended on it. The blonde understood that the young man was not just looking back, and therefore began to call names, saying that the student wants to be in Songmao's arms as soon as possible. The guy knew that he didn't have to prove anything to anyone, although he tried to explain to the blonde that she made up all sorts of tall tales on the go. Continuing the race, the girl continued to read her sermons that soon the boy will still have to confess everything. Grabbing his backpack as quickly as possible, the young man realized that this ride was a real torture for him because there were only turns ahead and the speed only increased. But Wei Xingyu didn't mind at all. She understood that she wanted to come to victory at any cost. With every passing minute, our hero felt worse and worse. He screamed that he was about to die because he couldn't do it anymore. Hitting the glass, the young man held his injured cheek, trying to explain something to his friend. However, he still decided that this was not the best time, and therefore it was better to keep quiet. Although Shile knew that he had to do something, and immediately grabbed his friend's hand to stop her from turning the steering wheel. But on the next turn, the guy's hand slipped and accidentally touched the bust of the beauty. Wei Xingyu, who had previously spoken unflatteringly of our hero, now began to get angry and yell even more. When Master Shui caught up with the others, she happily declared that the couple was going together to flirt, and therefore suggested that they stay behind and not rush anywhere. As she stepped on the gas, the athlete noted that she would be happy to wait for the young people at the finish line. Releasing her hand, the blonde scolded herself for letting her guard down and switching from the road to the passenger. At the same time, Shule was glad that the situation had turned out this way, realizing that they were now trailing behind. Wei Xingyu was angry, but she tried not to show it, knowing that she just needed to win. Despite this, there were no significant changes, and it seemed that it would be difficult to take a leading position again. Master Shui wasn't called a master for nothing, because she thought through all her moves in advance, which she was very proud of. In addition, the athlete, opening the window, shouted something to her opponent that only made her angry and infuriated. Twisting the steering wheel, the girl was not herself. It looked as if she had nothing to lose. The car skidded on the turn. It seemed that a little more, and there would be no one to take part in the race. Shile also understood this, asking the driver what she was going to do next, realizing that his companion had actually gone mad. Continuing to move, the girl shouted that the young man did not dare to distract her because of him, she would not win. After a moment, the beauty was pressed close to the fence. She realized that she had to go all in. Master Shui was a professional in her field, but even she didn't believe in anyone taking such a big risk. Closing his eyes and shrinking, the student thought to himself that he was definitely going to die, and that the reason would not be the absence of the black card. At the same time, the car continued to move along the highway as fast as it could. Looking out of the window, the red-haired beauty shouted something to her friend, but she did not hear him. The reason was that Wei Xingyu had a clear goal, so she wasn't interested in anything else. At some point, the car went so sharply in the other direction that it almost rolled over. The blonde knew that she was getting closer and closer to the finish line by the minute. At the same time, our hero shouted as loudly as he could, declaring that a little more, and he would come to the real end. Master Shay said that it was best for a girl to give up the idea. Moreover, she should not be afraid of anything. However, Wei Xingyue pretended that she didn't hear anything, and this scared the young man very much. So after a moment, he shouted that it was best to lose, because he planned to live a little longer. Suddenly, turning around, Wei Xingyue shouted that it was all the guy's fault. If it wasn't for him, she would have been fine. Raising his hands, the young man noted that they might lose, but there was no point in being angry, because you can learn something from this, and the victory will be next time. But the blonde didn't plan to stop. Pressing the gas pedal to the floor, she said that she would never give up. Clutching his head, Shile yelled out that he didn't believe that their trip wasn't over yet. The beauty said that she would not stop, would do everything that depends on her. Realizing that the car was driving strangely, the guy immediately asked if the driver thought that something was wrong with the vehicle. Hearing Wei Xingyu point out that now was not the time to think about it, the student, who was neither dead nor alive, said that they might just fall down the mountain now. But the girl stood her ground. With anger in her voice, she said that there was only one turn left, after which there would be the finish line. But the guy didn't understand what's wrong with being defeated this time. It's not so scary. Shile shouted again that if they didn't give up now, then there might not be any chance at all later, because they would fall. It was clear that the girl would not give up her plans, explaining that there are things that are much more important than life. Holding the beauty's hand, the young man said that if Wei Xingyu wanted to win so badly, then he had an idea. After that, he explained that it is not worth dying in order to win. Sure, it might hurt her reputation a little, but would the beauty really do what she wanted anyway? The confused blonde immediately looked at the student. She didn't understand what he was talking about at all. The new acquaintance of our hero did not listen to him to the end, but instead began to insult him again, saying the most obscene words in his address. After slapping the young man across the face, Wei Xingyue finally asked what he was thinking and what he was planning to offer her. After closing the door, Shulei asked not to be beaten in any way because he was already tired of it. And then the young man asked his friend to focus on driving, but at the same time listen to him. Of course, the idea is not very good, but it will definitely work. Raising one finger, the young man pointed somewhere ahead, saying that you should direct your attention only there. At this time, Song Mao said that she is always serious when it comes to racing or girls. After the turn, no one will be able to escape from her. But the student insisted. He kept telling the blonde that if she didn't make up her mind, then they wouldn't have the chance again. Our hero said that if Wei Xingyue really wants to win, then she just has to sacrifice something. For a while, the girl continued to ride in silence, knowing that she didn't want to lose. So I immediately shouted that she agreed to do what was required. At this moment, Shilei turned his attention elsewhere. The guy said that the beauty should not look at him. In addition, she also should not be afraid of anything. Realizing that it is necessary to act, the young man asked his friend to change places with him and give him the right to drive a car. The girl did not fully understand what the plan was, and therefore was in no hurry to do anything. But suddenly, Wei Xingyue still decided to act, so she shouted to her friend to look at something. The blonde knew perfectly well that Master Shui was interested in her, so she couldn't help but take advantage of it. The beauty, when she saw the figure of her friend, immediately forgot about everything that was happening at that particular moment. The girls who had been picking up speed a while ago were now standing in the middle of the road. Laughing, Song Mao stated that she never thought that the demure blonde would be capable of something like this. And then something happened that the master did not expect, because she was waiting for a strong blow. The guys knew that they could not deviate from their plan, and therefore, leaving the opponent behind, they were already turning out to go to the finish line. Getting out of the car, the red-haired beauty said under her breath that Wei Xingyue should wait for her at the finish line, and even more so after everything that happened on the road. Having arrived at the right point, the blonde jumped up from her seat and immediately shouted joyfully that they still managed to win, which seemed something completely incredible. Hugging the guy who grabbed the steering wheel with a death grip, the girl continued to declare that they still managed to reach their goal. The embarrassed young man had completely forgotten at that moment that the victory of this beauty meant his personal defeat, but it didn't matter. It seemed that Wei Xingyue, who was also looking at the student's eyes with embarrassment, had also forgotten about everything that had happened earlier. Suddenly, the guys came to their senses. The beauty immediately began to command, saying that they needed to switch places again. Ahead of the young people were waiting for flags, which indicated that they actually drove all the way to the end. While some people were congratulating Wei Xingyue on a great victory, others found it hard to believe that Master Shui was left behind somewhere, because nothing like this had ever happened before. When they stopped, the young people who were still in the car realized that the race was really over for them. Standing on the street, the embarrassed blonde thanked everyone for the congratulations, and also for the fact that, despite everything, they continued to believe in her. Still clutching his backpack, Shulei said with relief that he no longer believed that they would be able to reach their destination safely. Getting out of the car, the young man began to complain that a friend almost killed him. They were too close to death. Although he thought it wasn't a bad adventure, he had never had so much fun before. At that moment, the guys noticed Master Shui running towards them and shouting that the girl really knows how to play to the fullest. Wei Xingyue immediately turned around, not knowing what the best course of action was for her to take in this situation. Pointing at the blonde, Song Mao said that she was actually crazy because she was doing such obscene things in front of her boyfriend. But at that time, the beauty was not interested in all this because she won, and therefore proudly stated that the terms of the deal were left to her. Holding her head, Master Shui continued to insist on her own, noting that this method of winning is very tricky, but it is already clear to her that an acquaintance is doing everything to seduce a friend. Grabbing Wei Xingyue's hand, her friend shouted that now was the time to devote herself and rest. Waving the girl off, the blonde said that she shouldn't care about a crazy girl like Song Mao, but winning is winning, and that's what matters. Our hero carefully watched the beauties, who were so loudly discussing what happened on the track. The young man was uneasy. Firstly, time flew very quickly, and secondly, they would probably start asking him about that stranger and the accident. Therefore, it was necessary to come up with something and do it as quickly as possible while these girls are still fighting. At this time, the beauties again started talking about what and who should do. Suddenly, her assistant Wei Qing strode up to the hostess, who immediately addressed her by name. Wei Qing told the young man to keep a close eye on this girl, or rather that you must sign all the terms of the contract, after which it must be taken to the office. As for our hero, he decided to take his chance and began to sneak somewhere. The guy with the backpack in his hands knew that no one was looking at him, and therefore it was time to hide. Just then, the blonde turned her head and saw Shi Lei, but she couldn't say anything to him as Master Shui was insistent. The beauty, realizing that she just needed a student, suddenly called out to him. Raising her hand, she ordered the young man to return to the car immediately. Then she added that she wanted the young man to go with her. With a grimace of displeasure, the student pretended that he didn't understand anything and therefore clarified where they were planning to go. After a while, the car was speeding, but this time through the night city. The guy wasn't in the best position, but now he knew that this girl wasn't to be trifled with, even though he didn't know how to tell her that he wanted to get out of the car. At this moment, Shile noticed the phone that was ringing. The beauty immediately explained that it was her father calling and invited the student to keep quiet. Realizing that her father didn't like to wait, the girl immediately answered. Smiling, the blonde asked in a soft voice why her parent was calling her so late, if something had happened. Wei Xingyu pretended to be very surprised that Song Mao had signed a contract and on very favorable terms. Then when her father asked her how her daughter had managed to negotiate so quickly, she fell silent, considering what she should say. Then she quickly replied that there were always common interests between them and the girls, and immediately wanting to change the subject, said that she was having dinner with a friend and therefore did not want to detain him. Shile, who was listening carefully to the conversation, couldn't believe that this girl had such a naive and even childish side. The blonde noticed the inquisitive look of her friend and therefore asked what he wanted from her. The young man was already thanking the blonde for bringing him back to the city and therefore asked to stop somewhere, but the friend said that she was in a good mood and therefore they were going to dinner. The young man didn't want to have dinner. Besides, he didn't have much time, which he said directly, but the girl stood her ground. Turning into a plea and a plea, the guy immediately thought that he was waiting for his dorm mates, with whom he would order some modest food. Moreover, he couldn't afford to eat at Miss Wei's expense. The blonde did not like this behavior, so she reminded the passenger that he promised her something, and therefore they should talk. And showing the black card, she added that the young man should not forget that this important thing is still in her possession. As she continued down the road, Wei Xingyu reflected that it was the first time in her life that she had invited someone to dinner and was immediately rejected. The young man realized that he would not be able to get his card back in any other way, and therefore he had to play by someone else's rules. Entering the restaurant, the beauty immediately ordered dinner and added that they would not forget to bring a bottle of her favorite champagne. Pointing to the table, the blonde told the guy not to stand like a pillar, but to sit down boldly. Looking at his friend, the student did not immediately decide to do what he was told. But in the next moment, knowing that he looked very stupid, Shile still took the seat opposite. The blonde was actually in a good mood and therefore ordered the young man to relax because he looked just awful. And then she added that while she was still in the mood, the young man should have dinner with her, and added that after that she would definitely return the card. Picking up a glass, our hero began to say something, although his voice was uncertain and trembling. But after a moment, the guys clinked glasses as a sign that they still managed to win the race. The beauty was actually happy, moreover. For the first time since they met, she looked relaxed. Confused, Wei Xingyu said that it was actually all very well. But only the guy was as angry as possible, although he tried to restrain his emotions. Suddenly, the girl spoke up. She said that she was very grateful to the guy that they managed to win, although this method didn't look very good, but against Song Mao and her people, it was just the thing. But the most pleasant thing was that the father finally recognized his daughter and would no longer consider her an ordinary child. While eating, Wei Xingyu was sincere in saying that she actually thought that her new acquaintance was an interesting person. If the young man really had nothing to do with her case, then it would be great to become good friends. Shile looked away thoughtfully, but he remained silent. The confused blonde didn't understand why the guy didn't say anything, but she didn't know what to say either. Suddenly, Wei Xingyu spoke up again. She asked what was wrong with the student since he didn't drink, eat, or interact with her. Then she added that, most likely, our hero still keeps old grievances to himself. Jumping up from his seat, the enraged young man shouted that he was really sorry, but there were urgent matters, and therefore our hero needed to leave immediately. Moreover, he needed his money. At that moment, it seemed that the guy really couldn't be calmed down because he thought to himself that he still had tens of thousands in his account and they should be spent immediately. Shile didn't stop talking over and over about how he needed to get his money back. The girl carefully looked at her friend, but now she didn't know what to say. Although after a moment, the beauty just started to smile. Leaning on the back of the sofa, the blonde replied that the guy could not have dinner if he did not want to, but he simply had to tell her about the stranger who got into an accident. Scratching his head, the student tried to think of something, although he realized that it was unlikely that he would succeed. Jumping up from her seat, Wei Xingyu reminded the young man that they had an agreement that if she won, the young man would tell her everything he knew. The most annoying thing was that our hero himself knew about it. Moreover, it was thanks to his ingenuity that they managed to win. Realizing that this game had gone on for too long, Shile said with anger in his voice that he could only say that he knew absolutely nothing about that woman. Offering his hand, the young man once again said that he needed his card back so that he could be free. The blonde was looking at the guy who was standing in front of her intently. Closing her eyes, Miss Wei realized that she was actually admitting her guilt. After that, she noted that she understood that she could not become a friend for a person like Shile. As she pulled out the black card, the beauty immediately called the waiter over. The girl ordered the employee of the institution to immediately withdraw all the money from this account. Our hero watched in horror as the waiter inserted his card into the payment terminal. He had never been so depressed, and at that moment his whole life flashed before his eyes because he understood what it meant. After a moment, the employee immediately handed over the card, which meant that the operation was completed. As Wei Xingyu left, she proudly stated that Mr. Shi could now have dinner in a quiet environment where no one would disturb him. Sitting at the table, our hero thought to himself that this is the real end for him because there is no more money and therefore there is no point in doing anything. Over and over again, the guy repeated to himself in fright that now they would definitely kill him because he did not fulfill the terms of the deal. And if for some time the young man tried to somehow convince himself that the costs were justified, then later he realized that this was just self-deception. As I eat, the young man decides that since this is still the last meal of his life, he can eat enough, but the food will still be lost. It's fair to say that the student was actually hungry, but not hungry enough to eat everything, even though he kept telling himself that if he died, it would be along with the delicious food. At that moment, Scepter appeared before the young man, who called our hero a stupid slave, who even in the institution cannot have a decent dinner. Shile sat with his mouth full. He couldn't say anything other than that and didn't know what to say in this situation. Suddenly, the guy became emboldened and therefore declared that at last the scepter stopped hiding, clearly wants to see how it will die. And continuing to cry, he noted that if death is still inevitable, then why waste time on empty conversations? Smiling, the young man explained that people like him didn't need to hide from anyone at all. And then he explained that he just follows the rules of the black card. When something like this happens, he can just watch from the sidelines, but will not interfere. After waiting for a short pause, the scepter asked who told Shirley that he was going to die. Moreover, he doesn't understand why he should waste his precious time talking to dead people at all. The young man was surprised. He said that this simply could not be, because all the money from the payment account for food in this restaurant left the card. The master rubbed his hands together and said that he was going to congratulate his slave on the fact that the money had been spent in the best possible way, and therefore nothing terrible would happen to him. Scepter picked up the glass and said that he had arrived 1 hour and 37 minutes early to save the boy from a stupid death that might have been caused by suffocation. And then he said, can't his slave be grateful for something like that? The terrified Shirley, who didn't understand anything, asked to be told more about it. But the young man, sipping his wine, said that he wanted the student to answer his own question. Haltingly, our hero explained that he couldn't complete the task because he didn't have time to spend the money, but now they tell him that it's not like that at all. Suddenly, the scepter's voice became cold and angry. The man said that he didn't like slaves to think too much and ask different questions. After these words, Shile almost started to experience the same situation as that girl on the street. The student started shouting because at that moment he was completely confused. The guy said that he was recently told that he did a great job, but it turns out that it was all a blatant lie. The scepter stated that Shile himself wanted the slave's death to be seen, so now exactly what he asked for is happening. The ill-wisher, whom our hero now considered this man, added that his slave was absolutely right. The young man began to shout, and he did it as loudly as he could, even though he knew that no one would come to help him anyway. The student was getting worse by the minute, feeling like he was falling apart. But suddenly something changed, even though he was still afraid to open his eyes because he didn't want to face the truth. Gathering his courage, he opened one eye and realized that it wasn't as dangerous as he had initially thought. At this point, our hero carefully looked at his hands, realizing that they are still in his body and have not disappeared anywhere. Surprised, Shile asked his companion what had happened to him, if he had somehow got his nails done. While still drinking the wine, Scepter asked the slave if it was true that he felt real pain, believing that everything would end for him. Then he added that if the student loses his black card or makes even more mistakes, then he will lose not only the edges of the nail. He knew what the man was talking about, so he tightened his grip on his backpack and squeezed into the couch. But the owner said that you should not look at him with such a look, because he chose his own fate. When a level 0 slave completes his trial task perfectly, he gets a new quota of 80,000 per week, starting at 12 o'clock that day. Therefore, we can safely say that the trial slave Shile is promoted to the first level of an official slave, with which you can congratulate the young man, because he will be able to live for another week. Lowering his eyes, the student thought with some horror that he had managed to survive. Moreover, he had received a promotion. At this point, the young man decided that he needed to ask a question, and therefore asked what was the reason for his promotion, because he spent only a weekly quota. Raising his stick, Scepter explained that these are the rules. Raising means that the slave can spend even more money in the same amount of time, and therefore it should be pleasing. But there was not much joy, because the poor student could hardly find a use for 50,000. And what will happen when he goes further? Then the amounts will become even more impressive. But at that moment, the guy decided that everything was not so simple, because the promotion could be related to what he was told. I asked Master Spectre again what it meant to complete the task with the highest score. But the gentleman replied that the promotion does not mean permissiveness. Privileges are still low. It's too early to ask such questions. The young man decided to cheat, saying that he wants to know in order to perform his tasks even better in the future, because this will definitely please the god of Black Night. Spectre openly mocked our hero, saying that it was a pity to look at him. After a minute, though, the overlord became a little kinder, explaining that Shule had done the best job, so they would teach him something. The guy heard explanations about the fact that when using a small amount, you can get a high return, good performance of tasks. This is the most effective waste of money. But our hero still did not understand anything. He did not know how this dinner could be called effective at all. Leaving, the young man said that the guy should think about these issues himself. He had already been given too much time. The student sat in confusion, realizing that he had been told something, but it was too far from the truth. No one had ever told the truth. And then he added that he hoped that perhaps he would be able to get at least some awards. Suddenly, the young man looked back. He saw his mentor freeze in place, as if he had forgotten something important. For the first time in a long time, this person honestly admitted that the student is entitled to some other bonuses. Although Scepter honestly admitted that he doesn't plan to give bonuses to his slave. Then he added that the reason is that he doesn't like the guy. Moreover, when they talked, he didn't ask anything about the award. The young man was angry, and he knew that he hadn't asked any questions, even though he was just a slave in this game, so they might have told him more about the rules. It seemed that the master could read minds, and therefore he said menacingly that the young man was probably standing there and scolding his master to himself. Shile immediately said that there was no such thing. Moreover, he wants to get all the bonuses that are due to him. A minute later, the scepter announced that the slave's reward was 2 lottery chances to win, and then broke off, explaining that it was all a matter of personal luck. Pointing to some strange board, the young man said that the student should not hesitate, but make his choice. Scepter saw that our hero doubted the system, but convinced him that there was no need to do this. Everything was fair with them. The young man stared intently at the screen. It seemed that he couldn't make up his mind as the choice was too great. But Shile also knew that the choice couldn't be delayed for too long, since the person sitting across from him was unpredictable. Suddenly, the millionaire's map flashed on the screen, although the guy immediately asked what it all meant. Scepter smiled and explained that this was not a bad thing, since each card makes a student very rich for a day. Our hero did not understand what this all meant, and so again sat and just kept silent. Although in the next moment, the guy imagined that this was actually an amazing opportunity for him. While smiling, Shile thought to himself that he didn't mind at all that he was dealt such a card. Suddenly, the young man felt a blow. The reason was that the owner hit him, shouted that he should not hang, but make a second choice. The student asked for some time to think, but the scepter shouted that his time was too precious and therefore not to be wasted. Our hero knew perfectly well that you need to be careful with this person and therefore decided to make a choice. The young man watched in surprise at what would happen next because he knew that different things could fall out. The scepter was also watching the scoreboard carefully. It seemed like it didn't know what would come out either. All of a sudden, the men noticed that an A-rank card, a finger of gold investment, had fallen out, which was a real stroke of luck. Shile narrowed his eyes and stated that he didn't like that it was an A rank, thinking that it wasn't a good thing. But the owner immediately called the boy a stupid hamster, noting that the chance of an incredibly important card falling out of the entire set is less than 1%. The fact that this card fell out means that the god of Black Knight granted a miracle to his slave. Finally, the young man began to smile and rejoice. Even though the scepter immediately explained that first-rank slaves couldn't use this card, they couldn't even know about it. Scratching the back of his head, the student immediately asked if he could change it, since there was such an incident, but he heard that this could not be done. And the young master again said that it was better to occupy your thoughts with how to survive until the day when you can already use the map. Hearing about this, the guy took a deep breath, realizing that the lottery was of little use. However, while holding the map in his hands, our hero realized that a new and more difficult week was beginning for him. The scepter was right that survival was the most important task right now. After a while, when Shile entered the large apartment, he was glad that he was finally able to finish this long journey. Looking at his notebook, the young man noted that he had spent $58,000 in 3 days, which was an excellent indicator. Therefore, it was possible to relax a little, since there was still time left. Despite the difficult tasks, the young man was glad that he was wearing new clothes, living in a new house, and also he still has money for extra expenses. At the same time, our hero was tormented by the idea that he managed to spend his past money only thanks to his acquaintance with Song Mao. He remembered how recently, on his way to college, he had seen this girl asking the female students if they knew Shile. The beauty was so confident in herself that she immediately began to hug other girls, asking them to call the young man and then take a walk together. The young man was angry. He had no idea how this shui master was able to find out which college he was going to. The only good thing was that the student didn't have many lectures this semester. Besides, he was able to rent an apartment that no one knows about. It will also be his refuge. It was also considered a pleasant bonus that the young man could have fun with friends whenever he wanted, not worry about the bills that constantly come in. There is an opportunity to start a relationship with a girl. But time and time again, Shile kept coming back to the idea that he needed to think things through calmly so that he could understand how to take advantage of the reward for completing the task perfectly. Although after that day, our hero asked Spectre to tell him one more thing. The guy wanted to know how to perform tasks perfectly in order to get rewards. With a business-like air, the master said that since the slave had behaved well in the past few days, he would give him a hint about having dinner with Wei Xingyue. The student honestly admitted that he still did not realize that there was such a special thing in that food that he was considered this waste as useful. Pointing to the bottle of wine that was hanging in the air, the young man explained that the dinner cost $40,000, but the blonde gave him a bottle of wine that cost $100,000. Hearing about this, the guy almost fainted because he didn't believe that such a thing was possible, but the scepter only chuckled, noting that there was nothing special about it. Of course, an exchange of this level is usually not considered effective, but the boy tried, changed his relationships with other people for financial assistance, achieved such a level of productivity, and therefore it surprised them. For this reason, the god of Dark Knight considered all costs very efficient. But a moment later, the student again asked questions about what all this means, a change in relationships and financial assistance. Realizing that the scepter is about to leave, our hero asked another question about how to use the millionaire card, because it is available. The owner asked a counter question about whether the slave really plans to use the card immediately, and then added how he would decide to do it, maybe call him. Left alone, Shile was once again lost in thoughts about the fact that it turns out that people close to him can help with his quota. But spending a lot of money does not mean spending it effectively. These are different things, and therefore, it is not clear what the god of the Dark Knight wants from his slaves. Perhaps if the young man manages to realize this, then he will be able to live his life in the best possible way. As time passed, the student decided that now was the perfect time to buy something to eat. And he said out loud that he really envied the rich because they can so easily afford to buy a bottle of wine for $100,000. The real success will be when you can meet wealthy people who will help you spend money in the right way. But here's how to make friends with them. Suddenly, he thought of Wei Xingyue, thinking that perhaps she could help in some way. Although I immediately began to scold myself for such thoughts, because all this is already in the past. The confused guy thought that the blonde, of course, helped him, but they still quarreled. So I figured they'd probably never see each other again. But right at that moment, the one who had occupied our hero's thoughts for the past few minutes came out of the apartment across the street. The girl was no less surprised than the young man, and therefore did not immediately start the conversation. Suddenly, in unison, the guys asked each other the same questions about what they were doing in this place. After that, everyone asked themselves in their thoughts that perhaps the meeting was not accidental, but there was some hidden motive in this. Our hero was the first to break the silence. He timidly announced that he had not seen each other for a long time. But the beauty wasn't going to say anything, so she just turned around and was about to leave. Looking after his friend, the young man frantically thought that this was his opportunity, but he was missing it. Having overcome himself, the guy addressed the girl, however, not by name, but simply as Miss. The disgruntled blonde immediately turned around and asked in a pretentious tone why she was being distracted. But the guy decided not to stop, and therefore asked the beauty if she was going to dinner with him. After a while, the guys were already sitting in the restaurant, and each of them thought that it was all very strange. Wei Xingye noted to herself that she didn't really like this guy. Turning to the waiter, the young man asked that they bring the best dishes that are available in this institution. When the employee left, the young man admitted that it was just a coincidence. He did not even think that the girl would live in the next apartment. But the beauty claimed that this was Wei Qing's home. She was just stuck there for a while. Then she explained that the main reason was Song Mao. The master blocked the entrance to her house, so I had to find another shelter for myself. Suddenly, Shule shouted that he also had to hide now, and the reason was still because of Song Mao. Because of her, he couldn't attend college. However, when he raised his glass, he said that because of this girl, he might meet Wei Xingyue, whom he wanted to apologize to. The blonde noted that the student is very kind. He invited her to a restaurant, and therefore his sincerity is quite enough. The young man did not understand what Yul Witer was talking about, but the beauty explained that this is the most famous chef. He is a gourmet and a culinary magnate. Answering the question of his friend, the young man honestly admitted that he is not particularly well versed in such things. Then he said it was the first time he'd ever asked a girl out, so of course he decided it was a first-class place. But the most important thing is that Wei Xingyue will definitely like all the dishes. Inwardly, the blonde thought at the same time that this student was actually sincere. At some point, she even stopped hating him. Smiling, Wei Xingyue said in a soft tone that she forgives the young man, and therefore the last incident can be considered a misunderstanding. The guy was laughing, finally able to relax a little, realizing that the situation had improved. At that moment, a stranger came up and said that he was lucky to have found such a wonderful beauty. However, eating lunch with a bald, useless boy is like decorating the manure with fresh roses. The young man flaunted himself, continuing to point out that now was the perfect time to get acquainted. Wei Xingyu stared intently in front of her, as if she couldn't understand what was going on at all. The stranger knew that no one was listening to him, so he sat down on the table and again announced that he was planning to meet them. And then he added that the blonde was looking at a promising young man, the handsome and attractive, famous An San Shao. Our hero was angry at himself, and also at this man who was so brazenly going to interfere with a beautiful dinner. Smiling, the beauty reflected on the fact that her friend looks annoyed, and perhaps even jealous. The guy didn't want to make a scene, but still asked this unfamiliar person to stay as far away from them as possible. Walking away from the table, and Sang Shao thought to himself that he didn't understand who this bald kid was. But then coming back, the young man again said that they probably heard something wrong about him. At this moment, another bespectacled man ran over and immediately started introducing this young man. Rising from his seat, our hero said that they see not the only son, but the third. And after a moment, he added that the third son is always useless, and therefore it is better for him to turn around and leave. But the ill-wisher, hearing about this, was even more angry. He shouted that he did not understand who this worthless person thought he was. An assistant who was standing nearby tried to calm the young man down, explaining that they just couldn't make a mess in this place. Turning around, An Sang Shao proudly declared that he would let the boy go this time. And then he turned to the bespectacled man, noting that they should not linger in this place. After that, the young people proudly headed for the exit, pretending that nothing had happened. Although, for a moment, An Sang Shao stopped and carefully looked at number 11 in front of him. Stopping the waitress, the young man asked if it was true that this order should go to the bald guy and the girl. Then I asked if the girl wanted to earn some tips. Meanwhile, Wei Xingyue was applauding her companion, noting that he was a real pro when it came to making someone angry. And while our hero was muttering something under his breath, the beauty explained that the guy's family owns one of the strongest catering companies in the area. Moreover, they are now working with Yul Witer. Thinking about it, the young man said that now it was clear why the secretary was talking about the scandal. Besides, An Sang Shao doesn't look like a kind person. You need to be as careful as possible with him. Spreading out his hands, the guy noted that he still believes that everything will be very good. At this moment, the waiter placed a plate of food in front of our hero and wished him a pleasant appetite. The young man didn't understand what it was on his plate, but the employee explained that it was a gift from An Sang Shao, and she hoped that the guest would appreciate it. Jumping up from his seat, Shilei asked if it was that person who opened the restaurant, so the waiter would do whatever she was told. Hearing that Sang Shao was not the owner, but a special customer, the blonde said that in this case, the employee should also take the same food to this customer. But in the next instant, the guy shouted that this should not be done. The student explained that Sang Shao was so polite, and therefore it was necessary to give him a good gift in order to return his politeness. The young man was going to use the millionaire's card, but was horrified to learn that he could not use it immediately. Talking to the scepter, the young man was indignant, noting that they had an agreement that he could spend his bonus at any time. The owner explained that you can use the card, but not the way the guy wants it. The fact is that the card is valid from 12 o'clock on the selected day and ends when the clock strikes 12 o'clock for the second time. That is, its validity period is 1 day. If the slave still insists on his own, the effect will be, but much less. After that, he added once again that the result will not be perfect and flawless. Thinking about it, Shilei didn't understand how it could affect everything he had planned. The scepter explained again that the duration is reduced to 2 hours, and the effect is limited only to this hotel, and only for people who have come here in the last few hours. The young man insisted, but the owner asked him again. After that, the guy began to whisper in his ear how he sees himself, as well as what he expects from that ill-wisher. Standing off to the side, Secretary Sang Shao was telling Tom that what he had done was out of line. But the young man was amused. He said that he had only surprised the boy, and therefore there was no need to worry about it. He added that this is Mr. Yule's restaurant, and working with this person helped the family to rise up and secure their place outside the family as well. While the young gentleman was pointing out that he knew all this himself, the chef's car pulled up to the restaurant. When greeting Mr. Yule, the blonde man said that he was glad to see him. Moreover, they appreciated his desire to cooperate. While the man asked the companion to go to the restaurant to discuss everything, he heard some screams. The guest stated that this is a real eatery to which he will never return. Yul Wittard, surprised, tried to figure out what had happened, but the young man who was walking beside him insisted that it was probably a case of psychotic clients. But the chef said that the customers are like gods to them, and therefore it is important for him to see what happened. Our hero was at the same time apologizing to his companion for bringing her to this disgusting restaurant. Yul Wittard suddenly froze, all because he saw Shilei standing in front of him, calling him a good old friend. Walking towards the young man, the man stated that even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he could still sense the boy's aura. Spreading his hands to the side, the guy pointedly shouted that it was actually a great joy to meet again. Within moments, the two men were embracing, and it was as if they had actually always been best friends. Inwardly, our Shilei thought that this was exactly what he expected from the Magic Millionaire card, which created a real miracle. When Scepter heard the slave's request for the chef to become a best friend, and in Sang Shao to be humiliated and lose the business, the master became thoughtful. But judging by what was happening in the establishment, the Scepter did a great job, because everything was really top-notch. And while Yul Wittard was telling him that this was his restaurant, the young man casually remarked that the service in this place was simply terrible. The man who personally supervised the order did not understand how this could be. However, the young man immediately pointed out the waste that the waiter dared to bring him. After looking at the creepy dish, the chef himself couldn't believe his eyes that someone in his restaurant could even put something like this on a plate. The waiter, who wanted to leave quickly, was now standing there speechless. Hearing the guys say that when she brought it to them, she wasn't so timid, Shilei knew that he needed to frame the ill-wisher, so he continued to point out that the girl claimed that it was a special order from their special guest. And Sang Shao, realizing that he was caught, immediately began to justify himself, explaining that he had no idea that this boy was his friend. Closing his eyes, the owner of the restaurant repeated once again that no matter who Shilei is to him, the most important rule is that the guests are their gods, and therefore it is unacceptable to bring them something that is not clear. He added that when he gave VIP status, he didn't think that the young man would look down on others. The man saw that Sang Shao's assistant was trying to somehow save this situation, but immediately declared that he never wanted to see them again, and even more so, he could not cooperate with such people. Turning to the waitress, the owner said that she also broke the rules and therefore was fired. The girl started crying, trying to explain something, but the man noted that no words would help in this case. Sitting on the ground, Sang Shao began to wail, explaining that it was all over for him now. At this point, our hero said that in fact, for the young man, it's not all over yet. He immediately hurried to hand over the bag containing the food that Shirley had on his plate. The blonde man was angry, shouting that he didn't understand why the boy was bothering him at all. Suddenly, Wei Xingye, who was standing nearby, spoke up and said that if her new acquaintance didn't want to have dinner now, he could eat everything at home. Patting the ill-wisher on the shoulder, our hero said that he was very lucky because he spoiled relations not only with the chef, but also with the Wei family. Yul Witar looked at the girl in surprise and then fell silent. All of a sudden, he announced that it was financial management, the Wei Family Corporation. Approaching the man closely, the beauty gave her name, adding that she is an acquaintance of Shi Lei, as well as a big fan of Shay the chef. Confused, Yul Wittard explained that it was a great honor to meet such a charming girl. Clutching his head, the blonde finally realized what a big mistake he had made. It was hard for the young man to believe that such a plain-looking boy could be familiar with such people. Yul Wittard felt very uncomfortable, so he apologized to the guys and offered them his services as a cook. And while the young man was thinking about whether all this would affect the time limit, the beauty already happily agreed to taste delicious dishes from the chef. The guy was aware that he had invited a friend to dinner to save the situation, but he didn't think it would go that far. But the man at this time grabbed the guests and proudly declared that they do not need to worry about anything because the dinner will turn out just divine. Weishing Yue, who had previously looked at the student with different eyes, now thought that he wasn't a bad guy at all. No one would have thought that he would turn out to be such a difficult and mysterious person. After a while, our heroes not only ate, but also drank well, forgetting about everything. Shilei wanted to drink some more, but the blonde pointed out that this was unnecessary since he could no longer stand on his feet. But the evening was so beautiful that the young man wanted more and more. So he ran up to the chef, saying that he was the best and kindest person he knew. Closing her eyes, Wei Xing Yu thought that she thought these people had met at some event. When the girl first saw the student, it seemed to her that he was the most ordinary. But now it's revealed that Shi Lei saved Yul from 2 bandits, and they've been friends ever since. The man said that this bald little man is actually a great guy. The beauty thought that they were already leaving, but our hero hung on to his new friend, sweetly telling him something. Grabbing the student's hand, Wei Xing Yu said that they didn't care about the path, so she would take the acquaintance to his house. But the young man didn't care what was happening to him. All he could think about at that moment was his drink. The blonde didn't like drunk people, so she left the guy to recover. Finally, the beauty still managed to take a friend by the arm. She said that when they returned home, he would go to bed. Despite the fact that the road was not easy, because on the way the young man got out several times and lay on the ground, he still got there. Opening his eyes, Shilei tried to recall the events of the past few hours, but nothing came to mind. As he sat up in bed, he asked himself again and again what had happened. But at that moment, Wei Xingyu came up to the young man and asked if the young man had had enough sleep. Without understanding anything, the student now began to ask his friend questions about what she was doing in his apartment. But the girl didn't really say anything. She just closed her eyes. Watching Wei Xingyue, the young man shouted like never before, asking the beauty to stop. The confused young man tried to figure out how he could fix this situation, but nothing came to mind. At the same time, the blonde continued to talk about how it would be just the 2 of them that night, and she asked what her friend thought about it if he didn't mind continuing. Shilei was worried about what was going on, so he asked Wei Xingyue what she was doing. The young man was afraid and embarrassed at the same time, but he had no idea how he could interfere. Opening one eye slightly, he tried to make out who was standing in front of him, but it took him a moment to realize what was happening. What was striking was that there was a large and shaggy dog in front of the guy. The blonde, who was looking at her friend carefully, didn't understand why he was fighting the dog, and so she immediately added that the young man was finally awake, although he could have been called a drunkard that night because he allowed himself to drink too much. Jumping up from the sofa, Shilei was horrified to hear his friends say that Darling had been licking the young man's face for a very long time, that he had finally woken up. The young man didn't understand why the beauty brought a dog to his house, but Wei Xingyu explained that it was the young man who was in her house. The girl explained that the guy got so drunk that she had a hard time getting him to that door, let alone anything else. The blonde explained that she still lives across the street from our hero, and therefore decided that the best solution would be to bring him here. Closing his eyes, the young man thought about the fact that reality did not appear. He had to get Yul drunk, because the card was already expiring. After looking at himself, the young man immediately switched to himself, and therefore asked a friend if it was true that she took off all his clothes. The beauty said that this is not the first time for her, and therefore there is nothing wrong with it. The embarrassed student sat on the couch like a guilty person, not understanding what he could say about this. As she went to take a shower, the blonde said that since the guy was awake, he should order her breakfast, because she would soon be heading to the office where she had an important meeting. And then she added that the money's on the table, and therefore the young man can take as much as he needs. The young man said that he could pay for it himself, remembering that he still had money left on the card. At that moment, Wei Xing Yue asked her friend if he had any money left. The surprised hero was silent. He did not understand what this question meant. And the girl told an interesting story that the night before the young man threw money in the yard, shouting that it is the most dangerous thing in the world. At that moment, the guy said in a low voice that his biggest wish was to have no money at all. And then, when I came to my senses, I realized that he had given absolutely everything that he had. But the blonde shouted that there was no need to worry because the guy didn't spend $1 million. And after a moment, she added, the point is that her friend doesn't have a penny in his pocket. The girl had taken care of the young man, so now she hoped that he would at least bring breakfast. With horror, our hero noted to himself that he gave the money of the god of the dark night to ordinary homeless people. The young man understood that this was a useless waste, and therefore he knew that something bad would definitely follow. Suddenly, the guy felt that something was wrong with his eye, and if at first our hero somehow did not fully believe in it, but then he began to shout like never before. The young man heard the words of the scepter, which said that he did not even need to think anything because the slave would be punished. The owner didn't care that the student was yelling. He was indifferent to it. The reason was that he had isolated this space, so no one would hear anything anyway. In addition, the water was running in the shower, and the beauty was busy washing her hair. But the boy was not up to it. He knew that this time the scepter would not let him go so easily and simply. The host stated, of course, the student didn't give away much. The main part was spent correctly. But still, such a waste is disrespectful to the god of dark night. For such a terrible crime, a slave is deprived of only one eye, but this can still be considered mercy. But Shile didn't agree with this. So he grabbed a stick for his master and said that it wasn't mercy. The guy kept saying that this is a real mockery of him. It's not fair. The young man was as brave as ever, saying that the person in front of him had never followed this rule himself. The master agreed that this was true, noting that despite this, the slave still remains so. Then he added that the pawn has no right to contradict. It does not even have the right to vote. But Shile was not going to give up, insisting that in such a case, the rules were not necessary or important at all. The guy couldn't stop himself because he broke up like never before, wanting to prove his point. At this moment, it seemed to the host that this student wasn't as simple as he originally thought. Moreover, he said that his quota is weekly, not daily, and therefore only 3 days of the new week have passed, and not 7, of course. He made a mistake, but not a mistake. The young man said that he could be punished on the day of the training camp, but not earlier, and therefore he still has time. But despite this, the owner does not follow the rules. He does what he pleases. After that, he reminded me once again that all these instructions were invented by the god of the dark night, and his assistant had already come up with something of his own. The young man angrily said that it was not necessary to mention God, although, of course, he understood that from such a bad student, you can expect anything. And raising his hand, he shouted that he understood everything, because they would be able to solve the situation. The owner stated that he would come to collect the eye on the actual day of collection, but he would take the vision of that particular eye. However, it will still give you a chance to return what was given, but the slave is obliged to earn money by his work, trading, borrowing, and even crime are allowed, but the skills granted by the god of the dark night are prohibited. If the young man copes, he will regain his sight. If not, it will not be easy for him to live without eyes, adding that the guy is obliged to thank for the warning. The scepter exulted in ruling this ball, where rules could be created or changed at any moment. When he was completely alone, the guy thought that this crazy guy really wanted him to die. Feeling his own face, the young man told himself over and over that he didn't understand why this man didn't like him. But at that moment, our hero had other concerns, namely where to collect 800 wen in a few days. It was a large sum, but it had to be obtained somewhere, otherwise it would all end badly. The young man had heard his friend shouting from the bathroom, but he didn't think much of it. And now that the beauty was standing in front of him, she once again asked where her breakfast was. Sitting on the floor, Shule was overjoyed, explaining that he had important matters to attend to. After that, after collecting a few cookies, he asked if the girl would like to have breakfast with what she had. Inwardly, the guy thought that he only now realized that this was not a sweet but dog food. After a while, the young man began to think again about who he really is. Of course, he used to be an ordinary student, and now he is a slave of the god of night. Well, it was necessary to spend large sums of money and to do it very wisely. It may have seemed like a very easy task to someone from the outside, but in fact, it is very dangerous. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shule realized that he had already lost his hair and almost lost one of his eyes. And without vision, it is very difficult to live. Moreover, it is not at all clear how you can spend money in this case. Standing in front of the big house, the young man noticed that one of his eyes was blind, and therefore it is necessary to restore sight. Adjusting his cap, the young man realized that he definitely needed to earn the right amount and return it. Shilei didn't think it was easy to find a friend who would recommend him for a job where he could easily get 300 wen in an hour. Although the catch was that the student didn't quite know what kind of part-time job he was talking about, and therefore it was a little confusing. After punching our hero in the nose, a woman shouted that she had warned Zhao to stay as far away from her and her daughter as possible. The young man, who was already lying on the ground, could not understand why he was being beaten again. On the way up, the student addressed Miss Zhang, saying that his name was Shilei and he was a tutor. Adjusting her glasses, the young woman explained that she had misinterpreted everything, thinking that it was that guy again. She immediately offered her hand and excused herself, saying that her name was Zhang Mei and she was pleased to meet you. But our hero was not up to pleasantries because he was recently hit. In addition, he was hit hard when he fell on the steps. The student did not want to look pathetic because his work and earnings depended on it. So, clearing his throat, the young man said that nothing terrible had happened to him. Inviting the tutor in, the woman immediately closed the door behind him. A short time later, Shilei, who was being read about by the hostess, was sitting in the luxurious living room, waiting to see what would happen next. Zhang Mei liked that the boy's grades were not bad, so he could actually teach the student something. At this point, our hero thought something about another woman, but immediately switched. And all because the hostess of the house said that she likes the young man, and therefore he can start his work because she also needs to go on business soon. The student was confused because he was sure that they would start testing him in some way, but the young woman explained that this was not necessary. Yawning, Zhang Mei talked about how her daughter likes to fight back so much, so she hires someone to keep an eye on her. The blonde added that you can't let your daughter run around and be around bad children. If she learns something from a tutor, it will be very good. Leaning towards our hero, the hostess of the house asked if everything was clear to him. After that, the woman handed the young man 600 won, noting that it was a payment for 2 hours, as they agreed. The guy was silent, and Zhang Mei somehow carefully and scrutinizingly looked at him. Suddenly, Miss asked if the student had any idea why her family was paying so much for lessons. And then she added, the reason is that her daughter is not very good at making contact. Xinlei studied his hostess because he wasn't sure what she meant. But her mother explained that the girl had already scared off 5 teachers in a week. The young man had seen a lot during this time, and therefore hastened to assure the hostess that he would definitely not be able to frighten anything. Adjusting her glasses, Zhang Mei said that if this was really the case, then she didn't have to worry. Leaving, the woman once again thanked the guy for his work, although he immediately said that it was not necessary because this is his responsibility. Turning around, the mother added that her daughter's name is Liang Zhang. She is on the 2nd floor. If something happens, you need to call immediately. Shilei was confident that everything would go well, so he once again assured Miss that there was no need to worry. After a while, the young man walked down the corridor. He was impressed not only by the house, but also by the door of the room that was in front of him. The only thing that confused our hero was the signs of anarchy that he saw, and therefore immediately thought that it was necessary to somehow cope with this. After opening the door for a moment, the student immediately closed it because the incredibly loud sounds of music were coming from the room. Suddenly, the young man fell to the floor, but not because he felt ill. The reason was different. The young man started to cry, thinking to himself that this situation annoys him so much that it's hard to even put it into words. But the situation had to be resolved, and therefore after a while, the guy again decided to open the door a little. Shilei advanced into the room, realizing that he had to turn off this tape recorder just to survive. Finally, the young man managed to stand next to a cabinet. In the next minute, the young man noticed something that struck him very strongly. It was a poster of some famous musician who played music that wasn't calm at all. Moreover, the entire room was designed in some sort of Gothic style, which was a bit disconcerting. For a moment, our hero thought that he was in a haunted house because there was no other way to call it. For a moment, the young man froze, but only because he was studying the girl who was deep in the game. The blonde was commenting on everything that was happening, so it was not difficult to guess that she was not very happy with what was happening. At this moment, the young man thought that this youngster was Song Mao. Suddenly, the girl turned around. She immediately asked who the guy who came in uninvited was. And while the student was greeting his student, I was wondering where her mother had gone. The young man wanted to introduce her, but the teenager didn't really listen, claiming that her mother had decided to hire a teacher for her again, which wasn't a good idea. Passing the money to our hero, the girl said that there are 1,000 yuan here. She wants the tutor to take this money. The blonde immediately added that after that, she wanted the teacher to return to the same place where he came from. Looking at Liang Zhang, the young man thought that he had already obtained the right amount of money for the god of night. Therefore, it would be possible to leave already, because the teenage girl did not want to see or hear the teacher. Holding the wad of money in his hands, the young man thought for a while about what he should do best in this case. Turning around, Liang Zheng repeated what she had said earlier, which was to get the tutor out of her room. The young man walked slowly towards the exit. It seemed that he had achieved what he wanted, and therefore nothing else held him back. The teenager was absolutely fine with it, because now she could do what she liked again. But suddenly the young man turned off the light. He said that during the day it is simply unacceptable to spend money on electricity when the sun is shining bright outside. Opening the blinds, the guy happily declared that children need vitamin D and therefore they should stay as long as possible in the sun. Inwardly, Shile thought that according to professional ethics, even if he worked as a teacher for a few days, he shouldn't take this money. And after a moment, he jumped on the sofa, saying that he was very comfortable there. She didn't understand why this man was still in her room, but at the same time, he was saying that he would lie down here. Then he explained that she didn't have to worry about the money because he would keep it and then return it to her mother. The blonde said that it was her money and therefore no one has the right to take it away. A moment later, the tutor said that the money was given to the teenager by her mother. The young man continued to say that the woman works hard to provide her daughter with a good education and therefore he cannot just leave. Picking up the phone, our hero proudly announced that he would stay here for a while to look after his student. The time was the beginning of the second. Their lessons should last 2 hours, and in the middle you need to take a short break, so the guy will be in the house for 2.5 hours. Therefore, he suggested that the girls should not interfere with each other. Everyone can go about their own business. The guy saw that the blonde was angry, talking about money, so he asked if she wanted to study because she had completely different plans. Turning away, the teenager proudly declared that the young man was absolutely right. She didn't need to study. And then he added that in this case, she can do what she wants. He will also do his own business so that no one interferes. But the lady of the room was not satisfied with this option, so she began to pull Shile off the sofa, even though he said that this way his pants might slide down. It was only at the moment when the young man suggested a competition that the girl stopped and thought. The tutor noted that they can compete in one interesting game. If he manages to win, then he continues to play the game calmly, but if the girl wins, he just gets up and leaves. The tutor knew that there was nothing easier, so he said about this surprise student of his. The blonde didn't say anything for a while, although it was clear from the look on her face that she wasn't planning on giving up. Suddenly, the teenager proudly announced that she agreed, especially since she has no equal in the game. It wasn't long before the guys started playing, even though Liang Zhang was constantly shouting something, clearly dissatisfied with her result. The beauty said something to her computer heroes, hoping that it would somehow help the game. But suddenly the girl screamed that it wasn't fair because she was having problems with the internet connection, and therefore she wanted to try again. But the young man said in an indifferent tone that it was not his problem. They had an agreement. The opponent lost. It was obvious that the student wasn't as simple as she looked, so she shouted that it was a scam that she was planning to complain about. Picking up the notebook, the young man said that he should play much better, but he will give a chance to recoup if the beauty solves 10 tasks. Grabbing the notebook, Liang Zhang immediately shouted for the tutor to wait for her to finish because she really wanted to take revenge. The young man looked in surprise at the schoolgirl, who was sitting at the table and writing something diligently. Suddenly, the student announced that she had already finished everything, so they could return to their competition. Opening the notebook, Shile couldn't believe that it was possible to solve all the tasks so quickly, but it was also surprising that there were no errors at all. Liang Zhang, looking at the opponent, said with anger in her voice that this time she would definitely win, and therefore the tutor should prepare for his loss. The guy wasn't afraid of this, especially since he was pursuing a completely different goal. Raising his hand, our hero noted that now the student should look at him carefully and learn what a real game is. Taking the phone in their hands, the guys started the next round, which was no less entertaining than the first one. Still sitting on the couch, the young man said that he had won once again, and therefore the student must complete the next batch of tasks. The blonde was angry. She didn't understand how Shile could beat her so easily, because she was a real pro in computer games of this kind. Wanting to trick Liang Zhang into studying, the young man asked if she wanted him to teach her. If so, the student was required to do her English homework. Clutching her head, the girl sat down to write something, although she continued to swear that she did not need to be taught anything at all. At this time, our hero in a low voice said that in front of him is actually a real nerd, although it does not look like the one who knows so much. Finally, the girl calmed down. It was clear that she was completely immersed in what she was doing at a particular moment. And she said out loud that if an old man was standing in front of her, then he thought he knew everything. I started to work on my homework again, lost in my own thoughts. The young man wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. But suddenly, while jumping up from the sofa, Shule shouted for the blonde to hide. After a moment, our hero covered the student with himself, realizing that some bottle was flying through the window into their room. The student couldn't understand what had happened. Other than that, she was surprised that the tutor had reacted so quickly that it seemed impossible. Confused, Liang Zhang tried to somehow put into words what was in her mind, but instead, she only became more confused. For a few seconds, the two young men lay on the floor of the room, trying to figure out if there would be any follow-up. After looking around, our hero found a bottle in the room, realizing that someone deliberately threw it here. The most important thing for the young man was the safety of his student, so he asked how she was feeling. Just then, a voice was heard from the street telling Zhang Mei to come out immediately and talk to him, as she believes that she has divorced him and therefore now considers herself separated. He couldn't understand anything, except that the threats had nothing to do with the girl who was now lying on the floor. Shile once wanted to cheer up his friend, so he explained that there was no need to be afraid because he was close by. And the man standing on the street, as before, continued to shout that he is not at all what they think of him. The ill-wisher claimed that the woman kicked him out of the house and then hired lawyers who left the unfortunate man without everything, although by law, the property should be divided between husband and wife. Our hero understood that this person would definitely not leave just like that, and therefore offered to immediately call the police. Shaking, the blonde said that this should not be done, since the security guards would deal with everything. Sure enough, the two bodyguards running up to the man said that it was Mr. Zhao, who was on probation and therefore walking on thin ice, and immediately asked him to leave. But the man was not going to give up. He continued to shout that the house belongs to him, although the security guards had already started calling the police, which the guys also heard. It didn't end so badly, though, as Mr. Zhao decided after a minute that it would be best to do without the police and leave on his own. At that moment, Shile remembered being met by the girl's mother, who was shouting something about a life sentence. He understood what the woman was talking about back then, so he wanted to say something to his disciple as well. When she heard the tutor call this person Liang Zhang's dad, she immediately declared that he wasn't her father at all. But the young man was not going to stop, explaining that the mother kicked the father out of the house, and therefore the daughter harasses the parent and does everything for her evil. Turning around, the blonde said that first of all, this should not concern the teacher. Secondly, this man is not her dad. And thirdly, he is not worthy of the mistress of this house. However, this was hard to believe, especially after what the young man encountered when he entered the teenager's room. After a bit of hesitation, the guy again said that he understood something important. In fact, Liang Zheng is her mother's daughter, but she spends all day at work, does not devote a single minute of her time to the child, and therefore the blonde is so rebellious. Deep down, the girl hopes and believes that the woman will notice her, and finally they will be able to spend time together. These words hurt the teenager to the core, and so she burst into tears as never before, shouting that it was all a lie, because she did not need her old woman. Pushing the tutor out of the room, the girl shouted that he had received his money for classes, and therefore he could be free. The young man wanted to cheat again, saying that the student had not yet won against him. Sitting down on the sofa, the guy noted that it was best for the girl to clean up the room, do the remaining tasks, and then they would start playing again. But something had happened to the blonde, so she proudly declared that if her teacher didn't leave, then she would be more than happy to do it herself. He could see that the beauty wasn't joking, as she turned around and started walking away. Liang Zhang's speed was so fast that she literally swept through the corridor like the wind. Sometime later, our hero's ward was sitting on a bench and crying. She didn't want to talk to anyone or see anyone. She just wanted to shut everyone out. Shile wasn't the type to leave everything in the middle, so he walked over to the blonde and handed her a handkerchief. The beauty was angry, saying that there was a bad person in front of her. At first, he brought her to tears, and then he also began to pursue her. But the guy explained that the teenager ran not so much and then just stopped, which means that she wanted to be found. Liang Zhang said that she didn't want to see the tutor anymore, so now he can definitely go home. After returning the money, the young man explained that he returns the entire amount. Moreover, gives the key to the house and room. Liang Zhang stared in amazement, but she couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. The guy loudly stated that if you see the sadness in your mother's eyes before leaving, then she really cares about you. The embarrassed blonde again said that the young man climbs where he is not asked at all. Shile sincerely explained that they had failed to conduct the lesson, but it wasn't a bad thing, since he would explain to the woman that his daughter needed a mother instead of a tutor. As he left, he added that he had kept 3 yuan for himself because They had been studying for a little over an hour. But as for Liang Zhang, she should be careful because there were still glass panes in the room. The astonished student stared after our hero, not knowing what to say to him. At this time, Miss Zhang was sitting in the study, deep in her work. She had read a message from Shilei that said that her daughter was talented, but only that she lacked a mother. Immediately, the woman received a call from Liang Zhang, who was shouting into the phone that her teacher had run away. After which, Ms. Zhang stated that it was a bad idea with these teachers. Moving along the street, our hero thought that the day passed very quickly. Despite this, he received only 300. Therefore, 5 is not enough, but he did not know where to get them. At the same time, the young man wanted to eat, but he was not going to spend the money he earned, because this was all he had. He decided that first he would get home, and then he would think about what he should do. Shilei suddenly stopped walking, the reason being that there were some strangers blocking his way. The guy said that the bald guy thinks too much of himself, and therefore they will find a way to deal with him. After a moment, the leader ordered his men to immediately surround that boy. Inwardly, the young man thought that this was not enough for him. The problem was that one of the students' eyes couldn't see, so if he was attacked, it would complicate the situation. Once again, the boss shouted for this guy to be captured immediately because they had to avenge Sen Shao. Inwardly, Shilei decided that he simply had to stop these people somehow, so he told them not to rush to do anything. The student couldn't think of anything better to do than tell these young people that they had made a mistake, since he had no idea who the mister they had just named was. The leader again asked if the boy did not remember the gentleman he had offended in the restaurant of a famous chef. Hearing that our hero said that this was a mistake, the ill-wisher replied in a cold tone that in this case they would teach him a lesson. Therefore, he again told his accomplices to immediately capture this young man. Shilei, despite the complexity of the situation, was not going to tolerate this, so he fought back as best he could. Although the leader, who was standing on the side, was thinking that not only was this guy's appearance familiar to him, but the voice was also familiar to him. Suddenly it dawned on the bandit, and he remembered that this was the same man who had vandalized the bar a few weeks ago. A moment later, the young man shouted to his friends to stop hitting the young man immediately. Smiling, the ill-wisher immediately apologized to our hero, saying that he did not immediately recognize him. Then he added that they just earn a living on small errands, and therefore what happened has already happened. Wiping his mouth, Shilei sat in silence for a while, as he hadn't decided what to do next. At that moment, the fat man asked a question that concerned why they didn't hit this boy, since this was their main task. But the leader hit him on the head, shouting, "How can you not recognize the gentleman who was right in front of them?" The guy looked at his friend carefully, trying to figure out what he was hinting at. Unexpectedly, the fat man was taken aback because he also realized that this was the young man who had caused a real mess in the bar. Not much time had passed, and the villains were already speculating that since this young man had spent so much money, it meant that he was from a rich family, so if they beat him up, he would definitely find them. The guys were actively discussing something among themselves, coming to the conclusion that they can be considered that they have already completed the task. Turning around, the leader immediately began to ask the guys forgiveness for what they did to him so badly. In the next minute, bills fell out of our hero's pocket. The fat man who was walking behind everyone noticed this, and even said out loud that the guy was pouring money. Coming closer, the villain said that since this happened, he would take these unfortunate couple of thousand for himself. But suddenly the student intercepted the hand of the ill-wisher, saying that he immediately opened his fist. Leaning against the fence, Shilei said that he recognized the fact that he met thieves who beat him up. But this does not mean that someone has the right to take money from him, because their task was completely different. The student understood that he could not lose this money, which he got with such difficulty. The fat man continued to insist that he was a mere penny after all. The young man had just spent several million with ease, and now he was ready to kill for 300 wen. Gritting his teeth, the young man was about to fight, as he saw no other way out. Swinging, the young man shouted to the ill-wisher to immediately give up what did not belong to him. Due to the fact that our hero did not see well, he did not calculate the trajectory a little, and therefore ran past. A second later, the guy was sprawled on the ground, which was not only a painful factor for him, but also decisive in this fight. The guy struggled to get up. He wanted to take revenge and take what really belonged to him. But it was all in vain, because the ill-wisher put his foot on the young man's head. The villain said that they really did not plan to harm the young man, but since he does not know how to behave properly, then he has only himself to blame for all this. At that moment, Shilei was more angry than ever, so he gathered all his strength and lashed out at the enemy. As the man lay there shouting, the young man thought about how best to take the money and leave. Shouting, the leader of the group ordered his guys to immediately capture this boy, even though he is a rich man. The accomplices were not going to delay, and therefore immediately began to beat our hero. The situation was getting worse by the minute, and the problem was that Shulei couldn't see clearly. The young man really realized that he did not have special skills in hand-to-hand combat. In addition, he was facing an entire gang alone. Ill-wishers, striking the next blow, did not even think about leaving. On the contrary, they were getting more and more angry by the second. But somehow our hero still managed to take down the leader. The accomplices carefully watched what was happening, although they were in no hurry to interfere with it somehow. And the young man, taking the opportunity, began to beat this villain in the hope that his friends would get scared and run away. Holding his wounded nose, the enemy shouted and got angry. He shouted all sorts of unworthy insults. Shulei continued to harangue the man, saying over and over that he was the one who took the man's money, which he had to return immediately. Grabbing a brick that was lying nearby, the young man swung. He knew that he had nothing to lose, and therefore was ready for anything. He could hear the whispers behind him, but he tried to ignore them. For a moment, the student paused, realizing that he couldn't do what he was going to do because it would be the wrong thing to do. The startled leader lay on the ground, looking at the young man in horror, knowing that he could do anything. But that didn't happen because suddenly Shulei felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. The young man held on with the last of his strength, realizing that he was about to lose consciousness. The young man saw the weeping villain lying in front of him and shouting loudly that he was begging for mercy because the money wasn't even in his pocket. One of Pluck's associates said that he was giving the 300 yuan back just to get his brother released. With the last of his strength, Shulei got up from his seat and started walking forward. At this moment, the criminals finally realized that it was better not to mess with this young man, so they ran away as fast as they could. After a while, the student was already holding the honestly earned money in his hands. He wanted to be happy about it, but he couldn't, because he was barely able to stand up and was still conscious. Opening his eyes slightly, our hero felt as if he had died, and therefore, he carefully looked around. Scepter, who had a very evil smile on his face, declared that the guy was still alive, but it still wouldn't last long. The young man could not understand what was happening to him, but he felt as bad as ever. At that moment, the master told the slave to say goodbye to his life. Suddenly, the doctor happily informed the nurse that their patient had finally woken up, even though he had been unconscious for a very long time. While jumping out of bed, Shulei tried to run, but the staff explained that the guy was in the hospital. Everything was fine with him. The frightened guy couldn't believe his eyes or his ears because he didn't remember who brought him here. The doctor, realizing that the patient does not understand anything well, confirmed that he really was in the hospital. The nurse said that a group of tramps picked up the youth in an alley. They brought the student here. Moreover, these people left 800 yuan. Our hero, hearing about this, did not believe that such a thing could happen at all. It seemed to him something unreal. The girl added that these guys warned that the money belongs to the young man. Suddenly, Shulei thought back to the night when he had been so generous with his money. It was hard for the guy to believe that he had met exactly the same people as then. The student understood that the vagabonds were very good. They returned what he had given them back then, but now they should spend all this amount to stay alive. While examining the patient, the doctor asked how he was feeling, explaining that he had been unconscious for 2 days. And before he woke up, the young man's heart began to beat so hard that the doctors were even more afraid. And getting up again, the young man shouted that today was the checkout day, and therefore he wanted to know what time it was. The staff tried their best to calm the patient down, but it was useless because he repeatedly asked what time it was on the clock. The doctor, who didn't understand anything, still replied that it would be midnight in 15 minutes. Holding his head, our hero said out loud that he had only 15 minutes left, but he was in the hospital and therefore had no idea where he could spend the remaining money. After a while, the young man was already in the VIP ward, where the nurse said that she could bring the patient everything he needed. Finally, the student could relax a little, so he asked the girl to leave, saying that he wanted to get some sleep. Closing his eyes, the guy still didn't know what he was going to do, but he still managed to complete the task. Our hero thought to himself that this week he spent 45,000 on an apartment, 26 on a trip to a restaurant, about 8,000 on clothes, and the remaining 800 gave to beggars. Now the patient still has a VIP ward, and in a minute the estimated time ends. Suddenly, the student clutched his eye, and he felt something happen to it. He tried to calm down to realize what was wrong, but he couldn't get over his panic. Instead, the young man looked at the TV, and if the picture was initially cloudy, after a while the color was restored. Shulei stared in front of him in amazement, as if he couldn't believe what was happening to him at that second. The young man, holding a glass of water in one hand, reached into the pocket of his pants with the other. Holding the black card, our hero thought to himself that this week they also managed to survive. At that moment, a scepter appeared in front of the student, which informed him that there was no reward or punishment for the funds consumed this week. Shile was silent for a while because he couldn't believe that things had turned out very well in the end. But the scepter started cursing again, saying that the stupid slave had once again attracted the attention of some demon. Smiling, the young man honestly admitted that he should thank the owner for avoiding trouble again. He realized that a dream is not just like that, it's a sign. The guy didn't believe that the scepter, which wants to appear very evil, for some reason did this. Moreover, it completely regained its sight. Our hero was genuinely happy and therefore smiled and thanked again. The young man felt a little embarrassed. He said that once you complete the task given to them, the slave will immediately understand how honest and even fair he is. Getting out of bed, the young man honestly admitted that now he really believes in it. Opening the curtains, our hero enthusiastically announced that he had learned something very important today. The host didn't understand what the man was trying to say, so he asked him a related question. The student stated that he thought that rich people can throw money around, so he gave it to ordinary people chasing pleasure. But when he realized that there were a lot of rules and everything was as strict as possible, but it became difficult for him to pay even 800 won. At one time, he doubted that the purpose of the god and his subordinates was to watch people die, but this time, the scepter saved him. Even though his methods are cruel, he still sent out his warning. So he realized that he had misinterpreted the intent of the person sitting in front of him, and he shouted that from now on, Shile would learn all the rules of the black card, complete all the tasks, exceed the spending limit, and get a prize. And he was going to earn his own personal money so that he could use it as he saw fit. The young man will live, complete all the tasks, and then, according to the rules, get rid of the god of the dark night once and for all. Scepter, who was looking at the slave in surprise, was thinking that this guy was actually quite different from the others. This was the reason why the god of dark night liked him so much. A week later, the young man was enjoying the luxury of his apartment, and in particular, the bed. However, he didn't get much sleep because Shile was constantly getting phone calls. Looking at the phone, the guy said aloud that he did not understand why this girl was calling him again. By turning on the ignore function, the student decided that this was the only way he could finally fall asleep and even get enough sleep. The young man told himself that even in the VIP ward, despite the excellent conditions, it is not as comfortable as at home. However, suddenly our hero heard a knock on the door, which annoyed him much more. Covering his head with a pillow, the young man complained that he did not understand why he could not just rest because he had just been discharged from the hospital and wanted to recover a little, but only uninvited guests did not allow him to do this. But just as Shile was about to turn off the light to try to sleep, he heard Wei Xingyue's voice shouting that the young man had lost his conscience altogether. Realizing that it was best not to contradict this girl, the student immediately ran to open the door for her. After a moment, the young man was already looking at his friend, who had a kind of angry look. At the same time, Shile was smiling more than ever, pretending that everything was fine. The beauty didn't say anything. Instead, she silently walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa. Answering a friend's question about why a friend came so late, she explained that they were neighbors, and rumors reached that the guy was a guy, so the blonde decided to bring him gifts. And then she added that the boy should drink what she brought, because it will get cold and it will not be so delicious. Sipping a little tea, the student reflected that this neighbor was taking too much care of him. Although after a moment, all thoughts flew out of my head, because this drink, which was not tea at all, turned out to be disgusting. The beauty immediately explained that this is a tonic infusion of herbs in order to restore the body's defenses. Looking into the cup, the young man himself noticed that there are a lot of different herbs, and even ginger root, because the drink is so spicy. Waiting Yu said that a few days ago, the guy was happy to treat her to dog food. Therefore, it is always necessary to respond to good with the same kind. He knew that this was some kind of revenge, but he didn't want to find out at night. Leaving, the beauty said that she was very glad that the guy's actually all right. Then she added that Song Mao was finally kicked out of her house, and therefore there is an opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. The student hoped that this was true, which meant that he could go back to college again without having to worry about the madwoman looking for him after all. Although I immediately switched my thoughts to the fact that it is necessary to carefully plan expenses for the current week, because last week everything was quite good. But suddenly Shilei's phone rang again, and he noticed that it was still the same caller. A minute later, Liang Zhang sent a message saying that the tutor simply had to give her a lesson, because otherwise she would remain a stupid girl. Having insulted the guy, the teenager at the end put a lot of laughing emoticons in order for the teacher to be ashamed of his act. Continuing to look at the phone screen, the young man thought that this little girl also decided to intimidate him. The blonde, who had not yet left, noticed that something was wrong with the young man's face and therefore asked who was writing to him. Looking at his friend, the student thought to himself that he had already woken up and would hardly be able to fall asleep. Then he suddenly announced that he wanted to invite Wei Xingyue to a nightclub, since she was already here and wasn't going to sleep either. The blonde looked at the guy in amazement. It seemed that the beauty did not expect anything like this. After a while, the car pulled up to the restaurant, and a moment later, Shilei was already out of the car. They were walking towards the entrance together with their companion, the two of them behaving quite naturally. The girl said that they came to this place to sing only a few songs. Despite this, the young man dressed up as if for a ball. Scratching his head, the young man explained that this was the first time he had ever gone out with a friend, so he decided to look more formal. The beauty did not believe that this was true, but decided not to make a scene, asking a friend why he froze in place. The driver turned to the guy and explained that he would be back in 4 hours. This was enough time for them to rest, so they didn't argue and headed for the entrance. Once inside, Shilei stared around in amazement, feeling as if he had entered the most gorgeous place. Confused, he thought that if it wasn't for the little girl, he would be sleeping soundly at home right now. And being in this place is not only a reason to relax, but also an opportunity to spend money correctly. In addition, you can get close to Wei Xingyue. In turn, the blonde didn't understand at all what this walk meant. Perhaps it was a date, just the guy didn't dare to say it. But it didn't matter, because the guys were immediately approached by the waiter, who politely greeted our hero. Looking at the girls, the young man didn't understand why they were all looking at him so intently. Coughing, the guy said that he just brought his friend here to relax together, and therefore special attention is not needed at all. The manager explained that it was Shilei's first visit to their establishment. Despite this, he ordered the most expensive room, as well as the most expensive food. And then he added that beautiful girls are just a standard application to their order. He didn't know what to say to that, so there was an awkward silence. Although after a moment, a disgruntled Wei Xing said that now she understood why her neighbor was so eager to go to this club. Leaving, the girl said that the first time she met a student, she thought that he was a decent and interesting guy, but she was mistaken in him and therefore leaves. Our hero did not want his friend to leave and therefore asked her not to do so, explaining that he was actually in this place for the first time. Suddenly, he saw Wei Xingyue's hand in front of him, so he stopped, hoping that she would change her mind. But the blonde screamed loudly that the young man did not come near her again because he simply did not have a conscience. After that, she turned to the girls and said that they were beauties and therefore asked them to do their work at the highest level. Employees immediately clung to the guest, who continued to stop the friend, hoping that all is not lost. Running outside, Shilei once again shouted that he could explain everything. He just didn't want his neighbor to leave like this. However, the beauty was already nowhere to be found, so there was no point in trying to catch up with her. But at the very moment when our hero was about to go inside, he was run over by some maid who was begging to be saved. The guy carefully looked at the brunette. Turning to her, it was clear that the student recognized her. Frightened and tearful, the stranger stared at her rescuer, but she couldn't really say anything. Hugging her friend, the girl said that she was very glad that she could see Shay again, although she did not understand what he was doing here. The young man asked the maid not to cry, explaining that if she got into any trouble, he would definitely help her get out of it. At that moment, a fat man appeared in the corridor, addressing the girl, who asked why his bottles were not open yet and where she had gone so quickly. There was a moment of silence in the room as no one knew what to say. But the man shouted again that the maid must come and do her work because Mr. Sheng was waiting for her. Looking at another customer, our hero told him to behave as politely as possible because he was talking to his sister. The fat man did not understand this paradox, so he asked how it could be that the man was rich and the unfortunate beauty worked as a servant. Then he continued to say that there was no need to pretend and play a role. It was better to immediately let the brunette go her own way. At that moment, Mr. Sheng was approached by the manager, who explained that Ellie had only recently worked for them, and therefore she did not yet know all the rules, so he would send another employee. But the guest said that he did not need anyone else, and therefore again went to the employee. The tearful girl hid behind Shilei, hoping that the guy would definitely be able to protect her. Sheng, realizing that the brunette was standing still, asked the young man if he really didn't want to let this employee go. And closing his eyes, he added that he really does not want problems and wants to solve everything in a peaceful way. After a moment, the fat man turned around and told Ellie that if she didn't show up in 10 minutes, then she might not show up at the place at all. Xiaomi immediately began to scold the employee, saying that she probably didn't need money because she didn't properly communicate with guests. The man shouted for the beauty to immediately return to the master and apologize to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to earn a living. Grabbing the girl's arm, the manager forcefully tried to drag her into Xing's room. But at that moment, someone grabbed his arm and with incredible force, Shilei shouted loudly that Xiaomi probably didn't hear what he was told. His sister was standing in front of him. The confused manager immediately began to explain that they have their own rules, of course. The guy is also a respected guest, but this does not mean that everything is allowed to him. In a lower voice, he added that he didn't mind the fact that the brunette was his sister, but that the girl had agreed to work in this place, so she knew exactly the rules. Taking the young man by the hand, Ellie said that there was no need to fight with anyone. She really needed money, and therefore this work was important. The beauty knew that she didn't know what else to say, so she started walking down the hall. After knocking on Mr. Sheng's door, the girl said through the door that she was back. Our hero, continuing to stand still, heard that the fat man offered his friend all sorts of obscene things. With each passing second, the hatred in the young man grew stronger and stronger. That's why the guy decided not to wait a second, but immediately broke in, knocking the door down. Shilei knew that there might be all sorts of consequences waiting for him, but saving the other person was much more important. The fat man didn't like seeing this young man again. The student thought that there were a lot of people in this place, and therefore it was very important for him to preserve Ellie's reputation. That is why our hero sat down on the sofa, and in such a way that his friend was on one side and this guest on the other. Looking at Mr. Sheng, the guy playfully said that the girls in this club are sluggish. They are not capable of anything. But here he is. This is a completely different matter. Seeing that the fat man couldn't understand anything, the young man grabbed the brunette's arm in one motion. Shilei said that since this guest didn't want to take what he was offering, then he and the maid would leave. But when he went out into the corridor, the young man saw strangers who said that it looked like the guy was going to offend an important gentleman. However, the young man explained that Mr. Sheng came to this place to have fun, but only for harassing his sister. Can you get it? After all, it is clear to everyone that the girl just works in the bar of this institution, and therefore she definitely did not want anyone to molest her. Despite this, because of a misunderstanding, everyone is striving for something unclear. The fat man listened attentively to the guy, and surprisingly did not contradict many people. And Shilei kept saying that he would pay the expenses for this room, but the man would leave his sister alone. Laughing, Sheng said that he sees a real hero in front of him, and therefore sets a condition that if the young man drinks all the drinks that are on the table, then they will talk about what happened. The guy carefully looked at the table, then began to laugh loudly. Picking up one of the bottles, the young man repeated something about alcohol once more. Then he quickly smashed it on the edge of the table, showing everyone what he was really capable of. Running up to the ill-wisher, our hero shouted, "Is he really considered such a fool who will fall for such a trick?" And then he added that everything will be completely different from what the villains want, and therefore offered to solve the problem in a good way. The guy standing not far from Shilei immediately shouted that they shouldn't make any sudden movements, because they could discuss all this in a peaceful way. Turning to Ellie, her friend told her to call the police immediately, but the girl did not want to leave her friend, and therefore noted that she wants to stay with him. He thought to himself that he was counting on the brunette to run, and then him. There was no time for explanations, so the young man said that now their plans had changed. But after a moment, the student saw the next bad people in front of him. The same trio of guys who met our hero in the bar then entered the room, as well as those who had recently beaten him in the alley. Looking at these villains, the young man tried to understand why they were here again, if there was really no one else in the city. The beauty immediately said that it was bad, because everyone knows these guys. The fat man happily added that now the youth has definitely come to an end. Sheng shouted that he wanted to be saved from this crazy boy who had broken into his room and started threatening him. After taking a closer look, the gang leader immediately said that he wanted to take a closer look at who was in front of them so that he could quickly deal with him. But at the same time, the gang leader literally twisted because he did not expect to see a rich man in front of him. At the same time, the guy was not going to say anything. He remembered how the last meeting ended, realizing that the guys perfectly remembered him and his strength. The fat man didn't understand anything, so he shouted and threatened Shilei, noting that if he didn't immediately roll down the window, his friends would show the guest of this establishment to the right place. Despite this establishment, the young villains were in no hurry to do anything. The leader could not even say anything. And while Sheng was still muttering to himself, the villain was already heading in the direction where the people were standing. Suddenly, the fat man coughed, realizing that someone had hit him very hard in the face. Sprawled out on the floor, he didn't think it would be the same person he had described as his best friend just a short time ago. Our hero did not understand anything, but he was not at all against what had happened. The gang leader did not remain silent. He said that his brother came to see their business, but only needed to be warned so that he would be given a warm welcome. Putting his foot on the fat man, the ill-wisher continued to say that he was worried about Shilei, but it was not worth being offended by all these bad people, even though they did not show proper respect. And if at first the student did not understand anything, now he decided that he had scared these guys a lot last time, and therefore it was necessary to take advantage of it. Shile asked if it was true that this place belonged to the guys, and immediately added how much money they would take from him this time. When Sheng came to his senses, he was trying to understand what had happened, so he asked his friend directly about it. Hitting the man again, the young man shouted that this was his little brother who needed to be shown respect. He immediately added that the fat man simply had to apologize to Shirley as well as his girlfriend. The guy didn't understand what the leader was saying, so he immediately corrected him, noting that it was his sister. When he heard about this, the young man said that he just misunderstood everything. Bad people see what beautiful girls they work for, and therefore stick to them while he is busy with business. The student was not going to let it go, so he said that the fat man would have to buy as many bottles of beer as possible from this girl as an apology. Ellie's mouth dropped open when she heard how many bottles they were talking about, because she didn't think that was even possible. But the leader immediately said that if this is not enough, then Sheng will buy as much as the girl wants, although the girl noted that this is even a lot. Shile said that they should bring the agreed amount first, and then they will also order spirits or cocktails as they wish. Our heroes were leaving, and the whole trio wished them all the best. The fat man who was standing behind the leader didn't understand why he was being so polite to this boy. The guy carefully looked at the man, not knowing how to answer this question. At the same time, he remembered something that had happened only a few days ago. Then he said out loud that it was better not to ask or talk about it because it was very dangerous. While eating the watermelon, Shile asked Ellie with interest what she was reading on her phone and why she was so surprised. The beauty said that they bought a lot of alcohol, but little money came to her, although at that moment she was most interested in how much our hero paid for the chic table. The brunette explained that she did not work in this place of her own free will. She just needed money, but the young man should not doubt her. She always only sold drinks and nothing more. Taking a friend by the hand, the young man said that they grew up together from childhood. In his heart, Ellie was always a good girl. Shile wondered what had happened after the move, since the girl hadn't even called him since then. After a while, the student had already heard the story that the family had moved in with Uncle Sun, who had died of an illness. The aunt had lost all her possessions to fraudsters, and then she had a stroke. But he still didn't understand why Ellie hadn't reached out to him or to his family, to whom she was so much like her own. With tears in her eyes, an unhappy friend said that her mother needed an expensive operation. Despite working in a bar, she managed to save only a small part. The girl knew that their families were poor, and therefore the treatment would make strangers worry about all this. The young man said sadly that he had offended Ellie. Although she sharply shouted that this is not so, although it has been about 6 years, but the friend, as before, understands her with half a word, and therefore she now feels happy. Clenching his hands into a fist, our hero was angry that the poor girl came to work to earn money for the operation, and the villains use her naivety as much as they can. Stretching, the beauty said that there was really no need to worry about her. Of course, now everything is not easy, because you need to pay for both the university and the operation, but when the training ends, everything will definitely be fine. Moreover, Shile had done something incredible today, so surely no one else would dare approach the bar employee with obscene suggestions. The student was glad that his girlfriend's mood had lifted, and therefore noted that they would be able to see each other in college because they study at the same alma mater. When Ellie left, the guy began to think unevenly about how he could help the beauty. He has money, but he can't just give it up for the operation. So I decided that I should come up with something to earn money myself and add the missing amount. As he went out into the corridor, he heard some shouting, someone asking for drinks. A moment later, someone announced that this employee is not an adult, and this is already dangerous. Covering their heads, the three of them ran somewhere, noting that this was really serious. Turning around, the leader said that if the girl is out of the mood, it does not mean that she can just take it out on them. Folding her hands, the blonde said that she was always like this, but she just didn't understand why she was being treated inappropriately. But the owner of the establishment again shouted that there was no need to be impudent. Everything has its limits. He does not beat Kopecks because he is a gentleman, but the fairer sex also needs to control themselves. At that moment, a voice stated the fact that the money earned did not belong to the mother. Langjiang quickly turned her head and immediately saw the tutor in front of her. As Shile walked toward the student, he shouted in a stern voice that another sister had gone to such a bad place. As he grabbed it, he noted that she probably missed the belt that would be provided for her. The girl didn't understand what was going on, thinking that her teacher had actually come to protect her, although she immediately stated that there was no need to worry about her. The young man did not like that the teenager called him uncle, and therefore ordered him to immediately wash and dress, because he looks just awful. Lengjang, when she heard that the tutor was willing to teach her again, asked if that was the case, but he only said that the price remained the same. Grabbing the young man's hand, the girl immediately warmed up, saying that she would listen to her teacher. Putting the notebook in front of the teenager, the teacher immediately informed the girl that she immediately answered the questions and did not think about the answers. Lengjang suggested that we go to a bar first and sing at least a couple of songs, but the young man was angry and shouted that training should come first. The guys watching from the sidelines discussed among themselves that this guy wasn't as simple as he looked at first glance, and he had a large harem. But the blonde girl again said that her uncle came because he was worried about her, although the young man explained that he had a date at this place. Hearing about this, a disgruntled teenager shouted that the tutor is not a good person because he allows himself to go on some dates behind her back. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes wide. It was clear that he was very much afraid of something. The young man said with horror that he had completely forgotten about Wei Xingyue with these events. As the blonde walked down the street, she said aloud to herself that this time Shi Lei had overstepped his bounds. Once again, the beauty decided that she had imagined that everything could be different, although she immediately forbade herself to think about it, knowing that she was mistaken. At that moment, the driver said that Miss was already waiting for a long time, so he asked her to get in the car. Wei Xingyu's heart was very heavy, and for the first time, she didn't want to think or do anything. So, taking a deep breath, she said that now was the time to go home. But the driver immediately explained that he was very sorry, but right now, nothing like this can be done. The girl who just wanted to rest now didn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, the guy turned around. It turned out to be Wei Qing, who stated that the young Mrs. Father had ordered him to accompany her to Europe. The frightened blonde said that something really happened in the family again, because every time something goes wrong, the head of the family tries to send her as far away as possible. The young man explained that Wei Xingyue had recently performed at her best, recently snatched the business from the Song family, which was not so easy, and then held talks with the world-famous chef and restaurant owner. It turned out that the father is so happy with his daughter that he wants her to work a little in Europe, where she can show her best side. Moreover, the head of state told everyone that he could be proud of his eldest daughter, and therefore such an important matter must be entrusted to her. Emboldened, the blonde explained that since this was the case, she would immediately personally call her parent. Just as the girl picked up the phone, she saw an incoming call. It was our hero, who immediately began to ask for forgiveness for what happened in this restaurant. The young man said that he had no idea that they were allowed to do all sorts of different things. Smiling, the blonde thought that this man, despite everything, did not forget her, although after their first meeting they crossed paths under strange circumstances. However, it is fair to note that the approval of my father was largely obtained thanks to this student. The young man could only hear silence on the phone, so he asked if his friend was listening. In a haughty tone, the beauty said that she could hear everything perfectly, adding that she was a mistress who did not want to constantly argue. And Shile said that he was very glad that they had resolved this misunderstanding, because next time it would be even embarrassing to look in the eyes, although he definitely wants to meet again soon. Inwardly, Wei Xingyu thought that this guy was thinking of her and said out loud that she was going on a business trip to Europe. He didn't know if it was safe to drive at this late hour. Hearing how many questions the young man asked, the blonde said that in this case he can buy a ticket and go with her. Our hero really wanted to do just that, but there were other expenses that should be taken care of, and therefore explained that he had some difficulties. Wei Xingyu was annoyed to hear this, but she got out of it by saying that she was just joking about the trip together. In turn, the student said that he wishes the beauty to work fruitfully and will wait for her to return. Wei Qing, who saw the boss smiling, immediately asked her what was wrong, but she didn't say anything. At this time, the Wei family's house was heavily guarded as usual. While in the room, a strange man was talking to someone on the phone. The blonde's father told her that he believes in her and hopes that she will show her best side because it is extremely important for them. After inviting some people over, Mr. Wei explained that Wei Xingyu had already left, so they could get down to business. The next day, Shirley sneezed as he walked down the street, thinking that someone was definitely thinking of him at that moment. Wiping his nose, the young man said that now he can safely attend his college. Students who paid attention to our hero discussed among themselves that they were glad that this handsome man, who had not been seen for about a month, had come. Although the guy is a bit strange, but it seems that he can flirt with girls. But the student knew he had other things to do, even though it was nice to hear what someone thought of him. Shule knew that he had a lot of things to worry about and a lot of nuances to consider. It is very important to get close to the right people so that you can spend money on them, as this will greatly facilitate the task. Turning his head, our hero tried to remember where the school building was located because it seemed to him that he had already reached it. But suddenly the guy stopped because he noticed a girl who was standing on the other side of the street. It was Ellie, but the student was surprised to see her the other day in a maid's uniform, now in a sailor's uniform because she probably likes movies. Waving his hand, Shile quickly walked towards his friend, realizing that they were in a completely different environment now, so they could have a quiet conversation. But suddenly a stranger appeared in front of the girl, who was holding a huge bouquet of flowers. The young man asked if all was well with Ellie, and immediately asked if the beauty would agree to become his girlfriend this time. The blonde answered the headman with a sad voice, but even now she can't agree. But the guy didn't understand what was wrong, because since she came to their college, the student has been trying to get her attention, but all in vain, although he does everything politely. The student explained that he fell in love with the beauty from the very first time they met, even though she looked very strange. After a while, the headman even decided to sing for a classmate to win her heart. After that, the young man decided to buy the best flowers with the money that he had, in order to definitely win over Ellie, who still did not notice him. Sitting down on one knee, the young man continued to say that he came from a good family, he had a great physique, he was tall, but most importantly, he treated her well. Grabbing the hem of her skirt, a friend of our hero said that she really likes this man. The beauty still wanted to say something, but she heard a classmate start talking about her work, so she asked a counter question about how he found out about it. The headman did not know the real picture, nor did he know why he had to work so hard. Moving closer, the student said that if Ellie decided to date him, she would no longer have to think about how to work and earn money. But at this moment, Shile, who was standing on the side, shouted at the guy to stop his harassment since the girl had already said everything she wanted. Snatching the bouquet, the young man shouted that the girl had made it clear that she did not like the young man. She did not plan to meet him. The startled headman did not understand who was in front of him, so he immediately asked about it. The young man proudly declared that he was the older brother and therefore would not let anyone offend Ellie. But the classmate knew that this was not the case, since the brunette did not have any relatives at all. Closing a friend, our hero said with anger in his voice that one should not think that money decides everything, and therefore the headman should avoid the student. And then he took his childhood friend's hand and led her somewhere. As for the student, he stood there and thought about how Shile's clothes cost a lot of money, even though he had never heard of such a wealthy student in their university. After that, I decided that I couldn't just let it go. I needed to find out everything. Having called someone, the young man asked to collect all available information on our hero. Turning to Ellie, the young man asked why she did not immediately run away when the headman approached her, because it was immediately obvious that he had bad intentions for her. And as the student went on muttering to himself, the beauty thought that she didn't understand why this man always addressed her as his sister. Although in childhood, when children played, they constantly discussed that, as adults, they would definitely get married. Our hero didn't mind it, because he always liked Ellie. But now it was as if the guy had completely forgotten about everything, even though he didn't really want to be reminded. All of a sudden, Shile himself remembered their childhood, so he decided that he couldn't answer now like he did back then. Smiling, the young man asked why a friend looks at her brother like that, if she was really afraid of something. The brunette thought to herself that she did not want and could not drag this man into trouble. As she left, Ellie told him not to think too much about it, not to worry too much about her. The beauty noted that it was time for her to go to class, and therefore she would already go. Looking after his childhood friend, the guy understood that now in the first place is the task of finding money for the mother of this student. Everything else can be left for a later time. Upon hearing the slave's request, the scepter explained that it was only allowed to share its quota with someone who had a fairly close relationship with the great spirit of the Dark Knight. In this case, the girl's mother also does not fit this category, although the young man insisted that he wanted to invite these people to dinner. But the owner reminded the young man not to confuse where you can spend money and where you can't, because again, he starts to understand something wrong. The guy wanted to donate some money to these people, saying that they are very pathetic, they have big financial problems, although he turned away and said out loud that this would not work because he would be punished again. Scepter realized that his slave had already realized everything, so he shouted that it was time for him to go. However, all of a sudden, the young man stated that he still had one last question. The owner looked at the boy in amazement, not knowing what he would come up with this time. The young man started talking about how the god of Dark Knight had given him a quota for this black card, so he could probably lend it to other people. The god's assistant was looking at this guy carefully, even though he was in no hurry to answer his question. Meanwhile, Shile was happily shouting that if he had an IOU, it wouldn't count as a gift. Smiling, the owner said that, of course, it can be done. And while the student was already rejoicing that he had found the right and optimal solution, the scepter said that the slave was looking for his death. The young man did not understand why in this case he could not use the card, because this is not a violation of the rules. But according to the rules, interest on money lent during the quota period should be charged at the rate of 40% of the total amount. Shilei realized that if he borrowed 100 yen, then he would have to pay back 140 yen. So if he borrowed the entire amount, he would have to pay back an unrealistic amount. The student immediately said out loud that he would have to return 112,000, which would be almost impossible to find. Closing his eyes, the scepter reminded him again that the god of dark night grants funds through the black card system, which can only be used by those who are designated as its owner for targeted expenses. Therefore, it cannot be used for investments, loans, and other personal expenses. Otherwise, if the costs are not covered, the slave will simply be destroyed. So with the current circumstances, no matter who the guy wants to borrow from and in what way, it's a sure path to death. Again, the student thought to himself that he should save money in a different way as soon as possible. But so far, I had no idea how it could be done in an honest way and in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, the young man asked the scepter what had happened to him, because he was now beginning to answer questions very willingly. When the master heard this, he looked at his slave carefully and in surprise. After that, out of habit, he immediately started insulting the student and not intending to answer his questions. After a second, the room became empty and quiet, and our hero was able to breathe a sigh of relief, although relief is very loudly said. The guy decided that it was better to work hard, save up money, and help Ellie cope with difficulties, but it was just not clear where to get as much money as possible. Sitting in a familiar house, a confused Shilei told the hostess that he was ashamed that he had to disappear for a few days, but he needed a job as a tutor. The woman said that this will not be a problem, but she has one request for the teacher to accompany her daughter to dinner. And then she added that you don't have to worry about dinner and the price, because she left her daughter the necessary amount. The young man apologized for refusing this request, admitting that after classes he will have another part-time job. The young man saw no point in hiding anything, and therefore honestly said that his friend was facing difficulties, and therefore he wants to help her raise the necessary amount. Miss Zhang understood everything, but it seemed that she wasn't going to give up so easily. A minute later, the owner of the house said that if there was such a case, then the guy accompanies her daughter, and she pays for this escort so that everything is fair. Shilei smiled and immediately agreed, even though he still had some more questions. The young man was not clear why to spend money on someone to keep the girl company, but the teenager's mother did not answer, saying that it was time for her to go to work. Although before leaving, she added that she believes that Liang Zheng feels a little happier with a boyfriend. After that, the door closed behind the woman, although the young man still stood and looked at her intently for a while. Shilei was trying to process what he had just heard. When we reached the second floor, our hero's eyes widened in surprise because he did not expect to see something like this. Standing in front of his student's door, the tutor did not see all the horror that had been revealed to him before. Entering the room, the young man found a teenager sitting near a large window and reading something. Looking ahead, the student did not believe that this was even possible. Such radical changes do not happen in such a short time. Turning around, the teenager, who was now a brunette, asked if Shilei didn't recognize her. The tutor didn't want to show his surprise, so he decided to keep his distance, since he was still a teacher of a schoolgirl. Throwing herself on the guy's neck, the beauty said that now he sees her pure and true face, and added that she feels her mentor's heartbeat. Hitting the girl on the head, the young man said that the teacher, this is not entertainment, and therefore you do not need to flirt with him, and in order not to have unnecessary thoughts, it is better to open a book and solve 20 problems. Surprised, Liang Zheng said that there were no tasks involved since her mother had to talk about the upcoming dinner. Sitting on the guy's lap, the girl said that now is the time to go and eat. The young man knew that it would be difficult for him, but he was not going to give up. And then, jumping up from the sofa, he shouted that the student should listen to him carefully and not contradict him. Falling on the bed, the teenager said that she really liked Shilei, and therefore he just needed to love her so that everyone would be happy. Leaving, the young man proudly stated that something inappropriate was happening, and therefore he refused to be a tutor. Suddenly, the beauty grabbed our hero by the sleeve of his jacket. She said that she would not make any noise and leave, at least this evening, and therefore asked the guy not to leave her. Sighing heavily, the guy said out loud that he wasn't going anywhere, but thought to himself that he would have stayed anyway. Grabbing the young man's hand, the girl said that they should eat first anyway, and then she would do all the homework. After a while, the young people were already in one of the establishments of the city where they serve seafood barbecue. Looking at the prices carefully, Shilei noticed that even though he spent $80,000 a week, such 4-digit prices were simply amazing. realizing that not everyone could afford such a thing. The girl was hungry and therefore wanted to pounce on the food as soon as possible, asking if her tutor was going to treat her. The guy thought that he could not spend quotas on the student, so it was necessary to use 600 yuan. But one serving of food in the cafe cost about 3,000. Showing the map, the teenager said that in this case, she will treat her teacher, who ultimately will be obliged to do what she tells him. The young man did not understand where the beauty got this card, but she explained that her mother gave it to her. As Shilei left, he explained that it was best for them to find some other place because it was incredibly expensive, and the girl didn't know yet that money wasn't very easy to get. But the brunette insisted that her mother was paying for dinner tonight, no matter how much it cost, because that was the deal. But all of a sudden, Liang Zhang turned away and walked away. She was talking about how she wasn't hungry anymore. Moreover, every year's birthday was like this. The girl was angry, complaining that she couldn't have a proper dinner with either her friend or her mother. Standing in the middle of the street, the young man could not understand whose birthday he was talking about, because the woman did not say anything about it at all. The teenage girl was stubborn, but not stupid, so she just sat on the bench, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Passing the handkerchief to the beauty, the young man said that he did not want his friend to constantly cry, because this is already becoming a habit. As soon as he comes, she immediately bursts into tears. However, the girl called her tutor, although he did not take offense at her at all, realizing that there was no escape from such a temper. After a moment, Shilei said that if it was a beauty's birthday, then she should have more fun. The young man had never been rich, but he knew how to relax, so he explained that they should pretend that they had flown somewhere, adding that even for 600 yuan, you can have a good rest. And I thought to myself that every person's birthday is an important date, and therefore it is necessary to celebrate and not cry. Moving through the evening city, the guy decided that it was not a problem. If he spent the money, he could still earn it later. Holding a large paper cup in her hands, the girl enjoyed it as if it was something incredible. Pouncing on the street food, the beauty said that it was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Cotton candy and lemonade, which were next, liked the birthday girl no less than the dish before. A moment later, Liang Zhang turned her attention to the toy vending machine, shouting that she wanted this too. After pulling out a few animals for herself and her tutor, the girl was as happy as ever. Sitting down on a bench, the student told her tutor that it was the best and most fun birthday of her life. Passing the beauty a small box with a cake inside, the young man said that he believes that this holiday can also be improved. Looking at this cake, Liang Zhang once again shouted that the young man was the most amazing person she had ever known. But after a moment, the guy took his present back, saying that he did not prepare it for her. At this moment, Liang Zhang's tired mother was walking to the underground parking lot. She thought to herself that it had been a difficult day, with a lot of negotiations waiting for her, but she was able to handle everything in the best possible way. However, after a moment, Miss Zhang noticed her daughter standing right in front of her and asked why she wasn't at home. The girl timidly said something about her tutor, but the frightened mother could not understand what had happened. Holding the cake in her hands, Liang Zhang explained that the young man said that if the child has a birthday, the mother should also take part in the celebration. The woman's voice was shaky, as if she thought her daughter didn't like spending time with her. As Shilei approached, he said, "How can you be so stupid when there is no child who doesn't love his mother?" And while the guy just stood there and watched, Liang Zhang immediately said that her mother is her hero, and therefore she loves her the most. The young man was flattered by these words, but most of all, he was pleased to see that tears of joy appeared in the woman's eyes. Miss Zhang understood that this boy was able to do his job perfectly, and while the two women were hugging, our hero didn't dare to go anywhere, even though he had his own things to do. On the way to the car, the mother told her daughter that now it was time to go home and cook something. And on the way, they could stop at the store and buy dishes because they had a big problem with this. Before leaving, the Zhang family shouted to the guy that they were grateful to him and would soon meet for another class. Shilei was happy to see the evening ended like this, even though he thought that he didn't know how he was going to get home now. At this time, headman Wu Haoyuan, speaking on the phone, couldn't understand how some boy could have such connections. But he also decided that our hero is still not a rival for him, and therefore sooner or later he will get Ellie. After a while, Shilei looked at his mobile phone, seeing a notification that 1,000 yuan had been credited to the account. He thought about how Zhang Mei had said that she would raise the tuition fee based on 500 yuan per hour, and not only did she keep her word, but she had already transferred the required amount. But in addition to problems with money, there are also other important things that need to be completed. At the same time, there were already 3,000 in the account. The young man wanted to please Ellie, so he called her, although the friend did not answer, which was something strange. He waited for her to pick up the phone, but nothing happened. At this time, the girl was sitting in a cafe and nervously looked somewhere. Our hero, despite the fact that he was at a great distance, still managed to notice his childhood friend. Shilei walked towards her, thinking that it was even good that they would be able to talk in person. Raising his hand, the student was already shouting that it was a real coincidence, hoping that Ellie would be happy to see him. But at that moment, the guy saw something that made him immediately stop where he was. He saw Wu Haoyuan sitting at the table next to Ellie, even though he didn't understand what he wanted from the girl. The beauty didn't believe that this young man wanted to help her, but it was true, or at least the guy himself insisted on it. The naive brunette carefully looked at her classmate, not knowing what else she could say to him. However, he was in no hurry to just give help, and therefore said that there is one nuance. While handing over a document to the beauty, Wu Haoyuan explained that she also had to make some promises to him. With her hands folded, Ellie didn't know what it was, but she knew she would have to sign something. The headman immediately explained that, of course, he had enough money, but now it belongs to his parents, so they can ask what happened. Ellie didn't really know what that meant, just stared at the guy sitting across from her, and he continued to say that only the signature of the brunette is needed, after which she will immediately receive the necessary amount of money because her mother needs surgery and very urgently. While reading the document, the girl asked if the headman of her group would really be able to keep his word. Wu Haoyuan held Ellie's hand and tried to convince her that as long as she did what was required, everything would be as she wanted. Because he was very nice to his classmate, he liked her. The brunette was crying. She understood that the difficult situation had driven her into a corner, and therefore it was necessary to solve something. The moment the girl was about to sign her signature, Shilei immediately snatched the sheet from her hands, saying that he personally wanted to read this contract. The document stated that Wu Haoyuan's side was providing a one-time financing of 80,000 yuan to Song Ellie's side, who agreed to be his girlfriend for a year. The headman did not consider it necessary to report to a stranger, and therefore proudly declared that he should not interfere in other people's affairs. Putting a piece of paper on the table, our hero asked his friend if she was really going to sell herself for such a small amount. Crying, the beauty told Shilei not to interfere, telling him that she was only doing this out of her own free will. The guy was more angry than ever. He explained that they actually grew up in poverty, but is this a reason to sell yourself, and immediately added that he had already said that he would help? So why did you have to go behind his back? Ellie explained that her circumstances had changed dramatically because her mother had taken a sharp turn for the worse. The doctor said that bypass surgery should be performed immediately. If this is not done, the woman may die. She does not have a father, and there is no point in living without a mother. The young man understood that this was all very serious. Despite this, he really asked his friend not to cry. Raising his hand, Wu Haoyuan arrogantly said that in addition to money, he could also help with a famous doctor, so the classmate only had the best intentions. After breaking the contract, our hero shouted that the young man was going to finish off the lying man with all this. And all because he probably likes to extract his own benefit for the sake of other people's troubles. Grabbing Ellie's hand, her childhood friend told her to go to the hospital and tell the doctor about the upcoming operation. He would take care of the rest himself. The girl couldn't believe it was true, but the guy just asked her to believe him. It took only a few seconds and the guys were already leaving the cafe. Clutching the remnants of the contract in his fist, Wu Haoyuan thought that this boy had ruined everything, but he decided that it wouldn't just go away. After a while, Shilei was already standing next to the ATM. The young man didn't do anything. He just remembered his recent conversation with the scepter, which had clearly made it clear that a slave didn't have the right to split the money with someone else. But on the other hand, Ellie's life was at stake, and she wouldn't live without her mother because she didn't have anyone else. It was a difficult decision. Despite this, the young man began to perform a cash withdrawal operation. At the very end, the guy just had to wait for the money to be received. A few minutes later, with a huge wad of money, the student was heading to the hospital, realizing that it was impossible to delay. Shilei had a clear plan that he was going to follow completely. But at that moment, the student heard a voice that told him that in his place, he would not have done such a stupid thing. He didn't know who was talking to him, but when he turned around, he immediately understood. The owner reminded him with all seriousness that they had had a conversation on this topic the day before, and therefore a young man can't just give money to strangers. Clutching the backpack that the young man had already put the money in, he said that he would be able to find a way to get 110,000 yuan. But the young man didn't stop. He reminded that the guy had gone through a series of difficulties to find some measly 800 yuan, which is already talking about the sum of 110,000. Hearing about wanting to help a friend, Scepter said that the young man was risking his youth and life in order to save some middle-aged woman who would not know how long after the operation. But our hero said that this is a human life and the life of the mother of a good girl, and therefore the owner of something definitely does not understand. Scepter didn't back down and said that everything was clear with the guy, with Ellie too, but how would his family live? The young man has his own birth parents. If Shillay dies, what will become of these people? At that moment, it seemed that the student had begun to see clearly, because until that moment, he hadn't thought about it. Although he immediately replied that he did not know this, but he was well aware that he would not be able to live in peace if he did not even try to help his friend. Spreading his hands wide, Scepter admitted that he originally thought that the young man would jump over his predecessors, but now it seems that he won't, adding that in order for the young man to be as happy as he could, he's definitely not the first or last stupid slave. And waving to our hero, he said that very soon they will see each other. The young man closed the door behind him, knowing that there was no turning back. He didn't know why, but he still thanked his master who was still behind him. He wanted to ask something because he didn't understand why they were thanking him, but he didn't do it. After a while, Shule was already running around the city, wanting to get the money to the hospital as quickly as possible. The student did not know what condition the woman was in, and therefore could not delay. After giving the money to the hospital's cash register, the young man walked down the corridor, knowing that Ellie was waiting for him somewhere out there. The next morning, a surgeon came out of the operating room who told the children the news that the operation was successful, and therefore the patient's life is out of danger. At that moment, our hero forgot about all the difficulties. He was glad that he was able to help, and therefore told a friend that it was all very wonderful. Taking her friend's hand, the girl sincerely thanked him for everything he had done for her. The guy stroking Ellie's head said that he was happier these days than ever, and therefore asked the beauty to take care not only of himself, but also of his mother. When the student left, he said that it was time for him to go, but he thought to himself that the day of reckoning would soon come. He would disappear and would no longer be able to help. But the young man did not immediately leave, because Ellie called out to him, asking him to take his time. The girl was holding a document behind her back, which she very quickly handed over to her childhood friend. The surprised young man assumed that it could be a promissory note, but did not want to take it, saying that he did not expect to return this amount at all. But the brunette did not want the young man to just leave, so she insisted that he take it away, otherwise it would just be awkward for her. A moment later, Ellie ran away confused because she couldn't look the man in the eye. The guy decided that it still didn't matter, because he would disappear anyway, and no one would know about this note. Suddenly, the scepter said that this painting actually looks quite tragic. The boy, who was scared half to death, asked his master not to show up so unexpectedly, because it really wasn't funny. But the young man harshly replied that the stupid slave should not give advice, but take care of himself. After a moment, the student noticed that the scepter's words were still about the dead slave, and therefore decided that they had come for his life. Smiling, the landlord asked him what he thought was the reason for their meeting so quickly again. With his arms outstretched, Shirley asked that the assistant of the Dark Knight god not delay and kill him as soon as possible, because the faster it happened, the faster it would be possible to be reborn. But the host called our hero a silly Mickey Mouse, with a good imagination and great intentions. Then he added that this time he could not do what the guy asked, because from now on he was promoted. Seeing that the scepter was trying to leave after these words, our hero was going to stop him, because he did not know what this could mean. Without turning around, he explained that due to the outstanding performance of a first-class slave, he had once again received a 5-star rating, and therefore should accept congratulations on being promoted to the 2nd degree. Shile, just like before, could not understand anything. After all, just recently he was told that he would not be able to return the money, and now such a surprise. Therefore, the student said that he spent someone else's money, which most likely could not be returned, and they also offer him an additional payment. But the scepter explained that all the answers were in the hands of the slave himself, who didn't even think about it. It was then that he realized that Ellie had actually given him something, even though he hadn't bothered to open it. As he began to read, the young man realized that it was a receipt for selling herself as a slave to our hero for 1 year, meaning that Ellie claimed that she would do whatever Master Shile told her to do. Unable to believe his eyes, the student tried to say something, but couldn't find the right words. Scepter said that according to their system, Song Ellie is rated as a B-level girl, but providing this girl for 1 year will cost within $1.5 million. If you spend $60,000 now, the guy will confirm these words. Shile said that the master's extra payment is to buy and sell beauties, but in this case, he wants to be killed. Otherwise, it will have to be illegal and unethical. Sooner or later, other people will be able to kill him. The host didn't like it. He shouted that the Dark Knight god would never lower himself to this level. They had rules. He added that according to their rating system, Ellie voluntarily did what she did, and the guy survived twice. The student already understood all this, but he had no idea what was waiting for him next. Scepter went on to explain that with the receipt, Ellie also became one of the closest people who can share their quota with the sure slave. But you also need to remember that the girl for this year comes at the disposal of the guy, and therefore you can use this to justify the costs. The guy didn't understand what Yusa's master was talking about because it sounded too cheeky. Suddenly it dawned on our hero, and therefore he shouted, "Does the young man really think that they should have a relationship?" But the Scepter replied in an indifferent tone that the girl saved the life of a friend and therefore does not understand why a relationship is bad. However, at this moment, the student thought of Wei Xingyue for some reason. Suddenly, the guy forbade himself these thoughts, saying that he had a whole year ahead of him in order to find a way to solve this awkward situation. Shile decided to change the subject a bit, so he asked if he understood correctly that spending money can be combined. Scepter confirmed this, adding that even if the young man spent money on the girl's mother, it is all within the limits of what is possible, and it is very profitable. And then he said that in any case, it would not be a problem, because the amount of the second level quota is equal to 1 million. When our hero heard about this, he was immediately outraged and surprised at the same time, because he had no idea where to spend such a huge amount. But the owner smiled, saying that the quota would also increase, and in general, 1 million is a first-class consumption for a month, because for rich people, it is not very much. The student stood his ground, saying that they definitely want to kill him, although he wants to be happy as soon as possible. The guy continued counting, saying that before that, he received 80,000 a week, spent 400,000 as much as possible, but at a higher level, for some reason, the costs were increased by as much as 600,000. And while Shile was thinking that, with each new level of spending and quota increasing, he would soon not know where to spend the day, Scepter thought that no one would let a slave play with death. However, he decided not to voice it, and therefore said that since there are no more questions, he is removed. Shile wasn't going to stop, initially apologizing for his pile of questions, but he couldn't do without it. The young man said that he wanted to know at least how many more levels there are after the second one, and also how much the quota amount is. The student understood that this person could just leave, but still decided to wait. The Scepter bluntly stated that second-level slaves were not allowed to know information about subsequent levels. You can only report that the guy fully meets his level. The owner knew that the god of Dark Knight liked this boy, who couldn't stop himself, so he kept asking questions over and over again. It was precisely because of this interest that Scepter took pity and explained that theoretically there can't be more than 10 levels, meaning it takes an average of 1 month to move from one level to another. If the consumption reaches a sufficient score, it can lead the slave to the next level. Our hero thought to himself that it would probably be very difficult for him to reach the 10th level. So I asked if it was true that additional expenses would affect points, and I heard that this was true. Rejoicing, the guy shouted, "If he doesn't have an extra expense, the transition process will slow down." Suddenly, the student felt like he was hit on the head, at which point the master shouted that the slave should think carefully. After that, he explained that if everything does not end on the 10th cycle, they will not give points, and they can also destroy a person. Inwardly, the young man thought that he had assumed that things were not so simple, although in this case, the points would still not be needed. Scepter kept saying that points were needed to use the card, but right now the guy could help himself with his stupid wish. When Shirley heard that it was possible to exchange other people's money for his own, he asked how much money he was talking about. At that moment, the owner stopped because he was about to do something interesting. A minute later, a virtual table appeared on which it was written that you can change 9,300 yen. Scepter added, by moving to a new level, you can invest even if the slave is stupid, but knows exactly what it means. Once again, Shile decided that this way he could save up for his own wealth, the most important step to get rid of the Dark Knight god in the card system. The owner said that that card has a special way of using it. He will install the application on the slave's phone, Preto, and only the student will have access. And as the consumption cycle gets longer, the system reduces the time to the billing day and thus allows you to request the amount. As Scepter left, he explained that now was the time for him to go about his own business. It seemed that Shirley would never be able to stop, so he asked the assistant not to leave. In an exasperated tone, he asked what was wrong again. The young man began to suck up, saying that great people are forgetful, because if a slave spends everything, there should be a reward waiting for him. Scepter was once again convinced that this young man only seemed naive, but in reality, he was completely different. After that, he said that he was facing a stupid, treacherous, cunning, and bad groundhog. But at the same time, a scoreboard that he had seen before immediately appeared in front of Chalet. Clicking on the button, the guy saw that a very beautiful and bright map appeared in front of him. The owner, laughing, said that the player, of course, was very lucky, but at the same time he was unlucky, because this is a great card. The young man was upset. He knew that now he would not be able to use his bonus. Hearing the words that he would be lucky next time, the student shouted that it was unfair because he should be provided with cards according to the current level. Otherwise, he is facing an ordinary cheater. The scepter said that the guy's stupid suggestion made sense. He had free time to deliver information to the Dark Knight God. Moreover, there was still another chance. It couldn't be missed. Looking at the scoreboard, the guy said that he did not understand why it was impossible to start from today and what to do if a strange card fell out again. The master explained that if he did it right now, but really wanted it to work, at least next time, the slave would definitely have a chance. Suddenly, the scepter stopped talking because it was looking intently at something. Chile was also silent, though he immediately asked what that even meant. The owner's eyes glowed green, but he still didn't say anything. But then he explained that the great god of Dark Knight had approved his proposal this time, so the maps would be updated and there would be no more high-level maps. A moment later, the cards actually began to line up in random order. The surprised guy was amazed at what he was seeing, but the scepter shouted that it was necessary not to stand and watch, but to act immediately before the scoreboard disappeared. After selecting something on the scoreboard, Chile said that he thought it was actually the right thing to do. And then something unusual happened, because a bright light shone on the head of the slave, who could not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, the boy felt an unusual surge of strength, one that couldn't be compared to anything else. Again and again, our hero repeated that he did not realize what had happened to him, but this is something absolutely incredible. In a dissatisfied tone, the scepter explained that the boy was lucky again, because he got a level A card. It's a card of a master of ancient arts. The student was silent for a while, thinking to himself about how this might be useful to him in the future. The master knew that the guy would not just leave him alone, so he decided to tell Tom in advance that when the slave decided to use this power, he should mentally call for a map to help him. Chile didn't want to leave it for a later time, so he hurried to summon this card. Suddenly, something hard to describe happened to the hero again. Again, the scepter said that after summoning, the youth would be able to see different martial arts variants, which was true because they could all be seen on the screen. Chile didn't know what he was going to do with it yet, but he knew that it was an interesting skill that could definitely come in handy. So I decided to choose one of the suggested options to activate the corresponding power of a martial artist. It turns out that all physical abilities will improve significantly in the same second. Moreover, the card is permanent, but it can only be used once a day. You can only choose one skill, and after choosing it, you will not be able to change it. Hearing that after using the card for 10 minutes, there will be unpleasant consequences in the form of weakness and sensitivity of the nerve endings, our hero was surprised and scared. As for the owner, he once again stated that he had already said a lot, and therefore was going to leave. And as he left, he added that he didn't need to ask him about the funds, because they would be sent to the slave soon. Chile immediately thought about it, saying that he still wanted to discuss some matters regarding how to spend 1,000,001 in 1 month. But there was no answer, because the scepter was no longer there. But the young man did not care much at the time, and he decided that this time everything was decided in the best possible way. Arriving at the hospital, the young man saw that Ellie was running towards him. She happily said that her mother's condition was already much better, and therefore she would be transferred to the general ward in a couple of days. The guy was not used to hearing that he was constantly praised, so he suggested that he just forget about it. He thought to himself that it was his duty to thank his friend for giving herself up as a slave, otherwise he might not have been there anymore. The student already had to go to college, so he explained that he would go back to his own business first, so he would help her with everything else, and if she needed something, she could call him at any time. When the beauty heard about this, she went up to the young man and kissed him. At the same time, he remembered the words of the scepter, which explained that the boy could use Ellie for the next year, although it was strange to even think about it. The confused hero wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. Chile waved at his friend and said that it was really time for him to go, but they would see each other again very soon. Ellie wanted to say something else, but she just stood there and watched her childhood friend walk away quickly. After entering his house, the student stretched, thinking about how glad he was to be in this place after all. The guy said out loud that he had never been so tired in his entire life. The quota has been received, which means that if Mrs. Sun gets worse, she can be transferred to a better ward and hire an excellent specialist, so there is one less problem. But at this moment, the young man who was completely lost in his thoughts was blocked by a beautiful foot. Wei Yu was shouting reproachfully that the young man had made the lady wait for him for so long at the door. The startled Shilei immediately started making excuses, saying that the blonde girl didn't say that she was coming today, otherwise he would definitely have met her. Closing her eyes, the beauty noted that she would think about forgiving her friend, but in the meantime, he must open the door for her. The guy thought that the girl would go to her room, but she went to him, which was very strange, because she lived in the next apartment. Sitting down on the sofa, Wei Yue explained that she went abroad on business, but there were unforeseen circumstances. So the blonde came back as soon as she finished, but when she went to the door of the house, she realized that she didn't take the key. Besides, the phone was also dead. Holding ice water in his hands, the guy suggested that in such a situation, his friend has nowhere to go. Putting the papers on the table, the neighbor remarked that this was the stupidest question she had ever heard. After that, she added that she would borrow our hero's bathroom, while the young man should look at the contract that is on the table and be obliged to sign it, if, of course, he wants to. The student didn't understand what he was talking about, but the blonde immediately stated that it was a contract for the sale of Miss Ben's body. Picking up the papers, Shilei realized that it was a contract between a friend of his and the chef of that big restaurant. The girl in the bathroom shouted that this was true, but her neighbor probably thought that she only knew how to sell bodies. But our hero liked to carefully delve into everything, and therefore now he wanted to study everything thoroughly. Suddenly, the young man was taken aback, because it said that the restaurant would be registered in Shulei's name. Besides, the shares also belonged to him. The blonde said that everything has already been agreed with Yuli. In addition, the 10 million that she invested, as well as the management rights, are recorded on our hero. The young man honestly said that it is not just pleasant, it is truly something incredible. However, the guy couldn't understand how he deserved all this, because he didn't do anything. Wei Yu immediately explained that the main reason was that both she and her companion had complete trust in the young man. The student thought to himself that it was very strange that this gentleman actually trusted him, and immediately decided that the wealth card was even better than he might have thought. As for the girl, she reflected on the fact that her friend understands the burden of responsibility placed on him and asked aloud if the young man might have any other questions. Shilei shouted that everything was clear to him, except for who came up with the idea. And then he said that he perfectly remembers how his daughter wanted to prove to her father what she was capable of, and therefore this restaurant is a perfect confirmation of that. The blonde explained that she would come up with something else, and that she didn't want this place to become the property of the Wei family, although she had a desire to avoid one organization. The student has already heard the name of this organization, because it is the Eye of the Dark Knight. Hearing about this, our hero froze in place, as the beauty repeatedly repeated this. Coming out of the shower, the blonde once again reminded that at the beginning of their acquaintance, she asked the guy about these people. Wei Yu explained that when she went on a business trip, she realized that her family's business was not very successful there, and therefore something unexpected might happen when even money wouldn't save her. However, the reason is not because of poor management, but because the eyes of the Dark Knight are somehow involved. Looking at his friend, the young man thought that she was interested in the company only because of the affairs of her company, and therefore knows little about this topic at all. After that, with sadness in her voice, the blonde noted that no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't find out anything. So, in order to save the business, the only thing that remains is to rewrite the business on Shilei and immediately ask the guy to do everything right. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. Standing in the middle of the room, the student said that he was touched that a girl he didn't know trusted him so much. Answering the beauty's question about whether he agreed, the young man asked her not to rush. It turned away, even though Wei Yu didn't understand what was wrong with her acquaintance. At this point, our hero thought that he would be given shares and dividends in order to help his girlfriend. But Julius believes that Shai got all this thanks to the wealth card. Abruptly, the slave thought of the scepter, or rather, whether the scepter thought it was okay to spend the money that the business brought in. But after a moment, the young man decided that he could invest his $10,000 in the business. Then everything would definitely be fine. Turning to a friend, the young man said that she can transfer everything to him, but half of the shares is too much. A moment later, the hero continued to say that he would invest 10,000 yuan in the restaurant, and he would be credited with 1 share. Surprised, the blonde immediately asked if Shilei was sane. She added in a loud voice that she was offering 50% of the shares, in dividends for nothing, but she didn't understand why the young man was so stupid. But the guy said that you should not underestimate his 10,000, adding that this is really all that he has at the moment. Wei Xingyu immediately said that the guy was happy with the terms he offered, but that was another matter for her. But the same one, passing the young man's hand, said that she thought they could agree. Realizing that the towel was beginning to slip from her sudden movements, the girl immediately froze in place. Then she started shouting again, saying that the guy would rather go and buy wine than look where you can't go at all. Leaving, the beauty said that she needs to change clothes. She hopes that her neighbor will not peek. The guy also decided to make a joke, and therefore noted that he got a real princess. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and the person announced that the order had already been delivered, although the young man was surprised at this, because he didn't seem to have ordered anything yet. Standing at the entrance, the messenger asked if it was true that Mr. Shai was in front of him. Then he explained that he was from the eyes of the Dark Knight, and therefore happy to serve a client of their company. After hearing about this, the student did not understand how to react to it, because it was something unimaginable. Holding the small box in his hands, the bellboy repeated what he had said a few seconds ago. He immediately explained that he had come to give the young master his personal funds. The young man understood that it was about self-financing, but he did not understand why it was sent directly. The guy wanted to ask questions to this person, but he only managed to say that it was already time for him to go. Shilei felt as if the courier had disappeared in a split second because he wasn't in the corridor. At that moment, the guy heard someone's voice saying that it looks like the student now has his own money. While the young man was still indignant, the scepter advised the slave to get the money out of the box as soon as possible, adding that he should be careful not to burn his hands. As Shilei continued to stare at the person in front of him in surprise, he didn't know what that meant. But when he opened the box, it seemed to him that not only that one, but also everything inside was smoking. Trying to take the bills, the slave dropped them, which the owner immediately noted, saying that the guy does not learn anything at all. But at that moment, the student was not up to it. He wanted to take the money and carefully examine it. There was another matter that was very troubling. This was the organization that Wei Xingyue was afraid of, but from which the money came for him. Suddenly, our hero started asking questions about how the Scepter of the Night, the God of the Dark Night, and the Disciple of the Night are connected. Although the host immediately shouted that the student himself already understood everything. Somehow, the young man had already begun to form a certain picture, but there were still many gaps. After bowing to the scepter, the young man said that he really wanted to know as much as possible about this organization, and inwardly thought that this way he would be able to help the Wei family. As the young man unwrapped his staff, he said that he was in a good mood, so he would tell them something. The company in question was created by the God of the Dark Night to solve people's money problems. Over the years, the company has taken root in this world, performing important tasks. The guy immediately asked if it was true that the eyes of the Dark Knight did not pose any threat to him personally. The scepter said that this is a real delusion, and therefore you cannot even think about it. Shilei is a slave, and the only one who has the right to kill him is the God of Night. He, as well as the young man's own stupidity. After thinking about it, the young man decided, then it turns out that he is completely safe. And he added that the organization is aimed at the Wei family. He personally has a good relationship with Wei Xingyue. It turns out that nothing harms him. The scepter confirmed this, but shouted that it wanted to give one important piece of advice. It is better for the slave not to interfere with the grand plans of the God of the Dark Side. Otherwise, even the great master won't be able to save his subordinate, then nothing can be done. The young man stared ahead in surprise, asking what these grandiose plans meant. But Scepter only said that he was tired of the slave asking too many questions lately. Angry, the young man shouted that every time he did not have time to finish and learn everything to the end, this nasty master disappears. Suddenly, our hero heard a voice that asked what the young man was doing in the corridor. The embarrassed guy completely forgot that Wei Xingyue was in his apartment, and she explained that she didn't have her own clothes, so she borrowed something from a friend. It was a sight he had never seen before, and he couldn't even find the right words. But after a moment, the young man decided to compliment the blonde, explaining that she is beautiful in any clothes. Walking closer, Wei Xingyu asked in a flirtatious voice why the student wasn't trying to do anything when such a beauty was standing next to him. Blushing even more, Shilei took a step back and raised his hand, pretending that he had actually forgotten something important. The young man immediately put money in the hand of a friend, saying that it was 90,000. For a start, he can only invest this amount. Hitting the guy, the blonde screamed that at such a moment, he did not come up with anything else but to give money. For sure, he had problems with his head. Once inside an expensive store of the best goods, Shilei could hear the salesman calling out prices every now and then. The young man liked the beautiful bracelet, which had a price of almost 2 million yuan. So the young man decided that his monthly quota is doubled, which means that he can't afford such a decoration, at least at this stage. In fact, the student was in this place by accident because they agreed with Wei Jingyo to go shopping, but the girl was late, so I had to wait for her here. With tears in his eyes, our hero thought that if he suddenly needed to spend a large amount of money, he could look into this shop. Stopping at one of the storefronts, the guy still turned to the seller, saying that he would like to see the decoration closer, if possible. Taking the bracelet in his hands, the man said that he had been talking to the student for a long time. Did he really not hear him? And then he added that wenwan is a very rich category in his store. Knowledge related to this will not be obtained in a short period of time, so investing in wenwan is frivolous. The young man immediately declared that he would be able to assimilate knowledge gradually and therefore buy what he had already decided and without delay. But the salesman insisted that this store didn't deal with the profane, and therefore it was advisable for the young man to go somewhere else. Although Shi Lei wasn't going to give up, the guy thought to himself that he was planning to invest in the jewel and would do it no matter what anyone thought of him. The man once again looked carefully at our hero, who said that he was planning to make a purchase. The two men stood and looked at each other carefully for a while, as if no one wanted to give in. Suddenly, the stranger pushed our hero as hard as he could. Sitting on the floor, Shile could hear the man talking about how, unfortunately, their shop had closed very early. But it's still good that the visitor looks up to things, adding that this Boji Shinyo thread will go to the guy as a gift for their meeting. And after a moment, the door closed in front of the student, which was not very pleasant. Looking at this box, the young man did not understand why the man gave him this item. Aloud, he told himself that this master looked like a clown, even though he had a very strange name. After opening the box, Shile carefully looked at its contents, deciding that the name was almost the same as Wei Xingyue's, so he decided to give it to her. Realizing that it was time to meet, the guy called his friend, asking where she was. Standing in front of the closed door, the student decided that this owner and seller are interesting and strange at the same time. Of course, now you need to leave, but the time will come and the young man will definitely return to make a great investment. After a while, Wei Xingyue scolded her acquaintance for being late for the meeting. But the young man explained that he came much earlier than they agreed. The girl was not there, and therefore he decided to go shopping so as not to stand in the corridor. Realizing that he didn't want to argue, the young man admitted that the girl was amazing. The blonde immediately shouted that a lot of important guests would come to the opening ceremony. You can't dress casually. When she went through the guy's clothes, she noticed that he didn't have a single decent suit. Chalet said that he was flattered, but before they went shopping, he wanted to give his girlfriend something. Surprised, the blonde looked at the box carefully. Opening it, the beauty was amazed, because the decoration was very beautiful. The young man admitted that when he saw that the name of this jewelry is the same as the girl's name, he immediately thought of her. In the future, gifts will be more refined. At that moment, the guy carefully paid attention to the people who were walking in front of him. Wu Haoyuan told the girl next to him that since Tak served him wholeheartedly, he would buy her a bag, although sometimes you can try even better. Turning around, Shile thought that it was a great coincidence to meet an ill-wisher in this place. After taking a closer look, Wu Haoyuan decided to address our hero. With a wave of his hand, the young man politely greeted them, indicating that they were not enemies. With anger in his voice, the young man replied that there was no need to shout so much, because he would never recognize such a vile person and would never start communicating with him. But the guy immediately asked a question about why our hero is cheating on Ellie. Moreover, he quickly changed the girl. And then he started insulting the blonde, who couldn't understand what he was talking about at all. Shile shouted that if the ill-wisher didn't leave immediately, he wouldn't be able to do it on his own feet. So I decided that maybe it was time to try out the ancient martial arts card on this person. Wu Haoyuan kept saying that if Wei Xingyue trusted this bad person, he would regret it later. However, if the blonde pays attention to him, then she will forget about all the problems, will bask in luxury. Then he asked her what she thought of him. The red-haired girl who came with the ill-wisher did not understand what was happening to him, why he was looking at others. Shile didn't want to argue, so he told the opponent to take his girlfriend away and not stand there and embarrass himself. Wu Haoyuan was offended, so he pushed his friend aside, telling her not to pretend to be some important young lady. After that, he started shouting that he had thoroughly checked everything. It turned out that Song Ellie didn't have any brothers, she didn't have any relatives at all, except for her mother, and therefore there was no need to be impudent. After hearing a fiery speech about playing games with women who have a lot of money, Shile asked if the guy confirms that he is one of them. The young man didn't think that his own words would backfire on him, so he didn't know what he could say. But after a moment, he shouted that there was no need to joke like that, and even more so when there were so many people around. Suddenly, the headman offered to compare which of the men is more valuable, explaining that he will win the chance to get the opponent's girlfriend. Closing his eyes, Shile replied that he was not interested in his opponent's girlfriend at all, but if he lost, then he would run naked in front of everyone. It seemed that the opponent didn't mind, because he said that whoever loses will run around the lake and sing songs. Our hero proudly declared that he agreed with such a dispute, which for him is not a problem at all. The headman again said that the time was already set. It would be in 3 days, but he would inform about the place a little later. Shile proudly replied that he would wait, as long as the enemy didn't get cold feet and run away from the city. After that, he stood and carefully watched the ill-wisher. At that moment, the student felt as if a powerful energy was gathering around him, even though he wasn't summoning the map to help him. As Wu Haoyuan left, he said that it was getting hot in this place, so it was time to go outside. Folding her arms across her chest, the beauty said that she sees that her friend has become much bolder than before. Now he is even ready to leave the city if he suddenly loses. But the young man said that this was said in order to hook the opponent. You just need to solve the problem once to forget about it once and for all. Answering the question of a friend about whether help is needed, the guy replied that he can cope alone. But it seemed that the beauty wasn't going to give up because she wanted to ask another question, which Ellie was even mentioned. Who is her cousin? And also, what does Shile have to do with it at all? The young man knew that he was so entangled in this story that it would take time to explain everything in detail. After a while, our hero complained that the owner finally told him everything. Scepter said that he felt that sooner or later the student would die at the hands of the woman, asking if the young man didn't die last time to save Ellie. Clutching his cheek, the guy irritably declared that he had already stopped gloating. It was better to talk about business. Sitting on the sofa, the host asked if he understood correctly that the young man wanted to use the rich card for business. If so, then he wanted to know about the specific requirements. Shile said that as long as you are rich enough, you can arrange anything. Live in elegance and pathos. The young man only has one goal for Wu Haoyuan. He wants that bad guy to never bother him again after the experience that he will live through. The scepter said that he had done this many times and it looked very funny. Shile carefully looked at the person sitting across from him, not believing what he had just said. The owner smiled and added that he knew better than anyone how to spend money, although it was unclear what that meant. In the Wei family's house as usual, nothing changed. At least the guards were still in place. The man was sitting in the office, telling Wei Xingyue that things were going very well in Europe. Smiling softly, the head of the family stated the fact that his daughter is already quite an adult, making serious decisions. Sitting down next to her, the girl noted that she was very pleased that all the work was finally appreciated. After that, Mr. Wei explained that since the girl was working so hard, he wanted to give her some presents. And then he said that he found some island abroad with the name of the blonde, already paid for it. It remains only to put a signature. Hearing that Wei Xingyu planned to go there soon, the head of the family asked that it happened in 2 days. So it turned out that an old friend will come to them. He is not bad, but boring, and therefore wants the girl not to cross paths with him. The beauty immediately tried to object to something because she didn't really want to go. At this moment, an assistant entered the room and reported that the young master and second miss had already returned. The man immediately turned to his daughter, noting that she should go back to her room since he still has some business to attend to. He turned away and waved, saying that Wei Xingyue would have to prepare to leave in exactly 2 days. Running up to her father, the beauty wanted to explain that she had her own affairs, but the head of the family did not want to hear anything about this. The man turned around only to say goodnight to his daughter. The blonde understood that it was completely useless to argue in this case, so she decided to take a little rest. Just as the girl was about to leave, she saw 2 people who had just entered the office at that moment. The guests didn't say hello to Wei Xingyue, but instead the host was already starting to say something to them. As she passed the young man, the beauty felt his powerful hand on her head, though she didn't say anything. But the girl decided to whisper in Wei Xingyue's ear so that she would listen to her father and not contradict him. A friend of our hero did not understand what this means, but decided not to ask again. A few days later, the blonde was already on the phone, simultaneously dialing Shilei's number. Apologetically, Wei Xingyue said that all their plans were canceled because her father was sending her to another country again. While in the park, the guy said that he was very sorry because he really wanted the beauty to look at Wu Haoyuan, who was running naked in the park. The beauty said that she did not want to watch it, hearing how the young man offered to have dinner, but then added that it can wait until next time. When the blonde heard the name of the place, she immediately asked if she had misheard it. It was Mount Qinglong 88, which made Wei Xingyue fall silent for a while. Realizing that the beauty was silent, the young man called her name again and again, in the hope that the connection would still be established. Although after looking at the phone, I decided that in this place, most likely, poor signal reception. On the other hand, Shile decided that it was just as well, because if he visited this place, his acquaintance might question his identity again, and he didn't want that at all. Turning his head, the student said aloud that his opponent should appear very soon. At that moment, the young man turned his attention to the car that drove up to him. Seeing the car, the guy told himself that this was stupid, although he did not specify what he meant. It was Wu Haoyuan, who once again began to mock, noting that the student was standing on the road because he was already waiting for the moment when he would start running and singing songs. And then there was a string of different cars, and each subsequent one was more expensive than the previous one. Smiling, the young man addressed his opponent as if he were a toddler, saying that he was actually doing quite well. Getting out of the car, the young man sarcastically replied that it was too late to regret anyway. 6 sports cars with a total cost of almost 10 million would crush a student in a matter of minutes. Continuing to smile, the guy said that none of these cars belong to Major, and therefore all this cannot be considered. But Wu Haoyuan explained that the circle of friends is also the capital of the second generation's wealth, which is unimportant if it's not all his, and therefore he considers these cars his own. At this moment, a man put his hand on our hero's shoulder and also began to say something about wealth. The man said that it was a great honor for him to be the capital of Chile. It was Wei Qing who was asking if it was true that he was already missed by a young man. The audience did not believe that this was such a person, although many did not know him. Startled, Wu Haoyuan asked his acquaintances who this young man was that he was seeing for the first time. One of the friends explained that this was someone his parents wanted to curry favor with, but they couldn't even get his phone number. At that moment, the ill-wisher seemed to understand something, though he didn't say it out loud. Looking at the young man, Shile thought that this time, the Dark Knight disciple had arranged for Wei Qing, his acquaintance's assistant, to come to his aid. However, all of a sudden, the guy asked why the student had just said that he was sorry for what he had done. Although he immediately added that there was absolutely no point in changing anything, everything was decided. For a while, the men just stood there and talked to each other because nothing interesting was happening. But suddenly, Wu Haoyuan heard a strange sound, saying that it was the sound of a supercar engine or something similar. Smiling, our hero thought that he himself did not know what the scepter had prepared for him, which was ready for anything. At first, it seemed that the time dragged on indefinitely, but after a few minutes, Maserati's car appeared on the highway. Then went Ferrari, Aston Martin, which was a real shock for detractors, who already considered themselves winners in advance. But it wasn't the whole fleet yet, because the cars kept going and going. It seemed that there was no end to them, no end to them. And while Wei Qing felt absolutely calm, the other guys only dreamed of this peace. Well, Haoyuan still couldn't believe his eyes, but the young man said that this wasn't the most interesting thing they had. Suddenly, a Kinning Seg that cost over $30 million appeared on the road. The man who got out of the car threw something into the hands of our hero, saying that the car is actually quite good, but he wants something simpler because he is tired of expensive models. Shile stared in horror at what he had in his hands because he had never seen or held anything like this before. The student noted to himself that not only cars were brought to his aid, but also diamonds, which was something incredible. At that moment, Wei Qing said that he knew that the young man's car hadn't been repaired yet, so he would lend him his car first, saying that he would definitely like it. Confused and surprised, the student thought that the royal card was actually something very interesting. At first, he wanted to shock a certain fool, but this even shocked him. Wu Haoyuan also thought about the fact that these cars alone are worth over $100 million, so it is not clear how an ordinary poor person knows such people. As they walked down the road, Mr. Wei said that he was waiting for Shile to follow him because there was a special reception prepared for him. At that moment, the young man on the radio ordered someone to go down. Everyone noticed that a helicopter had landed on the road. But the most interesting thing was that another one was circling in the sky. Wei Qing said that he hoped the student hadn't forgotten that they were going to have a reception at the mansion located on the mountain. Looking at the helicopters, the young man thought that now it was awkward, not only for others, but also for him. It was strange that he could not even think of something like this. Addressing Wu Haoyuan's friends, the young man said that there was no enmity between them, so the boys could also join them at the party. Turning to Mr. Wei, the headman's friends said that for them, everything that happened is a disgrace, and therefore they will not interfere with rich people to relax. It is enough for them that they have already seen excellent and expensive cars. Our hero turned around and was about to leave, but the young man said that he wanted the student to look at the offender's face. Even without that, it was obvious that the headman didn't know where to hide. Shile pointed out that they had agreed to evaluate the value, so it was clear to everyone who was the loser in this fight. So if the guy didn't admit defeat, he could come closer. Wu Haoyuan's friends were saying that they didn't want to get involved in this as they understood everything. Kneeling down, the opponent immediately began to cry, saying that he was wrong and therefore wants to be released. But the student decided that he should go to the end and therefore recalled the terms of the bet. Bowing his head, Wu Haoyuan said that he would remember everything perfectly, either leave the city or run naked around the lake and sing songs. Still bowing, the young man kept asking him to forgive him and let him go, but Shile was adamant, saying that it wasn't his idea to play the game, so it wasn't up to him to cancel it. After that, he asked if it so happened that he himself was the winner. Would he have allowed the opponent to just leave? Not only would the headman not let him go, but he would also humiliate him harshly in front of the closest people, so that the shame could never be forgotten. And he added in a stern tone that for the sake of justice, for the sake of teaching a lesson, the bet must be fulfilled. Therefore, it would be best to stop this conversation, and instead, Wu Haoyuan should take off his clothes and run around the lake. Leaving, our hero said that he would wait for everyone at the reception. As for the ill-wisher, it is better not to run away. And then he added that the test will not be easy. It is much easier to leave the city. However, the young man still believed that he would be spared, so he continued to ask for forgiveness for everything that had happened. But Shile only said that it was very important to remember to sing a song when you were going to run in the park. After a while, our hero and Wei Qing were already flying in a helicopter. The young man said that this was the first time for him. The guy felt great, moreover. He enjoyed the view that opened up to his eyes. But after a moment, the student switched to his new friend, asking how long they still have to fly. Pointing to a large and beautiful house that was located next to a beautiful lake, Mr. Wei noted that they were almost there. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed on the designated area. The people gathered said that the next guest had arrived, and therefore the party can already begin. Looking around, Shile couldn't hide his surprise because he felt as if he had entered a real paradise. At such parties, the guy never managed to be there because luxury was combined with elegance and sophistication. Privately, our hero thought that he had never suspected that the Wei Qing family was actually so rich. The young man didn't know if he would ever be able to visit such a place again, so he decided to enjoy it to the fullest. At that moment, people began to approach the men from all directions, addressing them. And again, this threw the student into shock because there had never been so much attention to his person. Wei Qing at that moment said that the main character of the evening is Shirley, and he is only for the company of this person. Moreover, it is a real honor for him. What was interesting was that Wu Haoyuan's friends were milling around at the entrance, not sure if they should go in and have fun or leave. The boy said that if you multiplied his family's fortune by 50, it might be enough to squeeze into such a society. Others noted that it was said that this bald man is an ordinary poor man, but it turns out that this is absolutely not so, because he is spinning in the highest society. Moreover, the young guys were envious that there were so many beautiful ladies hanging around this boy. Raising his hands, Wei Qing said with joy in his voice that there was no need to run at him. It was best to remember why they were in this place in the first place. Some people immediately noticed that they did not understand how such a wonderful event could be forgotten. Someone dared to argue with Mr. Shy. Shouldn't they witness this result? Taking the remote control, the young man approached our hero, saying that he wanted absolutely everyone to see it. With a wink at Shirley, Wei's friend Xing Yue explained that it was enough to press just one button to start the show. The student did not understand what was being said, so he decided and pressed the button, after which everyone gathered watched a very interesting picture on the screen. It was Wu Haoyuan, who had to do his part and run around the park shouting songs. The guys who watched everything that happened said that this person should be there, because he dared to brag and put some ridiculous ultimatums. The guilty man's companions, looking at the screen, said that they could not stay in this house any longer because they were very ashamed of their friend. The young man was silent, but Wei Qing said that it was better to stop looking at this and announce that the banquet was going to open because everyone was very hungry. Holding the million-yuan wine in his hands, the young man happily said that this time he only came here for this drink. Holding alcohol in his hands, our hero thought that it was so extravagant, but there was nothing to be done. The bottle needed to be opened. At the same time, it was painful for him to look at his quota for the month. Suddenly, the guy shouted that he was glad to see everyone who had come to this party, and therefore offered to drink a wonderful drink. The audience was glad that the reception had finally started, because they had already waited for this moment. Wei Qing, who was standing next to the student, openly asked him when the misunderstanding with Miss Wei started. And then he said that when he found out about the guy, it seemed that he was an ordinary person, but now the owner of this house personally ordered to organize a party for our hero. This was a real shock to Shirley, who was convinced that the house belonged to a young man, but the latter only explained that his family lived much more modestly and simply. He then informed her that the house belonged to Wei Xingyue, or rather her father. Looking around, the young man couldn't quite believe that this was true. A moment later, still in shock, he asked again whose estate it was. Surprise was now evident on Wei Qing's face, who had no idea that the student didn't know where he was at all. The guy was angry at Scepter for setting things up like this, but at the same time, Shirley was glad that his acquaintance wasn't here, because she would surely have guessed that he had something to do with the Eye of Dark Night. The young man noticed our hero's confusion, and therefore asked what was wrong with this house. Realizing that it was impossible to give himself away, the student immediately stated that nothing terrible had happened. He just thought a little. Wei Qing patted his friend on the shoulder and told him not to worry, but to relax and enjoy what he had. After clapping his hands, the young man ordered the butler to call the workers to serve dinner. A moment later, the waitresses lined up to set the tables. This was a new experience for the young man, so he was once again watching with wide eyes. A guy who has ever been to an expensive restaurant admitted that these dishes are comparable to 3 Michelin stars. Just one plate of truffles alone was worth several thousand yuan, not to mention the rest. Moving from dish to dish, the student, without hiding his surprise, continued to note that many of these ingredients cannot just be bought in the store. They should be pre-ordered, but it is interesting not only that, but also that they cost millions. Laughing, the hero's new acquaintance said that otherwise this party wouldn't be so interesting, explaining that there are several bottles of wine worth 1 million yuan. Pointing at the other guys, Wei Qing said that they were drinking a much cheaper drink now, with one bottle costing around 20,000. After that, he added that the culprit of this celebration is simply obliged to open expensive bottles of wine, which will be followed by all those gathered. One of the waitresses immediately brought a corkscrew, asking if the young man was ready to open the bottles. Wei Qing decided to tell the guy that you can't wait too long to open the wine, because the wine can't stand in the heat for more than 2 hours, then it will simply lose its taste. And then he added that he plans to broadcast it all live. Suddenly, the young man began to whistle to attract the attention of everyone present. He said that Mr. Shi was going to open an expensive and delicious wine for them, so he asked them to start applauding. While holding the bottle, the student could hear the guests shouting something at him, even though it was the most awkward moment of the entire evening. Wei Qing, who had been standing nearby all this time, confessed that our hero is a very sincere person, and he already thanked the guests for taking the time to come and take part in the unique event, and also expressed special gratitude to his new friend Wei Qing. The young man said that the evening was created for everyone to drink and eat for their own pleasure, which he suggested to do. The guys said that they wanted to express their gratitude in return, since if it wasn't for Master Shui, they wouldn't be here. And then everyone started shouting something in honor of the fact that they had gathered. Everything was so good that time flew by very quickly. So much so that evening soon descended on the city. Looking at all the guests, our hero thought that now he understands what the life of rich people is like. If you count everything, including the estate, it will all result in $20 million. But the student couldn't come up with his idea because he was again asked to say some good toast. Clearing his throat, Shile thought about what else he could say besides what was said. But the guy did not do this because he raised the vessel in which the alcohol was located above him. After that, the young man looked at this vessel in a strange way, as if he was very confused about something. Guests shouted that expensive wine was poured into this container, and therefore it is not necessary to look at it, but to drink it. But our hero did not immediately find the right words and therefore stalled for time. Suddenly, the young man did state what he said, and he did, although he did not specify who exactly he was talking about. And then he asked the waitress to pour alcohol for everyone who didn't have enough or wanted another drink. The girl handed the container to another waiter, ordering him to serve all the guests and not miss anyone. After a moment, Shile stopped, the reason being that he saw something that startled him. Shaking her head, the stranger admitted that initially, she wanted to pretend to be a housekeeper and secretly watch the end. After that, she proudly stated that the guy still recognized her, and therefore she changed tactics. Our hero saw that Wei Xingyue was in front of him. Although she did not understand what she was doing in this form, the same applies to Wei Qing. Grabbing the student's hand, the blonde said that he was quite a capable person. The student did not understand why they decided to beat him, and therefore simply followed what was happening, not contradicting it. Squeezing Tom's head, the girl said that how the guy dared to arrange a reception in her house, who the young man even thinks he is. She added angrily that she would really like to know how many secrets Shilei was actually hiding. The guests didn't understand what was going on, so they stopped and immediately started whispering among themselves, trying to sort out the situation. Our hero did not like this behavior, and therefore he suggested that a friend go to some quiet place where they could talk about everything. Suddenly, the beauty turned around and carefully looked at someone. It was Mr. Wei, and he had suggested that his daughter should show respect to his honored guests whom he had personally invited. But Wei Yu didn't understand how this man could be her dad's guest of honor. Shaking hands with our hero, the owner of the house asked for forgiveness for the girl, explaining that he could not raise a decent person who could behave decently. Inwardly, he thought that even the head of the family had appeared in person, which meant that the scepter had done something almost impossible to believe. The man said that before he and Shilei's father had a great long friendship, while they improved their skills, were able to visit different parts of the world and then separated from him. So he didn't really think that he would ever meet the man's son. His old friend rarely recognizes old man Wei as the senior, but this party is a gift for meeting him. After that, he said that people of different ages were invited to the reception so that this evening could not be forgotten. He immediately added that he wanted his daughter to accompany Shilei everywhere at this party. The surprised guy looked at the man carefully, not believing what he had just said. At that moment, the man turned to Bodhi, who immediately appeared before the head of the family. Taking the young man's hand, the girl said that now she wanted to accompany the guest of their house. On her part, everything possible will be done to ensure that the young man is definitely satisfied. Wei Yu looked on with tears in her eyes, but she didn't understand what her father was doing. As he left, Mr. Wei asked everyone to enjoy this beautiful evening while he went about his business. Turning to her father, a friend of our hero wanted to know what he was doing, what all this show was for. Approaching a strange young man, the head of the family ordered him to return his daughter to the study. The blonde couldn't calm down. She wanted to catch up with the man, but the bully blocked her way, explaining that it was not nice to find out the relationship in front of everyone. At the same time, Bodhi was explaining to Shilei that her sister was spoiled by her father. She had only recently started doing something for the family. After that, she had turned into an arrogant and ignorant lady, and therefore it was not worth paying attention to. Grabbing the beauty, the red-haired guy declared that now her place is not here, and therefore it is better to follow him. Wei Yu was trying to influence her father, who was heading towards the house at that moment. The man didn't say anything, but he was smiling as if he had thought out the whole story beforehand. To himself, our hero reflected that this family is more chaotic and incomprehensible than he previously thought. Before entering the house, the blonde screamed that she wanted Shilei to disappear somewhere and not appear in front of her again. The young man wanted to catch up with his friend to explain everything to her because she really became a native person for him. But Bodhi stopped him, while Wei Yu trudged along as slowly as she could. My sister said in a low voice that she had long ago said that this family didn't need anyone. She added in a venomous voice that everyone always thought Wei Yu was a little princess. After that, there was an awkward silence that no one was going to break. But in the next instant, Shilei found the strength to catch up with his good friend. Taking her hand, the young man apologized to Mr. Wei, who was already standing at the top of the stairs leading to the house. The guy proudly stated that he did not care at all whether the blonde was needed by others or not. And then he shouted that he needed her, and this was the most important thing that could happen. The man did not quite understand what was being said, as well as what the guy wanted to say with these words, and therefore asked again about this nuance. And then I asked again about the relationship between the guys now, so that I could understand the whole picture. Laughing, the student noted how interesting it was that his best friend in this city was Wei Yu. The old man didn't understand the meaning of the word, but the young man said that the beauty was simply amazing. After all, she was the one who came up with the idea of managing the Wei family's overseas business in Europe, so it's impossible not to be proud of such a daughter. He immediately added that he had received a lot from her, and therefore decided to take this opportunity to meet with her and thank her for everything. He put his hand on the beautiful girl's shoulder and asked if Mr. Wei would mind if this particular girl was his escort for the evening. Stroking his beard, the man said that it turns out that the guys already know each other. Moreover, since the situation was like this, he didn't mind having this particular daughter accompany him at all. The eldest son wanted to intervene because he didn't like it, but the head of the family wouldn't let him say a word. The man said warmly that Wei Yu could accompany his friend everywhere on behalf of the owner of this house. Then he turned around and made sure that the other children didn't stand, but followed him. Wei coughed, finally voiced his assumption that after this conversation, everything fell into place. It turns out that Mr. Shui is the son of a good and longtime friend of Wei's, but he doesn't understand why the student didn't talk about it earlier. Scratching his head, our hero explained that he just didn't want to show off and likes to behave much more restrained than others. Then he turned to the guys, saying that he would like to know what happened between them. After scratching his head, the young man explained that Wei Xingyue hid here and then decided to play a joke on him, which was not very pleasant. And then he shouted that they had come here to have fun, and therefore the audience simply had to eat and drink. Turning to his friend, the guy suggested that she go and drink some wine. But the blonde said that her friend is throwing a party at her house, turns out to be the son of her father's best friend. Probably he thinks that he is very cool, and therefore it is enough to say a couple of nice words for her to have everything settled. But taking the young man by the arm, she added matter-of-factly that they would settle their scores later. For now, it was better just to rest. Although the beauty was confused by the fact that the young man was very pleased, however, he explained that the reason was her father, who treated him well. After that, the guy started quarreling again, because someone was pinching someone. The evening continued. Our heroes actually decided to leave all the problems for later, and therefore just danced and enjoyed a great party. After looking at her guests, Wei Xingyue suggested that they try to diversify the reception a little, so that they would have something to remember. And so very soon, right in the suit, our hero was already flying towards the pool. Falling into the water, the guy was not very happy because he personally did not plan to swim. But his girlfriend made fun of a friend who looked very funny with a duck on his head. The young man knew that he didn't want to go swimming alone, so he grabbed the blonde's hand. Another minute, and the beauty plopped into the water after the young man. Even so, Wei Xingyue wasn't angry. On the contrary, she found it all very funny. It was also nice that a few minutes later the sky was painted with a beautiful salute, indicating that the party had come to an end. The joyful blonde, like a child, rejoiced at this fireworks display, saying that she had never seen anything more beautiful. Mr. Wei, meanwhile, was carefully observing what was happening on the street. Aloud, the owner of the house simply called the name of our hero, although it was unclear what it all meant. As Wei Ting left, he said that he was happy to meet Shilei, adding that they could see each other more often because they live next door. At the same time, the young man told his friend that it was a beautiful day. Despite this, he was very tired. Although I decided it didn't matter when I looked at the blonde's expression. At that moment, the driver turned to the student, saying that he was waiting for him to take him home. As he was leaving, the young man turned around and asked Wei Xingyue to go rest, because it had been a difficult day for her as well. Taking the guy's hand, the beauty noted that everything is clear to her. Despite this, she still wants to see off her friend. But the driver objected, explaining that the owner had ordered the young lady to return to the house as soon as the party was over. After these words, the girl's eyes filled with tears, but she did not resist, saying that she would soon return to the house. So that the beauty did not worry and did not get upset, the young man got into the car, explaining that they would see each other again very soon. Wei Xingyue watched the car drive away for a while. As for the student, he thought that the girl should have many more questions, but he can't explain everything to her now. When he returns, he will ask the scepter to describe the situation in more detail, and then come up with an explanation. But at that moment, the guy looked up because he thought he saw someone's silhouette. This was true because the young man was sitting opposite the brother of his friend, who was looking at him intently. Shilei didn't know what to talk about with this man, so he couldn't think of anything better to do than ask if the young man was really Wei Xingyue's older brother. But there was no response. Instead, the young man threw our hero some documents. The man told him to read the information carefully in case his sister started asking any questions later. In addition, there was another request to ask for help from Mr. Shai. The big man jumped up from his seat and immediately started walking towards the young man. In a vicious voice, the young man stated that they all wanted Shilei to stay as far away as possible, not only from their family, but also from Wei Xingyue. The student was in shock. He did not understand what had happened, where such a dramatic change came from. Meanwhile, Mr. Wei continued to say that he didn't care that the boy was the son of his father's longtime son. He shouldn't be heard from again. Taking the boy by the shoulders, the big man asked him again if he understood what he was being told. Shilei decided not to say anything out loud. He just nodded slightly, even though he knew that he would think about it again later. After that, the goon immediately returned to his seat and fell silent. Although then, he said that he liked that they were able to understand each other. At this time, another member of the Wei family walked into a dark room with her assistants. In front of her was Wu Haoyuan, as well as his friends who didn't understand why they were in this place. The boys were scared, and there were tears in their eyes. Boda said in a cold tone that young people should not waste their energy, because it is all unnecessary. And she added that it was necessary to just leave this city, because this is what the whole dispute was built on. The girl said that it just so happened that today she is in an extremely bad mood. And holding a weapon in her hands, she asked someone to leave so as not to disturb anyone. The children listened carefully to this stranger, but did not understand what she meant. Pointing the gun at the young men, Boda said that it was best to quickly get rid of everyone present because they are very much in the way. After a while, picking up the phone, the girl was already calling someone. It was her father, to whom she happily reported that the task had been completed successfully. After that, the head of the family asked the eldest daughter how she felt about Shilei and whether she wanted to keep him. And then he added that you can take your time, just watch this person for a while. Sometime later, while in his apartment, our hero complained that he had already been stripped of his hair. If he remained without eyebrows, he would look like a boiled egg. But the scepter spoke of how a foolish slave could stoop to the point of doubting his master. After calming down a bit, the guy said, so it turns out that he wasn't actually incited to ask the Wei family to arrange a reception for him. The master's anger knew no bounds, so he was going to do something again. But at that moment, the student shouted that he was wrong, that he did not think a little. Smoothing his brows, he noted that even so, the Eye of Dark Night still had this family under control. The student promised Wei Xingyu to get rid of this control, but the girl's family threatened the guy, which means that they are somehow controlled, and therefore do not understand how they can help the beauty after all these troubles. Putting his hands behind his head, Scepter said that he didn't think the slave was more concerned about this family. Moreover, it wasn't about whether he was threatened. The student is worried about how all these circumstances will affect the relationship between the children. Hearing the young man's refusal, the host remarked, if that was the case, then why was Shilei so embarrassed and nervous? Then he added that our hero has other members of the quota, and therefore if Wei Xingyue falls off, you can find another way out of the situation. And then he reminded her of Ellie, who had never disappeared, and who would be very happy if her childhood friend paid attention to her. Shilei didn't understand why he was reminded of this, but the scepter stated that the beauty was standing at his door, so the young man could enjoy it. Not understanding what this meant, he headed for the door to make sure that no one was in the hallway. But when he opened the door, our hero almost fell from surprise because there was a brunette standing there. She said this was some kind of takeaway cat-queen trial operation and therefore needed to be taken care of. As she walked into the apartment, Ellie muttered to herself in a low voice that she was actually very ashamed. The guy wanted to find out everything, so he asked why his friend came here. Moreover, he did not understand what she was wearing. Ellie explained that her clothes were working and that she had come here because her mother had asked her to, so there was no time to change. The young man was angry that his friend went to work because they agreed on everything, but so noted that she owes a huge sum to a friend and cannot pretend that this is not so. After stroking the brunette's head, Shilei noted with some tenderness that she was still very young and naive, and the money didn't really need to be returned. He added that they grew up together as brother and sister, but now it so happens that the student has money, and therefore he can take care of his closest people. The beauty immediately noted that she might not return the money, but from now on there is a contract between them. Deciding to change the subject, the young man asked how things were going in college. He also wanted to know if there was any news from Wu Haoyuan. Ellie explained that she had heard rumors that the guy had offended someone, so the whole family decided to emigrate. After these words, the young man thought he did not understand why it was necessary to run naked. Because the family still left, it's somehow illogical. Our hero decided that either the Wei family was involved or the Eyes of the Dark Night, but Shilei decided not to think about it. The most important thing was that this headman wouldn't be able to pester Ellie anymore. Suddenly, the girl asked what her friend was wiping his head with, noting that it seemed to her that it was women's stocking. With a startled cry, the young man tried to explain that he wasn't actually wearing women's clothing. It all belonged to Wei Xingyue. But a moment later, the young man's foot slipped on the tile and he quickly drove forward. Everything happened so unexpectedly that the student fell on his friend, who at that moment was standing next to the sofa. The guy was embarrassed. He understood how awkward the situation was. So he explained in an embarrassed voice that he didn't want to hug Ellie, he just couldn't stand up. However, the brunette wasn't interested in the fact that he fell on her, but in who this mysterious Wei Xingyue was. The young man was silent, and his friend thought to herself that he was a good guy, and therefore he probably has friends. As for her, she will fulfill her promise. As the blonde entered the apartment, she asked if Shilei was at home and immediately offered him some wine with her. But the beauty did not expect that she would witness a rather interesting picture. Wei Xingyu stared intently in front of her. Perhaps she wanted to say something, but she didn't know if she had the right to do so. But it didn't matter because very soon the girls were sitting across from each other and discussing something peacefully. Ellie referred to the blonde as her sister because she knew she was older than she was. She said that it was very pleasant for her, and she was also glad that they managed to meet and make friends. The young man was surprised by the whole situation, but he did not dare to interfere in women's affairs. Hugging the brunette, the blonde said that she liked the beauty more than that nasty bald guy. Lying bound on the floor, Shile wailed, noting that now that everything was decided, whether or not he could be free was because he couldn't stand all this torture anymore. However, his acquaintances only laughed among themselves, and the young man remained at a loss as to what they wanted to do with him. With anger in her voice, Wei Xingyu shouted that the guy was using her stockings to force poor Ellie to play tied up with him. How could this be called a misunderstanding? But our hero continued to insist that everything is not as it may seem at first glance. The brunette looked at her friend carefully before starting to say something. And as she ran away, she said that she had urgent business to attend to, so they would see each other later. The beauty could not control herself, and therefore, standing in the elevator, scolded herself. The girl said that she did not understand why she was shy, although of course it is difficult to argue with the fact that Wei Xingyue is a real beauty. And this blonde is actually friends with her childhood friend. While lying on the sofa, Shile was saying that he wanted to be released because everything seemed to have been decided. But the angry Wei Xingyu explained that she jumped out of the window, escaped from the prison she was put in, and all for the sake of coming here. If she knew what was going on here, she would have listened to her older brother. Listening to the whole story, the young man immediately asked what happened, why such sacrifices. Folding her hands, the blonde asked if the student really didn't know that. The beauty immediately began to say that she didn't understand why her older brother insisted that she quit the restaurant business and also stop seeing the ball guy. At that moment, the young man recalled the conversation that had taken place quite recently. Our hero did not know whether to talk about it at all, and therefore carefully looked at the guest. And she kept saying that, of course, she didn't agree, so her brother locked her in the room and sent someone to guard the door around the clock so that there was no way to get out. The young man said that this was generally wrong, and therefore offered to return home and discuss everything with his family. But the blonde screamed that she couldn't be hurt at all. She had been a good girl for more than 20 years. If her family wouldn't let her touch anything, she wouldn't be able to do it. But it was unpleasant that everyone forbade her to do what she liked. The guy was listening intently to Wei Xingyue, who sounded really desperate. And after a moment, the girl continued to say that in 2 days, the opening of the restaurant, she should show everyone that she can make a career on her own. Then she asked the young man if he would help her with this. The beauty explained that she hadn't had any friends since childhood. Her relatives didn't take her seriously at all, and Wei Qing grew up with her, but treated her with more respect than warmth. And only Shile can see the blonde as she is, can argue, can express something. Embarrassed, the girl said that she did not care who the young man's father was. The most important thing was that he was her real first friend. Wei Xingyu trusted the young man completely because he was worthy of it. For a moment, the blonde looked at her companion carefully, tears glistening in her eyes. And all because the guy said it was all nonsense, because he would always be with her. Wei Xingyu was moved by these words but decided not to say anything. As for Shile, he was asking to finally be released already. At this time, a conversation was going on in the study, in which the head of the Wei family scolded his children for not coping with the task. He already knew that his youngest daughter had run off to look for that poor, bald man. While bowing, the guy apologized for his carelessness and oversight. The man said that he doesn't blame anyone because this girl can't sit still, but Wei Xingyue has a secret that no one should know. Since children don't listen to advice, he should be a more serious father. After a moment, he added that the decision had already been made, so Boda had to find a way to make Shile disappear. Smiling, the beauty said that she would do everything in the best way. A few days later, our heroes were holding a red ribbon in their hands, which they were supposed to cut together. The young man said that this is an important event for them, since today is the opening day of their restaurant. Despite the fact that Wei Xingye and Yul Witard have shares, our hero also had them. The guy was in a great mood, as he took the first step towards what he really wanted. The assembled guests enjoyed eating the dishes that were offered to them. They also enjoyed excellent drinks, knowing that everything was organized at the highest level. At this moment, the youth was thinking that if the calculation of the investment Goldfinger was correct, this project could help him earn his first pot of gold. However, he hoped that everything would be resolved somehow in terms of banning him from meeting Wei Xingyue. Considering that the young people are together at the reception today, we can say that so far everything is not so bad. Looking at the blonde, the guy didn't know whether to quarrel with his family in order to continue communicating with his friend. But at that moment, the chef spoke up and said to everyone present that he loved them. After that, the man walked briskly in the direction where our heroes were standing. Yul Witard hugged the boys as if they were his own people. The man said that his companions perfectly interpreted his concept of food and atmosphere, and the invited guests are also perfect. Standing as close as possible to the blonde, the young man was embarrassed because it was very awkward. The guy looked at the beauty, but continued to listen to the flattering words of the chef. The young man said that it was all very nice, although at that moment he was thinking about something else. Standing in the middle of the room, a cheery Yule Wittard invited everyone to drink to a happy collaboration. Shile thought to himself that he would not make up anything, but would act based on the situation. The student hoped that the family would simply forget about him, and therefore everything would somehow get better by itself. But the guy didn't have to think long, because at that moment someone called out to him. A young man with glasses was standing nearby, asking our hero if he remembered him. The stranger reminded him that he had spoken long and seriously, but no one was listening to him. And only at that moment did Shirley realize that the person standing in front of him was an antique shop clerk. The owner of the store explained that Yule Wittard had invited him, so he couldn't help but come. And after a moment, he told the whole story about how he thought the chef had contacted some strange person, but later found out that he had a great relationship with the Wen family, and then even found out that it was about Shile. The confused student said that he was not hiding from anyone, and did not hide his identity, it was just a coincidence. The young man was about to say something else, but before he could, he was interrupted. Wei Xingyu shouted with some indignation that she didn't understand what Yu Banzi was doing at this event. The other man pointed out that he was here at Yule Wittard's invitation, although the man's face showed that he didn't know anything about it. Turning her gaze to our hero, the beauty asked how at least the young man knew the owner of an antique shop. And while the guy was thinking about what to say, Bungie started talking again, telling the story of the shopping center and the gift for the girl. Removing the bracelet, the disgruntled blonde shouted that she did not need such gifts, and therefore she wanted to return the trinket back. Shile didn't like the way things had turned out. He had hoped to have a quiet time, but instead he was caught up in another maelstrom of scandal. Standing with her back to the store owner, the beauty stated that she understood that the man was invited, but wanted him to leave the place. After a moment, she added that if Bungie didn't leave, then she would have to. The crowd watched carefully as Wei Xingyue actually headed for the exit. Our hero did not understand anything, but the chef could not explain much about this, saying that a lot of people were invited to the opening, but the invitations were sent by his assistants. The student didn't understand what was wrong with that, but Yule Wittard explained that he had forgotten that both Miss and Young Master were from the three main families in the city. Then he added that they had a prenuptial agreement, which threw the guy into a real shock. Only Bungie was pleased with himself, looking at his competitor carefully. Thinking about it, Shile didn't know if he was guilty of what was happening or not. He had taken a big risk for the sake of getting the beautiful Wei Xingyu. But in the end, an unknown fiancé appeared on the way. He is also the young master of the Yu family, a rich and famous person. Raising his hand with tears in his eyes, the young man told his companion to look at his stupid head, but the man said that it was a little bald and nothing more. Coming closer, the owner of the store explained that, in fact, a prenuptial agreement was signed long ago, but it was canceled. He thought to himself that if he looked at the blonde, she was still thinking. The chef told Shile not to waste any time, but rather to find their business partner, because she left feeling upset. Bungie suddenly chimed in, explaining that he was the one who had ruined such a beautiful evening. Smiling, the young man noticed that it is good to have reasonable people around you with whom you can not only talk, but also agree. After correcting his mistakes, the shop owner said that since they were destined to meet the young man again, he wanted to remind him of something. No matter how the student got to know Wei Xingyue, he is bound to maintain a good relationship with her family, as they are known for their ruthlessness and tactics. Choosing them as supporters will obviously reduce the number of opponents. Then he asked if the guy knew what happened to Wu Haoyuan, who lost the bet after hearing that he had left the country. The young man explained that the official version is actually true, but in reality, everything is not so. At that moment, Bungie put his hand to his temple in a certain way, which meant only one thing. Our hero looked at the guy with horror, realized with the same horror what he was talking about. Then Bungie added that this city is not as simple as it may seem at first glance. And all because in this world there is no permanent insurance. Realizing that the student was already intimidated, the young man said that he had better go and find the blonde. After looking at Yule Wittard carefully, his companion wanted to say something, but he couldn't because he was still in some kind of shock. A moment later, the guy went to the door, because he knew that he wanted to find his friend. Bungie watched this funny young man, but didn't say anything. As we walked through the park, our hero reflected that he had just been informed that Wu Haoyuan, as well as his entire family, had been killed. But no one knew if this was true because you can say anything. However, if it did happen, then it's unclear whether it was the Wei family's fault or the Dark Knight's eye. The student had a lot of different questions in his head, but there were no answers to them yet. Shaking his head, the young man decided that it was harmful to think so much, especially since information could not be obtained just like that. Your best bet is to focus on finding the blonde and asking her about the prenuptial agreement. After a moment, his thoughts disappeared as he noticed Wei Xingyue sitting on the bench. The beauty did not understand why her friend came, because he was supposed to be at the reception to entertain the guests. But the young man said that he came to the main guest and the main character of this institution. The young man didn't want to contradict her, so he just sat down on the bench next to his girlfriend. Xile felt uneasy, but he still decided to start a question on a sensitive topic for him, although he couldn't do it because the girl started throwing herself at him. The beauty did not let our hero finish his question. Instead, she asked if it was true that he was jealous of her. The guy had never been in a situation like this before, so he immediately started to feel embarrassed. But Wei Xingyu had completely different plans for her acquaintance, so she moved as close to him as possible. While hugging the female student, the girl coquettishly asked if Xile liked her. The man's breath caught in his throat because it was too sudden and too blatant. The beauty was getting closer by the minute, but there was also something terrible that the young man did not even know about. After calling our hero cute, Wei Xingyue once again asked if he liked her. The young man was waiting for something and was in no hurry to give an answer. And then, pushing the blonde away, he abruptly told her that he didn't like her at all. Surprised Beauty did not understand what had happened. She carefully and scrutinizingly looked at her friend. The guy didn't understand why the girl was interested, so he shouted that she wasn't Wei Xingwei. Then he continued to say that the older sister of his girlfriend and business partner was sitting in front of him. Smiling maliciously, the ill-wisher said that she did not think that the student would guess everything. Then she pulled out the knife she'd used to stab the young man sitting nearby. Raising his hand, Xile didn't know if the representative of the Wei family was really planning to kill him. Jumping up, the young man began to remind this villainess that he was the son of her father's best friend. But the blonde said that her brother asked the young man not to approach Wei Xingyue, otherwise the consequences would be serious. However, the guy decided that he will act exactly as he pleases. At that moment, our hero recalled a recent conversation with Bunji, who said that Wu Haiyuan's entire family had disappeared, and he even suspects where exactly. Not knowing what else to do, the young man began to shout and call for help in the hope that he would be heard. Suddenly, the ill-wisher approached the student and stabbed him with a knife. The guy understood that if he did not immediately help, then everything would end very badly for him. Only the Wei family member was smiling, because this wasn't the first time for her. Falling to the ground, Xile frantically continued to shout that he was being killed, so at least someone had to show up. The ill-wisher carefully looked at her enemy, saying that he looked ridiculous and ridiculous. Realizing that something was wrong, the guy was silent for a while and even got up a little. The reason was that he didn't see any blood anywhere. Moreover, there wasn't any blood on the hand that was holding his stomach. Laughing, the girl said that she really should take all this on camera and then show it to her sister, so that she could decide whether she still likes this pathetic man. The young man was scared out of his wits, even though he didn't understand how he had been deceived. Putting her foot on the young man's shoulder, the villainess said in a cold tone that this time it was only a warning, but if Shar didn't do something, he wouldn't be so lucky again. Moreover, the beauty herself can come to personally kill the brave student. After that, she defiantly took off the wig that she had been wearing all this time. Suddenly, the beauty began to talk about how she was still curious about what she did wrong and why the guy understood everything. Pushing this bad-looking young woman away, the young man explained that it wasn't easy, but the younger sister was still prettier and more interesting. Unfortunately, our hero not only did not manage to throw his leg off his shoulder, but the pressure on his arm only increased with each passing second. Realizing that it was necessary to say something, the guy added that Wei Xingyu would never call him cute because she has a completely different character. The villainess didn't like that the young man was so rude, so she hit him with all her might. The impact was so powerful that the helpless student was sent flying in the other direction. Now the girl did not restrain herself, noting that the bald head can now and then be rude. Turning around, Xile once again stated that the older sister wasn't ugly, but he still liked the other one. With anger in her voice, Miss Ven pointed out that this was always the case. Since childhood, everyone liked the princess. Not her. For everyone, the younger sister was the ideal. She is stupid, acts like a child, but the whole family treats her like a treasure. The people around her are also stupid. These idiots were deceived by her. Listening to this story, the guy said that the girl is just jealous and therefore says so. But the blonde said that she didn't want to listen to this because it was real nonsense. Grabbing the guy by the shirt, the ill-wisher shouted that she most likes to destroy what Wei Xingyu likes. And after kissing our hero, I thought that if you can't destroy, then the ideal option is to take and play.